What the fuck?
How's it going, everybody? My name is Arshee, and we're about to watch the Summer Game Festival 2021 New World Deep Dive. If you guys are currently watching this for the first time, this is my first time watching this together with you. I've got Boda Fett here.
It's a trap!
No, it's not a trap, you son of a... It looks like they found a way to select the channel points that I've actually turned off. Because this is a serious, once-in-a-lifetime event here at Summer Games Festival 2021, we're going to enjoy this watch together. And as soon as this watch together is over, I'll probably bring all the channel points back so we can have chat, have fun, constantly throwing out those channel points at us. Where's my tink cannon? Chucky. We're about to watch this epic video that's going to explain us more about New World. So at least I put the ones that are non-intrusive, so that way it doesn't constantly make me go, oh! Ah! Good to see you, Anchor 8, Chucky V, BTS, Mina Kata, Mocker Live, Noodle Halls, the Badger Bra. You on Gmod today? No, today is New World. We're going to be paying attention closely to this epic new game called New World. And while I'm going full time into it, if I give you a chance to see this next screen here. You'll see right onto my left-hand side, the Summer Game Festivals 2021 New World Deep Dive will begin in 6 minutes. If you guys want to know what New World's all about and why this game is super hyped, we're going to find out together very shortly. Let's go ahead and introduce Boda Fett with me here, who's going to watch together with me. Boda Fett, are you there?
Yep, I am here.
Boda Fett is here, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and basically grab his chroma key while I still have a chance. Give me 1 second, chat. Wonder what scene I would be able to grab him in. Probably bring Boda Fett into this screen with me. Put him on the bottom left. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, I still have a chance. I can copy pasta his name across the land. There we go. Give me 1 second, chat. Display capture. Photo Fett. I got Boda Fett incoming. There with me.
Oh, I see half of me.
There we go. I've got Boda Fett on the camera, guys. You want to always say what's up in chat? There is Boda Fett from Orax. Awesome. That way I can bring you in and out of this entire screen and give you a chance to actually hear what's going on. Boda Fett, what do you know about New World? And are you excited about to play this game?
I've been studying the game from what we can see throughout the alpha releases and like some of the resource websites, but I'm really excited for this game. I think it's an MMO I've been looking for a while. I played other MMOs in the past that kind of resemble it a little bit. Like I get a little bit of like a Guild Wars vibe, just with the combat and stuff like that, and a little bit of a WildStar vibe with the combat, and that's really what's dragging me towards this game is PvP. And also, it looks really cool, the graphics, because I believe they're using a different engine, a completely different engine than what most studios use.
I think they're using the Star Citizen engine. Is that not true? I could be wrong about that.
I think Amazon made a custom in-house engine, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I'm pretty sure all their tools are custom too.
I did not know that. That's gonna be sick. That's gonna be sick. What would you know anything about this engine that is gonna be setting it apart from other games?
From what I've seen of the engine compared to their other games like Crucible, like it seems really good. I think it's somewhat similar to like CryEngine 4. It kind of looks the same. It doesn't look as super like high res or like polys, but it's a very good engine for them making themselves. Amazon, they're all about like investing in themselves and making their own thing, right? So.
Let me see right now. I think it's super polished, and I had a chance to play in the alpha. Sadly, I do not have access to play the game right now, and so all we can do is just enjoy any sneak peek that we can get. So less than 5 minutes from now, we're gonna get a chance to see that sneak peek together. Here is a tweet I'm basically putting out there: Summer Game Festival New World Deep Dive, watch together and breakdown. Hashtag New World. It says we are live on stream. Very excited.
I actually just researched it. It's called the Amazon Lumberyard Engine.
Wow. The Amazon Lumberyard Engine. Okay, so it's not basically the same what I thought it was earlier.
Yeah, it's created within the Microsoft Windows personal computer platform.
Interesting. Let me go and get a chance to see if I can actually grab this in-game share screen right now with you guys, so I can show Bodafet and I on the bottom right over here, so that way you guys can see that we're going to be switching scenes between here and there. This scene is going to begin in 60 seconds, everybody. In less than 60 seconds, we're going to be watching this together. And you know what time it is. It's time to shut the watch the stream together. I'm just kidding. we're gonna enjoy seeing what this is all about. They're gonna play their preview. They're gonna play their intensities, and I'm here waking up at 8 o'clock in the morning with less than 4 hours of sleep because I'm a little kid again who wants to see what New World's all about. I'm here to identify, is this a game that I'm gonna go and basically know life, try hard, become a 15-year-old boy again, and just go ham and take the world by storm. And here it is. The stream is beginning shortly. People get sleep exactly, Mina Kata. Anchor 8 is very confused. His mouth is open. Still, as he's waiting for this entire clock to basically strike 8 o'clock. Chucky V, I hope they can deliver a better game than the Courier developer. Jesus Christ. Chucky, Amazon Studios is way stronger. Dark Leviathan, I got a present for you in a few moments. I cannot wait to see what that present is, Dark Leviathan. And if you guys don't know, Dark Leviathan is invited into the alpha. That sexy son of a insane thing. Super jealous of you. John Smelly from Planetside 2 is at Amazon Gaming. Exactly correct. As well as Andy Seitz and Chris. Your World is made from Lumberyard, a fork CryEngine from Vic. Thank you so much, Vic. I appreciate that. And here it is. 2 minutes before the premiere. We're going to enjoy this music together. This is their hype music. Their chat is going insane. Let's go theater mode. That won't work. I want chat to be in it, that's why. That's a good chat. Let's figure it out.
Alright, I'm just gonna get myself some water, Archie, and I'll be back.
Do it, buddy. Do it. One minute, guys. Which one do you guys like better? Do you guys like this gaming screen better? Or do you guys like this gaming screen better? Do you want me to be more straight on with you? Or do you guys like this one on the bottom right? This one? Or this one? Straight looks better. There we go.
Hi there, I'm Scott Lane, Game Director on New World, an upcoming open-world MMO from Amazon Games. In New World, you'll be up against the haunted wilderness of Eternum, a mysterious island set in the twilight of the Age of Exploration. There's going to be massive siege battles and thrilling supernatural invasions, all of this in the midst of a stunning and diverse island. Before we go any further, I'd like to give you a little bit of background on the island, the characters, and what to expect while you're navigating Eternum. You start your journey as the navigator aboard a ship destined for Eternum, who survives a terrible crash and awakens to a strange new world. It's full of both wonder and horror. You find yourself immortal, but you quickly learn there are fates far worse than death. The humans of this lost continent are in a constant struggle against themselves and a threat growing in power, the corrupted. Eternum is a supernatural island with an eternal conflict that causes shifts in its balance of power. The corrupted, the lost, and the angry earth are in a constant struggle for control. This conflict is at the root of our universe. Over the last century, the pendulum has swung in favor of the corrupted with the rise of the Tempest, the architect of an apocalypse that seeks to unmake life here and target the old world next. Only you, the player, are capable of uniting the warring human factions to face your common enemy that is hell-bent on taking over the world. There's a mixture of main story quests and side quests that lead the player on their journey through Eternum, where the central question is, what is the price of eternal life? On your adventures, you'll meet characters who have adapted, struggled, and succumbed to the power of this place. You'll discover ancient secrets, make powerful allies and enemies, as well as learn that not all is as it seems on Eternum. Last summer, thousands of players joined us for a preview of New World, and they offered us a ton of great feedback. What we heard most was that players wanted to see more mid and endgame content, as well as more opportunities for PvE. That's exactly where we focused our efforts. We're excited to show you some of that today. To bring more PvE content to our players, we introduced Expeditions. These are 5-player instanced experiences that take you into the darkest corners of Eternum. You'll face extreme challenges, expose the angry Earth's hidden agendas, reveal the threat behind the lost. You'll dig into the mystery of the ancients, and you'll uncover more about the source of the corruption. Your team will need skill and coordination to overcome these challenges. Each expedition has unique mechanics, bosses, and loot, and each one has its own story to tell. We'll have 6 expeditions in the game at launch, and here's a look at a few of them. Amrine Excavation, the first expedition you'll encounter in New World, takes place in a dig site just west of Amrine Temple. This is where famed archaeologist Simon Gray and his team have gone missing. Your party's going to need to venture into the depths of the dig site to discover what happened to them and to the ancient technology they unearthed. You'll encounter the Empress of Ebonscale in the Dynasty shipyard. She's been building a fleet of warships and must be defeated for the safety of Eternum and the world. In the Garden of Genesis, one of our endgame expeditions, you'll explore the garden where the angry Earth are born. The garden has been infected with a mysterious blight that must be stopped before it spreads to the rest of Eternum. You'll need to face the garden's protectors in order to purge the blight and begin the garden restoration. These expeditions are just a sample of what we'll have in at launch, and there will be much more to come in the future.
We've also added 2 new zones to New World since preview. First, we have Ebonscale Ridge, filled with lush wetlands, majestic waterfalls, and towering cliffs.
Endgame content.
It's a mysterious area in the northwest of the map.
So sick.
Home to an exiled empress named Taiyang, a bright young woman once destined for greatness. The empress is now building an army of corrupted forces to reclaim her lineage and her rightful claim to the throne. Rickwater is a rundown fishing village overrun with brutes pirates and the other undeads.
For them utilizing their own
Originally,
engine,
New
it
Venice,
looks very
the
good.
settlement
Like the
was
environment and the
built on
landscapes are beautiful.
submerged ruins of an
Yeah.
ancient residential
100%.
district, but quickly
this is
overtaken
a
by
YouTube
the
upload.
Siren Queen and her flotilla, capturing the remaining
Yeah,
settlers
I'm
of
I'm
Greekwater
watching
into her
720. It's not even like completely optimized in terms of the
Of
the
course, a
scaling.
mysterious
Yep.
supernatural island wouldn't be complete without some villains. One of the most recognizable faces in New World is that of the red-eyed woman wearing a glowing amulet as she overlooks the island. As you may have already guessed, she is one of the most challenging enemies you will encounter in Eternum. Her name is Isabella. Countless warriors have tried to seize the amulet from the heart of the land, but every time they were overmatched by the corrupted and the island's powers and turned into the corrupted themselves. The Siren Queen is a figure that many will come to know after visiting the shore of Greekwater. Much about the Siren Queen is yet to be revealed. I don't want to spoil too much, but I can say that she and her crew originally arrived at the island seeking to create a new land in which all people could be equal. And somewhere along the way, she lost her soul. So we'll leave it at that, and I hope you enjoy your first encounter with her as you explore what Greekwater has to offer. In Abanskiel Ridge, you will come face to face with a ruler like none you've ever seen before, the Empress. After fleeing her homeland and her envious half-brothers who sought her throne, she arrived in Eternum alongside her loyal followers. Now she continues to cultivate the island's power and transform her loyal followers into her own army with the intent of returning home to exact her revenge.
How do you guys feel about the chat above? Is that distracting, or you want me full
It
score?
was unoccupied, but over the time, the explorers, or what's left of them, have populated the island. Little is known about the ancients, but you will see evidence of their long ago existence on this island, and perhaps over time you will learn more. The corrupted are immortal and twisted servants of an ancient and mysterious force of madness and destruction. The lost are soulless, immortal, undead beings, caught between life and death in an endless cycle of pain and torment. From the mindless, withered corpses to powerful ghosts fueled by elemental rage, the lost are a constant reminder that eternal life still has a price that must be paid. The angry earth are pure expression of nature infused with the power of Ajax. They are wise and docile creatures, but fearsome and powerful guardians of the natural world when provoked.
Skill-based, action-oriented combat is at the core of New World. In New World, your positioning, timing, and aim all make a difference. And our classless combat system means the weapons you choose will define your playstyle. As you use a weapon, you'll begin to master it, and you can further customize your weapon by choosing which abilities you want to specialize in. You can also select from a variety of passive benefits that affect the tactics of combat. At launch, we'll have 11 weapon types, including our newest addition, the Ice Gauntlet, which harnesses the elemental power of ice for powerful magic attacks. The weapon options in New World are especially interesting because of the Age of Exploration setting. Gunpowder has emerged, but it hasn't yet become dominant, so New World offers a great mix of melee weapons, ranged weapons, and magic weapons. As Scott mentioned, expeditions are designed for groups of 5 players. Teamwork will be required to make your way through, solving puzzles and battling challenging bosses. When you enter an expedition, you'll want to make sure you have a healer who can restore your party's
These are your 5-man dungeons.
and a tank to hold
I'm looking forward to
aggro
seeing
and
what a
control
50-man
the flow of
dungeon's
battle.
will look like.
And some friends ready to quickly dispatch the enemies.
If
And
they
don't
ever
worry,
announce one.
New World still has all the PvP that players have come to know and love. Whether you're challenging a rival in a duel, competing in a 20v20 outpost rush, or jumping into an all-out 50v50 war, or just enjoying some friendly combat in the open world, there are plenty of opportunities to test your mettle against other players.
That's going to be fun. I can see that being a
I hope you've
boatload of
enjoyed
fun.
getting a closer look at expeditions and some of the other new features in New World.
Our closed beta will begin on July 20th. You can pre-order to secure a spot in the closed beta or sign up at our website, newworld.com, for a chance to get in. On August 31st, New World will launch for PC. The launch is just the beginning. We have a lot of plans for future content that we think you're going to love. We'll share more on our post-launch roadmap later this summer. Before we wrap up today, I'd like to thank those of you who joined us in the alpha or preview. Your feedback has helped us shape New World, and we want to keep hearing it. Together, we can make Eternum a place that you won't want to leave.
Awesome.
We can't wait to see you there.
Well done, everybody who basically gave a huge amount of feedback to make this game come true. Thank you.
Yeah, they did actually a good job, because at one point
guys,
they
it's
had
Jeff
the free
Keighley,
weapon
and I am
system.
here
And
at
I think the
Amazon
feedback they got
Games
was
in
a swap to
Irvine with,
fewer.
Scott. It's
and
good to,
I think that was
good
a
to
good
see someone in
change, 'cause it's way
person
more
do one of these
competitive now.
interviews. We're
Agree.
fully tested, and
Hold on, they're live right now.
I got to say, you guys have been testing this game for a number of years, working on it and building it. And I first wanted to start by asking you, what has kept the team motivated through all these years? I know this past year has been so challenging to make games, and you guys had a lot of players in it last summer, have been building on it. What's kept you going all these years?
First off, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah.
It's great to see you. There's been a lot of things that have kept us going. We love the lore. We love the story of Eternum. We love to just be able to tell that story. But for the last year, it's been watching the players play the game, reading the feedback, engaging with them, and trying to understand, where they want us to take the game and how we can get it there. So when the team's in the forums or in the game and chat, watching and talking to players, it just pumps us up. It's fun. It helps us.
Well, these games are obviously built with the audience, and exactly last summer it was great to have all those players in there. As you said today, you guys have been building a lot more content and refining aspects of the game. From a top level, like New World, what do you hope it adds to
actors.
the MMO
Son
genre?
of a-
Like, it's an amazing genre. There are fans that don't just spend tens of hours; they spend hundreds of hours in these worlds. What are you hoping this game adds to the canon of MMO games?
Well, I think there's a few things. One, we're building this beautiful world, and I think our graphics bring a different dimension to the MMO genre. They're a little more realistic, and it helps us with the storytelling that we're trying to tell from about Eternum in this time generation.
Yeah.
But the combat is the big differentiator. You bring that modern graphics in with the action combat, and it creates a whole experience that you can just get lost in.
And this setting for the game is so beautiful, but also so unique. Take us back to kind of the genesis of this project and New World and this setting. How did it come about? How did you guys land in this? Because this is brand new IP, big decision about where you were going to set this game. How did that come about?
Well, we love the idea of the age of exploration. We always say it was the last gasp of the sword and shield and the first breath of the musket or the gunpowder.
Yeah.
So we thought that was a really cool time period, and we wanted something around there. And when we came up with the idea of an island lost in time, Eternum, and thinking about all the different visitors that could have come there through the years, chasing immortality, not realizing what they were really going to get with it, and how we could tell that story in an island, we all just kind of fell in love with it.
Well, it's an amazing setting, and I know how hard the team has been working over these years to build this game. Last year, you had a lot of players, as you mentioned, in the game, and you've been building it based on their feedback. And you talked a lot about, in the video today on the sort of mid to end game content, and how you've been adding a lot to that. I'm curious overall, though, from sort of a macro level, like how has the game changed in the past year based on player feedback?
Yeah, for sure. So outside of the big changes we've talked about, all the new content, we really took to heart a lot of the feedback we heard in the preview. Spawning systems. So in the game first, when players were playing on the beach, there was all kinds of issues with not enough enemies, this and that. We've revamped the spawning system. Combat. There was people didn't
That's
like
huge.
as many of the interrupts as we had. People thought there was too many different weapons you could have equipped at once. They wanted
so
a little
from
more
3, they
differential
brought it down
in the
to
tree and
2.
the combat trees. So we've done a full revamp on mastery.
They made resistance.
And then crafting. We've done a complete overhaul on crafting. We've added a lot of depth. You can now craft endgame materials, right, that compete with stuff you can find in the world. There's discoverable crafting ingredients, and there's just a lot more to do with all those systems.
Yeah, I love that this game continues to evolve. And one aspect that you've been evolving over the years is the PvP aspect. Tell us a bit about that, because 50-player war, I mean, it's like there's a lot going on there, 50v50, things like that. Tell us, what can we expect from a PvP aspect of the game. And I know it's opt-in to do that too, right?
It's fully opt-in. So
Yeah.
our vision for the game is to create a world where PvP and PvE not only coexist, but they complement each other. That starts with the territory game, where you can own different territories, and that's decided through the PvP part of the game. Once you own those, you can set different rules for the territories, things like tax rates, or you get other benefits like, if you own connecting territories, you might be able to access storage or get fast travel.
Yeah.
And then ultimately, anyone can choose to fight in the war, and that's an opt-in PvP as well. But we've also built the game with the PvE player in mind, and we want the PvE player to feel that they can have a full, awesome experience without ever ticking the PvP box if they don't want to try that.
All right, so something for everyone inside of this. And I know in a world this vast, there's a lot to build, and I love that you've created all this additional content over the past year. We know that there's going to be a beta in July. People are going to get to sort of jump in again, get ready for launch at the end of August. I'm amazed that not just for this team, all these game teams around the world have been able to build games, in a work from home scenario. What has it been like for you guys to have, the alpha working from home and then building all this content? I mean, it's a tribute to all these teams, but has it been any different for you than normal?
Yeah, you have to learn how to communicate differently. You have to develop new muscle memory, as we say, or skills to do it.
Yeah.
But it's challenging because you lose out on those. You're in the cafeteria or the kitchen getting something to drink, and you hear two people talking about a feature they're putting in. You're like, oh my God, I didn't know that exists. That's so cool. How can I hear more? So you lose some of that, and you have to try to find ways to get it. But even like the other day was the first time I've seen a couple people in over a year. And you see people on camera every day, but you forget, oh, you're tall, or you're this, or you're different than me. And it's just been it's been a challenge. We've added a lot of ways to overcome it, but coming out of it now, which it feels like we are, I hope we are, I'm really excited to get everyone back together and
celebrate launch, hopefully in person, right?
Exactly.
Well, Scott, before we go, I have to ask you, the internet has certainly been talking about this game the past few weeks in relation to the idea that is it a pay-to-win game, and fans that have invested time in this in the alpha or will be investing time in this year, I think want to feel like they really can earn their way to the end and no one's going to be able to sort of artificially accelerate their way to a lot of the other content. What can you tell us about that? How are you guys approaching this concept?
Well, we've tried to be as transparent as we can with the players, and we continue to do that. So with that in mind, we're going out and we're building a game that has a very level playing field. That is super important to me. It's super important to the team. When we launch, we're only going to have cosmetics for sale in the store. Over the next several years, the game is going to grow and grow and grow, and we're going to see where that takes us.
And I will say, last year you guys put out this alpha, and sometimes I feel like alphas come out and they're just marketing events and the game is kind of coming out anyways. You did the alpha and then really went in and have spent the past year retooling a lot of aspects of the game, pushed it a whole year based on the community feedback, really, right?
We took it to heart, and I hope it comes through for everyone when they see and hear what we're showing. Like I said, we revamped the combat, the crafting, the spawn system. We've added all of this new mid and end game content, all because of what we heard from people in the preview and in the alpha. So yeah, we're trying to, it's really important to us to watch, listen, and actually absorb what people are saying and then try to show that in the software.
No, and this is, new IP from, Amazon, studio that's just getting into a lot of this stuff. Like, I think it's a huge endeavor, and I think a tribute to you and the team that you guys have built this. And this summer, it's finally time. It's looking great. So beta coming in July, right?
July 20th, yep.
July 20th, and then release August 31st. So
for sure.
The summer of New World after many, many years. And I know it hasn't been easy this past year, especially to develop the game. So thanks to you and the team for inviting us in, although all the teams at home, you and I are hanging out here, but they're working hard, and we can't wait to check out the game, New World. Thanks again, Scott. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I swear, if that's it, I'm going to cry. I go wash my hands. Probably Geiger.
I mean, it was pretty good. There's a lot of information in there.
It is it. That was it? No.
Yeah, looks like that's it.
I have played more.
No way. That was it? Oh, man. Can we confirm? That was it.
Hi there, I'm Scott.
Damn. That's all they're going to basically talk about today.
And have a full,
I mean, they did
awesome
give us some
experience
good
without ever
information,
kicking the
some
people
good
in the
talking
box.
points about that.
Right. Yeah, that's
One of the big things that came out was talking about the transparency in terms of like
yeah.
with the alpha players and making changes. And I'll be honest with
What's for
like how much I've
dinner?
been following it. It's very true. They've been asking like full detailed like question answer responses to a lot of these alpha players and ask them like I think one of the questions I remember is what was it? It was, should we incorporate more content into the existing zones or develop a new zone? Like things like that, which I thought are pretty. It's odd to ask players that, especially like alpha players. They're not official like corporate testers, but I really like that they're looking for that kind of feedback because it means that there's a lot of potential like growth, not just like as a community separate from the developers, but kind of like more talking back and forth, which a lot of people want that kind of relationship, especially with games that they're going to love and put in the time with. You want that open communication, and I think that's really cool. And if they do more things like that in the future, especially after launch, it's only going to help them.
I agree. I'm going to bring the New World logo in here so that way if anybody asks a question, like, is this a New World talk? I'll put it down here so that way they know that we're talking about New World. One of the things that stood out to me, because I've done a lot of research on my own, and all of this deep dive talk that we just heard of from the Summer Game Fest was already public knowledge. It was just scattered throughout the land. Like, you would have to go to Reddit, you had to go to Google, you'd have to go to Twitter profiles, you'd have to hear it from Sir Medieval himself. Sir Medieval is a YouTuber that I actually was watching all of his content. He's been following since the beginning of time and has been having access to it, even the alpha. And he announced it himself in a 40-minute video. They just condensed it down to 18 minutes, very clear, concisely, so we can actually understand why the game wasn't released last year, why they believe they are doing a good job of delivering a game based on community feedback. Of course, everybody has their own opinions of why they think the game is never up to par in their standards. You saw a lot of the chat that we saw on the YouTube channel. I left that on so that way I can understand the mindset of the players. Everybody's worried about pay to win. And why is that a problem? Why are they afraid of this? And there's a lot of announcements about how they were going about it. Asmongold made a Twitter post about how they're looking for a WoW killer, like the neckbeards come, and like all that kind of behavior. And in my opinion, I don't have the solutions. I don't have the answers. But if you're looking at World of Warcraft, where you purchase the product for $40 and then you're paying $15 a month for a subscription, they're not doing a subscription model. They're doing a single payment of a game, and you own it indefinitely until the next expansion. So where do they make their money in between? How do they pull off what WoW is doing monthly? They're doing it free. So they have to make some money in between. They can't keep the servers up with a one-time purchase. So they have to go down a path to make that income back. They've hired an incredible amount of people on their staff. They brought in Andy Seitz from Rogue Planet Games, from RPG, to Amazon Game Studios. They also grabbed Chris, who was the head of RPG when Andy Seitz announced Dorella and Chris. They also grabbed him. And they have John Smedley, who made or created or focused on head of development, whatever the title is at that time. I'm sorry, John Smedley, I don't know your title at the time when you were with SOE, for Planetside 2 Original. So I see a lot of Planetside 2 elements in this game. I see this a three-way faction war. Hey, Planetside 2 is a three-way faction war. I see territories. I see the hex designs that we saw in Planetside 2 when it originally started, not lattice structures. So John Smedley did put a lot of effort to bringing a three-way faction war that really is successful in Planetside 2 into this game as well. The castle sieges are not three-way faction war. It's a one-on-one between two different factions. Whoever that owns more influence in that hex will have a chance to be able to take that castle. If you guys want to get a sneak peek about what I'm talking about when it comes to this kind of content, this kind of play, let me go and actually play a VOD for you. Give me 1 second. Oh, that is awesome, man. Thank you so much. I won't be able to basically show any of the stuff that I'm receiving via DMs about images. But I'd love to watch it afterwards because that is probably hard NDA information that I don't want to share. But let's go ahead and give you guys a little sneak peek about what I've been looking at and VODs that I'm looking forward to share with you guys here today. So here is this VOD. Where is it? Yog sent me. There it is. New World Touring Reekwater. So here is a little sample about kind of like in Planetside 2, you guys have your map and what to expect out of each and every single zone. This is just Reekwater and what to expect when you actually play in the game. And so let's go ahead and basically just a little deep dive of that one. I thought they were going to do deep dives like this, but I guess we'll make our own personal deep dive. That was my expectations wrong. Here it is.
Today we travel to the boggy swamps of Reekwater, a lonely place haunted by treachery and death, and named for its pervasive, sickeningly sweet stench.
Hold on one second. Arshee, let's talk about New World. Chat, there's a door and we'll share a shower. Take it or leave it. What's going on? Let's talk about New World. I'm going to basically change the title right now to Let's Talk About New World. Thank you for telling me to change my title.
Entering Reekwater from the west, you will stumble into Mosswater Bog,
So
a
how
dark,
much do you think
dank
the
fishing village, home to some of the most
anti-sites had
bloodthirsty lost in
feedback on
Eternum.
the faction war
Inexperienced travelers
setup?
accidentally crossing from Windswood
a good
should
question.
tread carefully.
Let's bring
as
it right
these
after this YouTube
restless
video. Let's
souls
talk
will
about it.
tear an unwary wanderer limb from limb. Head further east, and you'll arrive at the region's main settlement, Reekwater Hamlet. Those that have taken up residence in the region have built their homes high in the twisting trees and branches, and you'll need to keep a close eye on your map if you want to safely navigate this labyrinth. Take some respite from the harsh wastelands at the inn. Craft yourself some strong gear at the tool stations, and when you're ready, head over to the town hall to see how you can help out. Headman Onizaka is desperately seeking assistance for dealing with the Siren Queen, thought to be the source of Reekwater's unrelenting haunts. You should give Onizaka's proposal some serious consideration before setting out, however. The Siren Queen has set up her throne in the spire of Melpomene, and you'll have to wade through an army of lost to reach her. To the south of the region, you'll find Reekwater Fort, one of the most imposing and well-protected structures across Eternum. Turrets line almost every wall of this place, and invading forces will need to make use of the plentiful cover if they want to get within shooting distance of it. But the rear of the fort appears to have a few weak points that could be exploited by some intrepid attackers. If you're traveling the north of Reekwater Hamlet, look out for the Eternal Pools. This area is home to some awe-inspiring architecture, along with an army of dryads who will stop at nothing to keep you out.
This is so sick.
Approach the Eternal Pools from the south, and you'll find what our explorers have called the Lazarus Instrumentality Expedition. You'll need to gather a strong party of warriors to take this on, but the treasures that lie beyond its gates will surely be worth your efforts. Evil spirits may dominate much of Reekwater, but its wildlife can be just as lethal. To the south, you'll find lush wilds, home to a bounty of wildlife. Be particularly cautious of the Myaloops, which will chase you to the ends of the earth to take you down. Even the goats here can become exceptionally violent when provoked. It's not all death and dryads, however. Explorers in search of something even more exotic should search Lambent Muskag, an otherworldly oasis with luminous flora and fauna, most of which wants you dead. But the true treasures of Reekwater lie in its vast rivers, swamps, and beaches, where the bravest of fishers have found treasures incomparable to the rest of Eternum. Grandmaster Fisher Machera may be able to tell you more if you can convince him that you're worthy of his time. And if you do find yourself in search of
look, it's
fish,
Mofker.
bring a sturdy pair of boots. There's no doubt that Reekwater holds some of the harshest country in all of Eternum. But for those willing to wade through the swamps and dryads, there are plentiful treasures to get your hands on, with rare plants to harvest and plentiful fishing spots to cast your line at. You certainly won't go empty-handed, if you're ever able to leave, that is.
I'm sorry, Sam. That wasn't me that made that goat sound. Like, you were the other goat. What? There was another goat that made a sound effect from another person? So yeah, I want to basically, I want to tour all the different lands that is available. There's a lot of New World touring zones. That's my opinion of a deep dive, just more in depth. They were very clear, concise, straight to the point in what they were building upon from last year, what we played, and what we're going to be able to play on July 20th. All of you who are currently watching and all the community that is going to watch this in the future, this is New World. This is the graphics. This is the intensity. This is the lore. I don't know what you're interested in. I'm going to be heavily interested in like World's first play. What is the PvP like? I hope there's no pay to win. Pay for convenience is going to probably exist because they need to make money. But how much money is it enough to basically destroy your game? There are a lot of people already on the team talking about it, giving their opinions, and I trust those people that are doing their best from the YouTube aspect, who have been invited to the New World staff to talk about the game and be able to apply themselves. They have shown me that they're above and beyond. So I trust that they're actually putting in all the notes and tidbits that I would personally enjoy out of a MMORPG. It would have been nice to play an MMORPG like we did back in the day and do a specific quest, get that quest armor, and you showcase that, hey, I killed this NPC. Let's imagine this world boss or mini boss. I killed it. I got its skull's on my head. You only get one of those items at a 20% drop rate, and then everybody's hunting that to at least showcase we are the ones that either control this mini boss, or we are the ones that are wearing, or I'm the one that defeated it, and it's so rare. And that's a cosmetic item that doesn't need to have any stats attached to it. It's more like a representation of, hey, we're badass. And then, of course, drop gold, so that way you can compensate for the amount of freaking equipment and potions that we have to use just to kill the damn thing. But I don't want it to be so severe of like, let's imagine you buy cosmetics that have plussed up gear in the beginning. Or let's imagine you want to do other aspects of that. You guys have seen other video games like in Lineage, where it's like so many pay to win options where you can actually buy an item just to craft your items more successful, or other pay to win options that you see on your cell phone. From what I've heard, they are not bringing a pay to win option that is so severe that we all know of. What I've heard is fast travel is considered paid for convenience in 2022 that they're thinking about bringing out, and as well as battle passes, very similar to what you see in Call of Duty, where you can opt into a battle pass, but there's a free version as well. If you play within the month, they say that you can collect everything that is in the battle pass. The battle pass subscription is going to help those who do not have the time to basically do it. What's in there? A lot of cosmetics, emotes, and effects. So I don't really know what it looks like until actually July 20th that comes out, or I get invited earlier. But if I'm signed an NDA, I can't explain it. But I'm hoping, knock on wood, like all of you are, that they don't do any of these pay-to-win features, because everyone is going to cancel this game if it does have that feeling. Now, there are players out there who will whale. It's a fact. They make enough money or they don't. They love whaling. They like to be ahead. And once that happens, let me go back to the screen so I can bring Boba Fett in here. Once that happens, then what's going to happen is we're, as players, going to see the whales outpace us, and then we're going to stop playing. And after we stop playing, guess what's going to happen after that? The whales will stop playing, and the game's dead. And so it's always fun until they make it unfun. So making sure they don't make that difference happen. But I understand the aspect of pay for convenience, such as XP potions, rested XP, signing up for a month for benefits for a new player who needs that boost so they can keep up with the end game. That way they can join their friends.
SebiWebs.TV is now supporting the family with a tier 1 sub. Thanks to @Device12 for my sub gift.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sebi Webs from the AAA family. Not only a handsome gentleman, he also eats wabu tofu. He's our Asian brother from another mother. He is high energy, extreme. He loves basically playing hardcore games like Dark Souls, and he jacks off to one of his main characters, Leon. Leon just can't stop holding himself together. So if you guys want to see what Leon does in Resident Evil, you should go check him out. He will scream at you. He will ban you live on stream if you don't follow him. So make sure you give him a follow right now before he bans you. I don't know if that makes any sense. But yes, we're talking about New World here. This game is very similar to having a Dark Souls feeling because you have to dodge everything and actually aim your attack. So this is an MMORPG that has those elements that I think Sebi really enjoys. He's played a game for like 3 hours just doing one boss, constantly getting clapped. And every single time he gets a clap, he goes like this. Let's read some chats. So yeah, that's Sebi Webs for you guys. I'm just kidding. He's also, it's also 8 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm slowly waking up with some coffee. Cheers to you, brother. It's good to see you. Confirm, Arshie. Is this free to play? It is not free to play. You have to purchase the game for $40. And Mopker, thanks for asking that question. Let's read some chats. Yes, so this game is going to be free to play after purchasing the game. But if you want to have cosmetics and other items that are in effect of their battle pass, that is going to cost money. I don't know if they're going to have a free option on the battle pass, like you see in Call of Duty that they have their own battle pass for the free option. But I think they're going to bring in XP tokens, XP items, fast teleport in 2022. That's their announcement that made. The game comes out on August 31st. That is in 2021. It's coming out for anybody who pre-ordered July 20th. Those of you who know me from a younger generation version of me knows that I am pretty intense when it comes to MMOs and how many people I can organize and dominate the server. If you're watching right now, clearly that when Arshie's invested in something, I go pretty intense about it. But in this specific game, I don't have my crew that I had back when I was younger, when I was 15 all the way till 22, like where I just no-lifed it all day. But I'm building a new crew from all the communities that I can think of, every tryhard that I can find. And that is the new crew that is going to basically start the new era of ArsheeTV, including the guild name that we're basically aiming for, a community or company called The Order. Every one of our streamers who want to actually stream in The Order is going to basically we're going to aim for a stream team. We're going to basically honor every single player who's in this guild called The Order. The only rule I have is you have to leave PvP on because I want our content, our company name to be known as a PvP guild. And if you're in the guild, PvP has to be on. If you're not in the guild, you can do whatever you want. But at a caveat, for those who like to play casually, Mofker, I love you to death. I want you to play. It'd be awesome. You can actually enjoy. Everybody can enjoy this game while having The Order back you up. That means if you're a streamer in the New World, in the Order, and one of your community members gets killed by somebody out on the outside, tell them to take a screenshot. We will all, as streamers, put a bounty on their head. And the only way to take the bounty off of our stream is if they apologize to the person they killed. And we'll make it really known how severe and how intense we are. So we will hunt down anybody from our community who wants to enjoy a casual pacing. We will rip and tear everyone in this entire server apart. If they decide to touch our community members who are not in the Order, they made their own guild. As long as they're watching our content and they're being a part of our communities and part of our streams, we're there to support all the streamers and their communities. And that's the way I want to make this new style MMO for myself, to make it fun for our community members who are watching, to say, I got the backing of the Order, and we're there to basically support them at all calls. Maybe the first month will be very difficult to make that adjustment because we're going for worlds first. Everybody's sprinting. But after the first month or two, when we're at least at max level and we're doing other things and you guys get harassed, we can send a team of people over there to you to clap anybody in sight. And it'll be legendary for you. And we can proxy voice chat and I can shoutcast them basically sitting there saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Order has arrived. Mocker has delivered the package to us. We're coming upstairs in 3, 2. You can see that the enemy's gonna start shaking. It'll be hilarious. It'll be good times. Mad Cat's good to see you, my dude. I saw you in there earlier in chat. I hope you basically that was not the deep dive I was expecting. I know all the information that they stated in that entire deep dive. I've been following New World pretty heavily. If you're still around and you want to actually have a chance to basically say your piece on this, I don't know how much about New World you know. I'd love to have it. You come in the voice chat. Anybody who actually knows about New World or has more in depth about it, I'd love to have you come in. But if you were invited to the alpha right now and you've signed an NDA, please do not join this channel and basically give any leaks out. That is my fault for inviting you, and it's not your fault. It was more my fault if you actually said anything that is happening in the game right now. Only out of respect for the company, for inviting anybody who's going to join the alpha, that information should not be public, even through my channel. But yeah, other than that, there's a lot to go. Count me in. Time to pre-order New World. That's what I'm talking about. Sam Slays TV in the house from B-Way, making it happen. How many people in chat are actually... Sorry, I'll stop. I wasn't even paying attention to chat earlier. Let's read some chats. Confirm, please. Did I confirm it? Mofker, that this game is going to be just a one-time purchase, and then every expansion after that you will have to purchase if you want to enjoy expanded material. Lol, you could pay to fast travel. Okay, I'll stop. You son of a... will you buy it for me? Derek Nubbles, you beautiful son of a... Go wash your hands. Paid game with additional payments on top of it. That's going to be big yikes for me, dog. Either go free to play or pay in advance faster, or just straight up ask for $60 and cut off that stuff. Yep, exactly, Mofker. So what's happening is we buy the game for $40 and that's it. The other stuff that you see that is pay in the future on 2022 might have pay for convenience like fast travel and XP. But other than that, that's all I know that they were saying paid for convenience on the Twitter page that they wish to implement, but they're still in talks about. Their cosmetic items that they wish to buy, all that other stuff is not as severe as the cosmetic stuff that I saw from Endgame. Arshee Intense, no. Mina can tell you, son of I asked Arshee like me more. What is going on between Baba Geiger and Dark Devils? Oh my god. Let me go back down, skimming through the facts. If you guys want me to basically read a comment from yours, make sure you put at my name and I'll read that comment, or at GG Bodofet if you want to say something in chat so they can at your name, Bodo, for a question towards you. Never pay attention to chat. Let's face it. I swear to God. Lady, you... No. I did say that. Mina, I love you, girl. You know that. She's my sensei. If you don't know, Mina Katana is my sensei. Anyways. I think it's chat that throws him so much. Yes, dude, you guys go in so many different tangents. I did the playtest. I grinded it pretty hard. Hope they fixed the hatchet build issue. They did, actually, Mad Cat. They did fix the hatchet issue where you're immune. There was a VOD by Sir Medieval that I watched, and they completely nerfed the reuse rate of being invincible to giving you a different aspect of the hatchet. It's like, yes, it got nerfed. You can't sit there and do some cheapy tactics that you were on top of the castle siege and sitting on the defensive point and being immune to damage. Instead, they made it to where when you activate that skill, you'll have the ability to be non-staggered, and you'll have like healing effects at the end of that berserk ability. You'll get 30% more health. You can chain combo that into another skill that you get from Sword Shield, so you can be pretty damn tanky between the two of them. But you're not immune to damage anymore. Only two of us only knows here. Isn't it Laughing Coffin? Oh, Laughing Coffin is awesome. I think Laughing Coffin will be there. Dude, that is from Attack. I mean, no. Sword Art Online. That was good stuff. Good times. All right, so no, I almost messed up. It was Sword Art Online. No. I thought I just totally screwed up. Boba Fett. How much? Based on what I basically saw that you were trying to talk about earlier, you said how much do you think Andy Sites had influence on the game? To go back.
Yeah, because I remember watching those graphics of like all the different factions and splits, and like the first thing that popped in my head was like, oh, I see a red and a gold color, and I think I saw, what was it, blue?
Blue. And
Yeah.
so I don't think that was influenced by Andy Seitz based off me playing the preview last year. He was a part of RPG at the time when we were going full time together in Planetside when you guys saw me there. When he joined New World, that was already established a three-way faction war. I believe that had to do with John Smelly and their team, for sure. I think Andy Seitz's influence is going to come down to the skill sets that he has from all the years. His incredible resume that expresses a deep sense of video games, and they're going to bring him on to either manage or to apply his knowledge to the next levels of how to manage a game in the same skills that he's been a part of. So it's going to be epic to see Andy Seitz's career improve to the next degree, as well as what he's going to influence in New World, which I think I'm very fortunate to say I'm playing the same game with a very good executive producer that was a part of RPG. It's very rare to get a chance to play a game where you know that developer who's going to be a part of that team. Is going to make me very happy to have a family member a part of that experience when I go full time with the New World. Let's see what else is going on. Chat, if you guys have any questions about New World, there's another Touring Eternum Windward that is available to you. So I'll clarify one last statement. It's a single purchase, and then it's free for you to play as long as there's no expansions. If you wish to pay into the other aspects of it, there is no pay-to-win option. It's a convenience option. So I'll explain to you guys what the fast travel is so you guys can understand more about it and how you can abuse it. And I'm the type of person that looks for glitches, that looks for advances in the game that exist within the game. I don't try to bring external software to basically advance. I look for what the game and how I can break it. And the reason for it is because it's really fun for me, but I don't try to hurt other people in the process. I just like to find those things and make it public. I'm streaming it for the love of God so you guys can see it. But I also like to use it until they decide to change it. But if it is a statement in there saying that if you find a glitch that is basically, game breaking, I'm not going to use that thing. That's ridiculous. But let's assume fast travel as an example. When fast travel is going to be offered as a paid coin and also can be obtained in the game, there's let's say a resource, let's say certifications that you guys know, certs, and then you guys know the guild product called Merit. There's another one called Azoth. And Azoth can be used for crafting to improve your actual quality of your items. And as you kill monsters, you get Azoth to teleport with. And that's what you use to fast travel. And you will have an abundance of it. You'll practically be brimming to the top of your cup of Azoth. You can't get rid of it when you get to the end game. You're just getting it all day. But those who are starting out want to go and fast travel, they won't be having Azoth in the beginning. So that's going to be benefiting them to move from one place to the other. Here's how you can abuse it. Markets on towns will have, let's say there's a town. It's very difficult to explain this in Planetside 2 sense. So I want you to imagine your towns in any game you've played. Any main starting town and then the next town and the next town is going to help you understand that when you can teleport from one town to the next unlimited based on pay to win, pay to convenience, you can see what can you take advantage of by doing that. A, you can get to bosses faster than anybody else. You can harass anybody across the continent. If you have a whole team basically paying for convenience, you're just going to see that team everywhere around the world because pay for convenience exists, while the other teams who are sitting there trying to compete against them that don't pay for that product will be really optimized to focusing on the Northern Territory where the end game materials, while that team who is paying for that product is everywhere killing everyone. And so you can get a sense of how that pay for fast travel can exist in the PvP world. Now, let's talk about the next aspect is auction house. Each town has its own personal auction house. So if there is a pay for convenience item like fast travel, they're going to take advantage of teleporting to every single town to pick up that specific necklace and then price hike it up. And they'll own the market. They'll increase the value of a product that was traditionally very cheap to then more expensive. So let's imagine it's for 1 gold and you're selling it for 100 gold. They're going to pick up all those 1 gold items and resell at 100. And they'll make every one of those necklace items that you wished you could have picked up for cheap because they didn't know the price of it. they're going to pick it all up themselves, and that one person's going to basically, resell it at a higher cost because he has pay for convenience fast travel. Those are the real things I'm telling you that I actually know about, that I'm still willing to play the game, not because it's like, oh, this is such a great idea. It's because it's got a lot more benefits in the game than these little negative detriments. I can talk about all the positives all day. I just want to make sure you guys know these are the negatives we're facing, not the negatives you see from a lot of Asia-based gaming, where you literally can get an item to pay for that only exists in the paste shop to give you a 20% higher success rate on an item craft. That is a definition of pay to win. Like, it's just, you're getting an item that is from a paid store that you can never obtain other than that paid store. None of that exists in New World. And so there is no real true pay to win item in there. Everything can obtain in the game, but how much can we obtain compared to somebody who wishes to pay for convenience and outdo somebody who's in the game? But they verbally said the person who's at end game can obtain the same amount as somebody who wishes to pay, and you can't use as much as a person who can pay for convenience. I'm like, I don't think you really know tryhards well, if that's the case. So if it comes out, hopefully I'm an influencer at a scale that they're willing to listen to let them know how to abuse this product. And they listen to it early on, because this game can be canceled by the community, not only from Twitch, but from the world, if it has feelings that players like myself can abuse it and destroy the world with it. And so that's something that I want to make sure it's said clearly about how they can basically update that to not make it a problem. Here's an example of one update. Fast travel, put it on cooldown on the pay to convenience item, and put it on a cooldown on the pay for or on the Azoth product as well. So that way you can't spam more than you can obtain as a player who plays the game for 4 hours. So an example of that is that you can't do more than 4 hours of grinding. So the person who's doing 4 hours of grinding can get max teleport in a single day, versus somebody who doesn't have the time to grind for 4 hours, wishes just to teleport to town to do auction house farming, and that's it. So that way it doesn't become a spammable fest of who can pay more than the other person or who can play more than the other person to obtain that product. Put cooldowns on it, preventing them from basically overspending, and that way they can make money for those who don't play the game fully, and that way the people who play the game can obtain the same amount that somebody would pay for. That way the pay for convenience option exists. Here's EXP as a problem. If EXP at level 20 on each item, your weapon, your sword, your shield, your bow, becomes another issue, such as, let's imagine that everybody is not level 20 on every single item. I've played this game. Levels don't matter. That's something I want to make sure it's clear. I was level 20 killing level 60 people, all because of the Planetside 2 coordination behaviors. That means every single time I played Planetside 2 and I coordinated a 48-man platoon or 12-man squad, you can outplay anybody as long as you give them the right orders and positioning and awareness of what to basically focus on, who do we need to remove, and who are the threats. And when I say threats, memorizing your enemies, understanding who's doing the most DPS on their side and shutting them down. The moment that they're out of the fight, their coordination is gone. The moment you get rid of their main DPSs, there's no way they can kill you. And if you just get rid of their healers, vice versa. God knows whoever the threat is, we focus on that threat and work together and time it. And so that's something that I've seen at level 20 that we did against level 60s, and we won. So levels don't really matter. Getting XP tokens honestly doesn't matter. But if a level 60, let's say a level 20 weapon is going to be the difference between getting that last skill, which is not true. At level 10, you can get the last skill, and you can basically sub into two different freaking, spec trees. Maybe it's 15 now. Long story short, I don't think levels matter. So if they're getting EXP tokens, they're helping those who clearly need it because they don't have the time, because we're older now and we have a full-time job. If it is something that doesn't break the game, if the grind is not so severe. If the grind is severe, this can really break the game by giving XP tokens for those who are going to basically pay to advance faster. So from what I'm played, EXP is not a problem. I can mob train and get to max level very quickly. It's more about the end game content and the dungeons, the gear, the crafting. And so if you guys want to know what that means there's going to be PvP for mining. There's going to be mining zones that people are literally waiting for mines to respawn, and you're PvPing and killing everyone for the mine. That's something weird. You would traditionally PvP for XP zones. You're PvPing for resource positioning and control. And you're utilizing the PvP sessions to then take over castle territory. It's going to be really cool. It'll be really fun to explain all this in the future. But other than that, let's go read some chats. You mean harasser. When you pull harasser again, Archie. Oh my god.
To play devil's advocate though on everything that you said, even with the little information that we do know about the cash shop, because I believe the only thing that they have said is cosmetics and I believe resource gain mechanics. I don't know the proper wordage that they use, but because we don't know the price and what you get out of it, but the extent of it, do you think it's too early to start overreacting and get outraged? Because like this is like a huge topic with this game. A lot of people have been covering it. A lot of popular people have been covering it, like Asmongold and other like big current content creators that are covering the game, like Sir Medieval and a few others. I just forget their name.
Yeah.
Do you think that it is a bit of a slight overreaction for the community? Because to be honest, we don't really know the extent of what is coming.
One of the things I can say.
Actually, I have one thing to add to that too, to also think about. Most developers wait a month or two after the game has fully been released to add a cash shop or a battle pass.
They're waiting about 4 months to add one.
After the game releases?
They said in 2022, the most earliest time they're going to add a pay for convenience feature will be when they add that product. Now, that means we got 4 months to play before they add an EXP token or they add pay for convenience items like fast travel. Those were the two items they verbally said that they're willing to do, and cosmetics. And what we're trying to do, not me personally, because I don't have that much influence over the game, as these content creators like Sir Medieval and other people like Asmongold have, is saying, don't add those. Don't add cosmetics either. And give us a game that we can play from the start to finish and have a WoW killer. And I'm thinking to myself, if you want a WoW killer, you got to do the subscription model, and that's it. That's the only way you're going to make money is subscriptions. But the way New World sees it is we're in 2021. Everybody is used to doing, battle, whatever you want to call that thing from Call of Duty, battle passes, and also Fortnite, and all these other games like Apex. Everybody's used to it. So adapt into the new world, adapt into the new generation and do a battle pass. Don't do subscription models because everybody does not do subscriptions. World of Warcraft's the last one who does the subscription-based model. But what do we put in the battle pass? What do we put in this new world pass? Cosmetics, emotes, banners, GIF effects, and skins, I guess. Cosmetics as skins. Now, how much of that is going to be, ruining the in-game skins? They showed images of it that doesn't look like it takes that much of a difference. It looks like the in-game gear. It looks better than the cosmetic gear sometimes. You might be able to buy a suit and tie and a wedding dress from paying for cosmetic. And that, I think, would be awesome to have to, enjoy in-game, RPing and stuff. And that's where we can build a history with each other and actually experiences where we can actually watch somebody who just got married in our guild or company to reestablish that same feeling in the game for them. That's something that will build memories forever for us. And I know it sounds weird to say that from a hardcore player like me. I was just trying to showcase that, which you haven't seen yet. But I think those are, in itself, priceless. Experiencing those memories with your friends. So it's hard to say all this stuff without, having the game fully out to see what they're going to push for. But hopefully they understand if there is a way to abuse something, hopefully somebody on their team knows how that abusing behavior is going to exist, so it doesn't push the player base like ourselves to not enjoy it after a month or two. But I'm willing to take the time to play on July 20th. My direct approach to the game is going to be very simple. the community from from let's say every game I played, Planetside 2 to Disintegration to Scavengers to every single gaming community that I know of from the past, like Lineage 2 and Ragnarok Online. I'm contacting everybody that I can imagine that I know can put in the time. There are some that were incredible players that just can't do it anymore because of their real life takes over and they know the addiction that exists. But for those who can make it, who want to play, I'm looking at those people to say, come join me and let's basically make a new adventure together. Let's make new memories together like we did when we were younger. And let's take over the world one step at a time. But to be able to make that come true, I also have to recruit everyone I see in sight like I did back when I was a kid. That means every single person that we see in New World will have a new tag called a new member, whatever we want to call it. Those who join me before July 20th will be the founding members where I know that you guys are secured. You guys have a spot. You've been a part of the ArsheeTV community. You know what I'm capable of. But those who I invite from the game will be a new member, like you do in your own personal ranks in Planetside. I'm going to mass recruit everyone. And the reason for that is that everybody who's in July 20th is somewhat serious. Not saying severely. I would say they're somewhat serious. They invest in the game. They like it. I need to recruit those players before August 31st gets released. That means our enemies that we kill on July 20th, all the way till August 31st, I'm going to ask them to come join. Now, you only can have 100 members compared to Planetside. We have like 12,000 members or 5,000 members in your outfit. This only 100. So not everybody's going to be having a chance to be in the guild or a company. It doesn't mean you can't do company-based activities. Doesn't mean that we won't support you. And so we might start a second one in the future with our alts, so that way you can have New World Order 2, whatever you want to call it. The Order 2, whatever you want to call it. And so that's an example of how to grow from the Order 2, like Elway does it for B-Way. And we can help those individuals know that if they put in the time and energy, they can actually join the main guild. And those who are at AFK and those who are not applying themselves as much as those in the actual sub-guild will be moved down to the sub-guild, vice versa. We don't want to get rid of anybody, but we have to put in the active players into the main company. It's just common sense. And if you don't understand that and that hurts you because you put in a crap ton of time and then you just go AFK for a month without letting us know, or understanding communication is key over here, then there's nothing I can do. But as an organizer, as a leader for New World, I want to make sure you guys have plenty of knowledge as to how I want to run this and aiming towards a meritocracy behavior. People who put in the time and effort will be, highly utilized, and so on and so forth. So it's going to be really fun. Arshee,
so are you excited for the PvP?
Yes, I'm extremely excited.
That's something I've been analyzing like crazy, and I'm just wondering, what do you think of, first of all, no telegraphs, which is really nice. I like that. It's more skill based, and also the range and type of weapons that they have. Do you think that right now it's okay, or do they need to add more stuff?
For PvP?
Yeah, for PvP.
The only thing I think they needed to add is they do need to put in a kill-death ratio somehow. They need to show who's the ones that are PvPing in the world for that 24-hour period, 48-hour period.
Like leaderboard system.
They need a leaderboard system like Fisu. They need that because it just gives us a reason to try harder for no reason. It gives us our own personal accomplishments. I know people that are literally so stressed that they don't have a 6.0 KD. Like, that's not bestowed upon anybody but themselves. They've created this algorithm in their head that say, if I'm not 6.0 KD when I kill this person, they Google my name, I'm not good enough. I have to have 6.0, and then I can kill more people that are the top dogs to say I'm the top dog. And so to them, it's so important to have that KD. To me, I don't care about KD. KD's not a big problem. Because if I want to try hard, I can try hard today. If I want to basically just chill and hang out with my friends, I can. But if I'm stuck to a 6.0 KD, I'm just going to stress out every single second if I die. That's not the way I want to play the game. But that's a sample size to tell you, if you give more information, everybody can have fun there in their own way. And a kill leaderboard will be very, very fortunate. You'll know who the PvPers are. You'll respect those people who are at the top. When you see their name and they show up in front of you, it's kind of like a famous person that showed up in front of you. It gives you that nostalgia feeling to say, I actually spoke to that person. Oh my God, he just killed 7 people in front of me, versus, oh, that guy's a fluke. It shows on the leaderboard he's not just a fluke, or she's not. And that gives you an idea. Everyone has a chance to basically hit that leaderboard number. It's not just one person. And it doesn't have to be leaderboard based on kill death ratio. It can also be leaderboard based on fishing. It could be leaderboard based on crafting. It could be leaderboard based off of dungeon entrances and completions. Everything and everything leaderboard wise. So we can have fun to see who are the ones that are your tryhards and who are the ones that are enjoying the casual aspects of the game. And so,
oh yeah, it helps the community stay growing and give life to it, right? Because there's always competition, new people coming in, keeping the grind, or the constant, like, I need to be in the top 10 sort of mentality.
yeah.
Or just to try something new or different. Like, I think that's like one of the big things is people probably look at leaderboards and say, hey, I want to be on there, so I want to try more PvP, or I want to join. Are they officially called corporations? Is that's what guilds are
Company.
called?
They're
Companies.
called
I
companies.
want to join a company and learn from like the best PvPers, or like a guild that's willing to learn new PvPers, stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think it would help with the game if you add that. I haven't seen that feature in all the videos I've watched or the research I've done. I haven't seen if that's in the game, but I think that's something that you should definitely look into.
I think if they were able to apply that, it's something that Planetside 2 needs dearly. It gives you an opportunity to advertise your company in a way that they know what to join and what they want to be a part of. Sadly, I don't think we're gonna have a problem with that. I know it sounds like I'm being super cocky, but we're advertising ourselves not only through our streamer market, but through VODs, through YouTube videos, and the amount of advertisement we're willing to put out there for our community that actually goes and kills all the top streamers that actually wishes to stream against us. And that's what's going to create that movement, that drive, that excitement for us personally to attract those who want a PvP. But now, if you didn't do any of that advertisement, you want to find players to join you, they do need to have an outfit or a company in-depth search guide, so you can select new player experience, PvP oriented, all that different stuff, with additional features to at least let them know that Discord is a place that needs to be advertised, as well as TeamSpeak for comms. Because I know that the proxy voice chat exists, and that's something I'm looking forward to more than anything in the world for New World. I keep doing that.
It's a blessing and a curse. Don't lie, it's a blessing and a curse.
I am more excited about it than the curse, to be honest. Because if you think about the curse aspect, yeah, they can run up to you and drop the N bomb. They could be super toxic and disrespectful, or they can destroy your ears with music.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I do agree that exists. But from what I heard, that they're going to basically support with Twitch integration, you can Twitch advertise yourself in the game, first of its kind, where they're going to literally show off the streamer's platform and their stream name on your character itself. That's awesome. And when you die to that person, there'll be a splash screen to explain more about it. As well as if you decide to go and be toxic towards one of those streamers, you can utilize that clip of that toxic behavior from that player to report them. And so it's an RTMP server on Twitch, which means you can't edit these VODs on Twitch. So if you send them that clip, it is an unedited VOD that was raw footage from that player, which is very cool. And so it gives you an example that, you don't want to use proxy voice chat and be an idiot around streamers, because everything you say will be held against you. And you'll lose your account, which is going to be terrible. So
I have an interesting question for you on top of that, though.
Yeah.
Is are you looking, because you'll be in PvP and there's going to be a lot of people, like, you want to focus mainly around PvP, because there's going to be a lot of people that are either they're going to kill you or you're going to kill them. Are you looking to surround yourself with people that are going to want to like go into the more competitive 1v1 or like large massive groups, because in this game you can get either a 1v1, 1v5, 1vx situations, or you can do massive 50 on 50s, organized or unorganized as it looks like. What is it that you're trying to, what's your idea of seeing in the future?
So I need to be able to manage both aspects, not just one, because I do need to be able to have a team of 50 organized players who are on call for those castle sieges. I want to make sure we have our own personal 50. You can have up to 100 people in the company. I know that you can have. So the way this castle sieges work is when the territory gets pushed by a single faction, then you can announce a fight that will be displayed in 1 week or 2 weeks worth of time. Our attacking team will go after A, B, and C points, and then the main capture zone in the castle. Very similar to Planetside 2, guys. Literally this definition of Planetside 2, where you stand in the capture zones. Instead of Planetside 2 giving you a circle, it shows you where to stand in New World. In Planetside 2, you just show up and it hovers up all of a sudden. Would have been nice if they did the same thing as New World to give you an idea where to stand. But again, I'm not going to. Yeah, it comes down to the visuals of an FPS shooter that they want to basically put in versus a MMORPG that you see here. So going back on track about 50 versus 1v1s. I need a 50-man team, plus, of course, over 100 players to be available from our own kin from the Order to be able to play at a standard that I believe we can win every fight. Now, I also need my own group of 5-man teams. That means we will be a 5-man team running around, clapping fools as much as possible, or grinding at our designated locations. When I put a circle on the map on our private Discord channels that expresses this is the lockdown zone I need for the next 8 hours, our entire team knows to go focus that zone and lock it down and manage that space so we can get all the resources we need without being harassed and kill everybody in sight. And so we can go and basically do extreme crafting, which really forces everybody into a bubble that they're going to start crying because they can't get there because our team.
So here's a good segue off of that then, Archie.
Mm-hmm.
In this game, we know that if you want to get the top end gear, potentially you can get it as a drop, but crafting is going to be very powerful in making sure what you get. In terms of you creating this PvP be the best, you're going to need really high skilled dedicated crafters to support you. Are you just looking for PvPers, or are you looking to round out everything and having people that just want to fish and collect resources and have fun, but also help out and contribute in other ways?
Right.
Or people that just want to mine and play the market, but want to also contribute and help out? Is that also what you're looking for?
I'm looking for players that are just interested in leaving that PvP mark on if you're in the Order. If you can't manage to go and fish on your own and PvP and hold your own, and you get frustrated, this is not for you. I need somebody to know that if you're going to join the Order, you should be self-sufficient in PvP, and you can manage it up to a point where you're going to call upon us because you're getting ganked. If you can't handle a 1v1 situation, you're constantly being harassed, I would probably ask you to untag, play in your own personal company, hang out with us as a community, join our streams. If you get harassed, if we have that time to show up, we'll destroy that person, send the screenshot over. We'll make sure we kill him anytime we see him, and we'll hunt him down and personally let him know to never mess with you again or apologize to you. And so that is something that we want to do as a community for our communities. That was what I was trying to tell you earlier. So if you're joining the Order, you're traditionally going to be mentally prepared to handle PvP at all times. If you're a streamer, you are also mentally prepared to be stream sniped at all times. And so this is going to be very intense. It might nerf us a bit, because PvP is on when you can turn it off when you have to do a mini boss, while the team that is showing up, a 50-man raid team that turned PvP off, can go straight and kill the mini boss and we can't. That's the time where we'll have to turn it off just to kill that mini boss because it's forcing us to do so. And I'll talk to the developers how ridiculous this is that a non-PvP group can go up to this mini boss and take it, unless if this mini boss is designed for the PvE experience and they have mini bosses in the PvP experiences as well. If they gave one for the PvP zones only and as well as PvE zones, I can understand it. But if all the mini bosses are in PvE zones, I'm going to be pretty pissed. Because I do enjoy PvPing for the mini boss, not just the who can click on the boss as fast as they can and who can do the most DPS. But I don't know. I have a plan. Stick with me, and I shall PvP with you 2v1. Lady Lost. I feel like when I never try that feel when I'd never be in the order exactly. So the hardest part about understanding what I want to create is that when you're a streamer, you want to make it entertaining for everybody to watch. And if we left PvE individuals in the stream only, it would make it very clear that, hey, this person can't be hunted down. So if I made the order a clear indicator that you can come stream snipe us, I dare you to try, then constantly we're on our toes, always making calls, and it's very exciting for everybody to watch the stream as well. I took that into account with the decision that I made by making sure everybody has to leave PvP on at all times. And if you clearly can't handle that behavior, we'll have the discussion then if the majority of the outfit thinks, or the company thinks, maybe we need to turn that rule off because it's really nerfing us. And if that's the case, we'll basically go down that path. But overall, I've played this game. I've left PvP on in the preview. I streamed it live. People came to hunt us, and we killed everybody but a level 60 user named Keanu Reeves. So that was tough when we're level 20. Streaming this game when the level 60s existed. I will agree, if you start the game late and you're going to stream and leave PvP on, you are going to be in for hurting. You're going to feel it. It's going to be painful. But if you can at least max out one of your characters, you can handle any of these fights easily. You just need skills. Not skills as far as a player is concerned, the actual skills that come with the weapon. So each weapon you can master. Every single person in this game could be any class they want. As long as you equip the weapon, you have the skills that come with it if you level up the weapon. You have to hit You have to hit NPCs to level up your weapon. In turn, will give you those skills. And you can swap out that weapon for another weapon as it grows stronger with you. You may need the stream delay if you're getting super harassed. You're super right about that, Sam Slay. But one of the cool things about this game is the community that I wish to create. It will give us a reason to try hard. It'll give us a reason to want to collaborate together and beat the crap out of the enemy. And so if I don't have a team of players in the very beginning, I'm going to, again, like I was saying, master recruit when the doors open. I know who the founding members are, like yourself, Sam Slay, and Bodo, and Cedric, an example. I know who my founding members are. And those are the people that are never going to be questioned or kicked. It's about, imagine the new players in New World that I just invited. We just added 100 players. We're going to identify which one of those are the cream of the crop that we want to keep. Who are the right mentality? Who is the ones that are making the right calls? Let's just assume right now somebody joins our guild and says, oh my god, I died, I need help. It's a level 1 player who died to a level 60. I'm like, listen, don't join the order right now. You're level 1 in the level 1 zone. You want us to rush back to the level 1 zone just to defend you to come all the way up? It's not smart. Untag, go get some XP, get to level 20, get closer to our higher instance zones when we're at level 60, and then we'll be able to teleport closer to you. Because it takes like 20 minutes just to rush you. If you don't have that, if you don't have at least some in-game experience to understand how to do an all call, how to position yourself to where, hey guys, I'm at a teleporter, come and teleport to me, I'm here, and I'm going to basically bait this team of players over to the teleporter, that's the player I want. Somebody that knows how to bait enemies to a very quick instant teleportation so we can make sure that we're there for you at all times. So if you feel like you've baited somebody into a teleporter zone, you give me a call, I'll be there. Because I know the timing distance to basically defend you and support you because you're already on the run. But if you're in the middle of a fight and you're screaming like, ah, help me, ah, and it died, like, where were you, Arshee? Where were you when I needed you? I'm like, son of a, you get the idea. It's
he's got the Archie signals shining up in the light, like, come help.
Right. And so it's tough to say that. That's why it's going to build a relationship. Everybody's going to learn how to play the game, how to do the right calls, when to call upon the order anytime you need it, because everybody's going to be excited about PvP. Everybody wants to clap everyone in sight. Everybody wants to use your voice when you're killing the enemy. saying like,
how could you do that? How could you touch Bodo? You will never get away with this.
and they're like, what? So you can say that as you're basically killing somebody, or you're like, you son of a get back over here. And the guy's like, ah. So it's like, I lost my voice from screaming earlier, but it'll give you an idea. It's really fun to role play while fighting and killing. So once I teach you guys how to basically give us the call and how to do it properly, I'll give you a guide on when to call the order and how to, and show you a mini map of saying, get to this barrier zone and then give me a call. If you can get to this distance of a teleporter, you can make an all call and we'll come and save you. Because we don't want to travel 30 minutes to go save you and then run for 30 minutes to a teleporter to go back to where we have to hunt. Give us a chance to go boom, 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 back and forth, and we will be able to support you guys at the safe zones. The safe zones are within 50 meters of a teleporter instance, so we can go kill everyone. And yeah.
I'd have to say, to explain what you're trying to tell people, is that you're trying to make a very passionate and dedicated living community. And what you're really looking for is people that serious about the game and want to play to the full extent, willing to learn and get better and improve, but work as a group and like a team. So in terms of like the PvP aspect, a lot of the times we're going to have to rely on each other to take over an area to craft. So if you're a crafter and you still want to do PvP, it's perfect for you, because we're going to have to set up areas if we need to upgrade our gear to mine this resource and take it over, and have all the people that have the upgraded crafting stuff be as efficient as possible. So that's the one thing that's really enjoying. I don't think people should think of it as like pure PvP, because there's going to be multiple hats, obviously, but it's more like a living community, and we're setting up to really support each other.
Right. And at the same time, if it comes down to it, if I have a team of community members that are interested in fishing or crafting, and they want to push an envelope and they want to support the order however they can by maxing out specific crafting behavior, and in turn, craft those resources for us so we don't have to spec into it right now, we don't mind basically supporting you and getting to that certain stage if we see your level of activity. That's all it comes down to it. You don't only have to be in the order just to be a tryhard. As long as you just hold on to PvP. But if you don't enjoy PvP, I just ask you to make your own personal company and join up together with other groups, whatever you want to do. But you're still part of ArsheeTV or GG Bodo TV. You still have the Order's connections because you're hanging out with us and asking us questions and being a part of the family or joining me on expeditions. But the reason why I want to make sure that is known is because that is going to create a behavior for everyone. Seeing the Order, as soon as they see the Order, they know clearly, like,
they expect what's going to happen if they mess, or they're if we're coming to their territory, right?
The audio, just the little logger was buffering. God, I want that to happen. And so when they actually see the Order, I just play some music right now, Bodo, if you can't hear it, of course, because on the stream. They're going to understand that their heart's going to be racing. They know that we'll always have PvP on. They know that we're everywhere. We have coordination beyond belief that we've seen from Planetside 2 and other games. And it's just going to set a precedence on our server. That if you want to fight somebody, you want a PvP, it's the Order. They all have PvP on. Not a single one of them ever turns it off. And that's the precedence that I want to make sure it's set. It's a very simple it's a very simple order, but it's a tall order at the same time. And so when you guys actually feel that intensity as an enemy, as a player who actually watches our stream, as a person who's actually trying to play against us, every single time you see the Order tag, you're pushing control. You're sitting down. You're trying to basically go invisible. You don't want your name to show up. You don't want to die because you left PvP on because you want 20% XP boost, but having PvP on means you get killed by the Order. So you're crouching and going through the bushes because you don't want to die to us. That's the intensity I want to basically instill. That level of fear in our enemies. I want them to understand. That's why PvP has to be on if you're in the Order. If you can't handle it, untag. Always rejoin us when you're ready. If you don't know how to PvP and you want to ask us questions, I'm willing to teach you. I might not be the best in the beginning. There might be better players than me, but I know what my skill sets are, I know what my strengths are, and I'm going to keep basically polishing them until I become the best. It's going to be intense. Bodo Fett is going to be looking at this game as a game that he's going to take it to the next level. We might change the order from not only a stream team to something even bigger and better than ever before. When Twitch Rivals happens, I'll be there, live, on stream, to not only shoutcast other teams, but I'll also shoutcast our own team hitting the #1 spot and let the world know that we're here to stay. And if you don't understand what it's like to play a game at this hardcore level, stay tuned on July 20th as we collect every member at every stage until that #1 spot. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Kay Marie's in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what I'm talking about. Go wash your hands. I didn't say anything. Just kidding. Exclamation mark so at Kay Marie. If you guys don't know her, she's a freaking gem from the AAA family. Artist. She just starts drawing spiders. That's sick. I didn't say anything. But you want to go check out this freaking epic... Sorry, I just forgot. Let's just forget that. Go check her out. Check her stream out. She's doing something very... It's too real. I don't want to think about it. Okay, I'm done. Focus. Straightforward. Yeah. Artist, comedian, DJ, freaking bubbly personality, awesome friend to have. Go check her out. I'm just freaking out because I keep thinking it's a hunter spider in my head. Oh God. Anyways, yeah, you're sick. I mean, you're amazing. I didn't say anything. Go watch it. Other than that, this chat. Let's read some chats real quick. Do you guys have any chance to help me understand, if you understand my theory behind why we should leave PvP on for the order, even though I don't really want to bend on that idea. I'd love to ask you guys a question if you understand why after I told you that. Where are redeems? Let me go bring all the redeems back. I have a feeling we're just going to get spammed like crazy. But I turned it off because I wanted to make sure I honor those who stop by the stream for the first time to be able to watch as soon as I turn it on. I know as soon as I turn on Keg W, it's going to be the first person that's going to use it. Oh, God. All right, they're all on back. There you go, guys. Knew it, Papa Geiger, you son of a... And who's Mr. Danger? Mr. Strange? I'm going to share my screen for you, Bodo, so you can watch the shared screen. So you can know what I'm going through. And watch
I'm watching the stream right now.
No, it'll be live for you, so you can actually see. You can be able to watch the live version of it. And that should help you be able to see what I'm going through. Ah, Jesus, mother.
Live stream.
That's what I'm talking about.
Not point at the camera.
I don't want to point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. It's good stuff, guys. So yeah.
It's a trap.
I swear to God. You guys are sick. Oh no, we're gonna get nuked now. Everything's back on. It is a trap. Oh, God. Yeah, Vodo, I don't know if you've seen all these channel emotes, but you're just gonna get spammed the next time.
Oh, I've used half of them at least.
You have? Okay. Oh! No! I just... Listen, chat, I just started the stream and you guys... Oh my God.
Oh, they're hungry. They need more points.
Where do we go from here, chat? I'm sorry, guys. My computer's having issues. I'm trying to troubleshoot it. I'm gonna sit down with Mina Kata afterwards and try to make this happen. Make it more fluid for all of you. And, yeah.
What the fuck?
I tried to keep a straight face, not working. That duck is too messed up. Big Killer State, it's good to see you, my dude. What am I doing? She's like, what? Yeah, I'm just pulling her leg. Yeah, that was overall a new world experience that I wanted to let you guys know what I'm actually gonna incorporate when I actually start playing this game. I am looking forward to Twitch Rivals. I'm looking forward to when conventions open up again. I know Amazon Studios is going to have their own booth and showcasing New World. And so I want to basically have that ability to not only showcase other companies out there, so I'm still going to have a level of respect for every enemy company or same fudge. Ah! Yeah, it's time.
Lava stream.
Yeah.
Not point at the camera.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why did I put that at the end? Yeah. Yeah. Why do I keep saying yeah? Sorry about that, Bodo. I'm like having my own moment here. Yeah. So let me go show you another video. Touring Eternum. Windsward. I can't even say the damn word. Let's go ahead and basically dive right into this video.
Welcome, traveler, to the world of Eternum. Your journey here may have been fraught with danger,
watching these videos,
but you're safe now
the
on
graphics
solid
actually
ground.
look way better.
Join us as we take you on a tour of some of the most important locations in Eternum.
Like people
100%.
Meet some of the
YouTube
inhabitants,
on 1080.
both friendly
It looks way
and
better. I don't know why these
not so friendly,
YouTubes are
and advise
so,
you on how to
blended.
put your best foot
100%. You're right. Damn you, Check W. Rest in peace, my buddy. Oh, man. You sick. Go wash your hands, Papa. Yeah, this is a 4K upload, so they give you a better codec for YouTube. So this is very close to the original thing. But if you see a 1080p stream anywhere, guys, the codec is lower quality. It's not the same 1080p as it would be on your computer. So this is up to 4K graphics that allows you to see that quality option.
forward
So here
in
it
this strange land.
Touring Eternum. Windsward.
Towards the south of Eternum lies Windsward, a lush grassland filled to the brim with natural resources. Whether you're gathering wood for the fire, stone for the smithy, or water for your food, Windsward will provide. Your first port of call in Windsward will be the main settlement. It's a small town situated near the center of the region, with a small river cutting through the middle. To the north of the river, you'll find the forts and outfitting stations to craft new melee weapons and clothes. Make sure
Son of a... Look at this guy. Look at this guy right there. You son of a... I tried to get up in time, but my computer basically started glitching out because it's like sharing the screen. So you can see that at the same time. What is my CPU at? It's crazy. Processing power. Okay, I see it now. It should be good. But he nuked me the right time. It was perfect. Son of a... Go wash your hands, Mofka. All right, let's do this, chat. Here we go. If we can actually have one time we can enjoy a video before Mofka decides of us and the... I didn't say anything. No audio? Oh God, I'm an idiot.
Yeah, it's muted.
Back to here, guys.
Provide.
It's because of the damn nuke. Set my stream elements deck didn't activate properly. When you hit over 100% CPU on these damn things, it just stops everything from working. Sorry about that, chat. Let's do this again. So this is basically Two Wings, One Sword, and it's beautiful. And one of the things I remember from Storm Medieval that actually stated this is bring in NPCs to where it's a living, breathing town before you even basically set foot in it. Imagine if we never played the game, there are NPCs still doing random NPC things that makes it feel like it's a living, breathing world, even if there's no players in it. That would be legendary to have. It's kind of fun to basically be a part of that experience. And so we're in 2021. I don't know if that's still a problem to do, but we've seen that back in the days in other games. So I think that'd be really cool. Oh, there we go. Awesome. Tell me if it basically works now. Chat.
Your first port of call in Windsward will be the main settlement. It's a small town situated near the center of the region with a small river cutting through the middle. To the north of the river, you'll find the forge and outfitting stations to craft new melee weapons and clothes. Make sure to check in with Magistrate Kurapati while you're there. She's proud of her settlement and she'll want to meet any new visitors. If you need a place to rest your head, make sure to check into the Southern Breeze, Windsward's inn to the south of the town. Innkeeper Suen is happy to take in all travelers. You'll also find a tannery on this side of the river, just down from the workshop, where you can craft your own ranged weapons or make some furnishings for your home if you prefer. The peace and tranquility of Windsward Town may be tempting, but adventure awaits beyond its walls. To the north.
Let me just pause this real quick. We played... I'm going to find that video for you guys. But we played this game in the preview, and there was a spot where there was like 20 or 30 boars that would spawn in this little camp. And then there's this boar mini boss. And I don't know how many hide our entire group gathered. But when you kill these boars, it drops hide that is extremely heavy, and you get overweight very quickly. And then they basically force you to be encumbered. You walk very slow, and if you have too much of it, you fully stand still, which means like we're talking about overweight beyond 90%, then 100%. You can't move. So if you pick it up, you're stuck. You can over pick up an item. Jesus Christ. Sorry. You can over pick up. What's a trap? There's no trap. It sounds like Valheim. It's seriously so annoying for me because we had a team of 12 people killing these boars as just like a, hey, let's find and just explore the world. I think one of our members, I believe it was Red Knight, did something that drove me insane. He had a 50% weight boost item where he's able to grab 10,000 hide and then put it down at part of all of the other items that are in the middle of the boar group. So when you kill the boar, it drops this little sack, and it's like the same item as the other sack next to it. And so you just spam left click, and then you realize you're not moving anymore. And then all the boars come and beat the shit out of you. And so you're screaming, trying to find the item in your inventory, trying to throw it off your inventory, and then the boars kill you. And, you know, this kept happening over and over and over to everybody. John, I'm sure.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. Yeah, it was pretty funny at the same time frustrating because I would pick up this thing, this 10,000 piece item, drag myself for like 20 minutes just to throw it in the bushes. All of a sudden it would show up again because every time you kill the boars, we were doing it for XP. We weren't doing it for the hide, and it was really cool to mob train them. But it dropped too many items, and so we were just constantly getting locked in place. So imagine you guys bringing that hide item, dropping it down to a random person, and they see 10,000 hide, their eyes open up, and then they're stuck. They can't move. And then you kill them. And it's like, yeah, they took your 10,000 hide and went to town with it. But you get to also use that as a trap. And you can get 10,000 hides in seconds from that camp. So it's a pretty cool way of trapping somebody. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, when I saw the boar, I started getting PTSD. You sick. Go wash your hands right night. All right, let's do it.
North of the town lies the Amrine Temple, a mysterious hub constructed by the ancients, surrounded by giant, mysterious stone spheres. There are rumors of great treasure within, but even greater foes guard it. New arrivals to Windswood would be wise to steer clear of this place. Do stop by and say hello to Barkamedes, however. The poor hound seems a mite lonely and would surely benefit from some quality time with a kind traveler. For those less interested in ancient mysteries and are instead looking for a chance to prove their might, the Windswood Fort lies to the northwest of the region. Here is where you will engage in all-out war for Windswood, as
that is where our banners will be placed.
Control of the land. Those defending the
That's
fort
where Bodo will
find
go
the main gates
burr.
heavily fortified with enormous
I
repeater
will
and
go
ballistic
burr.
turrets to cut down your enemies. Be aware of the rear of the fort, however. There are fewer turrets to defend with, and several small entryways for aggressors to slip through. So make sure your allies are keeping their eyes on all corners.
Windswood.
And watch out for invading forces
See, this is
approaching
something
from the
gets me
nearby
excited. I
Octon's
love
monolith,
this stuff.
as it could spell death to defenders. But, as with all of Eternum,
this is where Public Eye
darkness
Grid.
lurks here. You'll also find many farmsteads scattered throughout Windswood, but be wary. These farms have long since fallen to soulless creatures known as the Withered. Pay close attention to the regurgitators among their ranks, which will throw poisonous bile at
Oh, Geiger, what are you
from
doing? You
distance.
just threw shit at me!
And avoid straying too far to the edges of the territory, where the corrupted are gathering in great numbers.
That's so sick.
The local wildlife isn't much friendlier. Hunters will find rabbits, elk, and bison roaming the land, which will make for a fine meal. But tawny wolves stalk the forests to the north, while deadly pumas prowl the caves of the south, and neither take kindly to strangers. And if you want to explore the ancient...
I want to tell you guys something about that. That bobcat you just saw, there's an instance in the... I don't know how many people feel like this is going to be a spoiler, so I'll wait about 10 seconds to explain this to you in the end game. If you're the type of person that wants to experience this game on your own, obviously I'm practically giving you some spoilers by watching this content, but I'm spending the next 10 seconds in my head to let you know, just mute the stream for 10 seconds. I'm about to tell you what the end game content looked like when I got there. Now I'm going to discuss it if you're not muted by now. There was a bobcat that I had to deal with our team of 12 people that would constantly one-shot somebody without noticing. So the way the character is designed is it's a third person. You have a camera angle here. This bobcat was designed... I know the developers did it on purpose. Those pieces of shit. I mean, they're amazing. Go wash your hands, developers. The way that the camera is designed is that you'd have this much space, okay, from the back of your camera. So if you're not physically looking at this bobcat, it can dive at you from off camera onto your character. And so what that means is if it spawns behind you, it just one-shots you from behind. It's constantly keeps killing our team over and over again. And everybody's screaming at the endgame content. It's like you're screaming the whole time. Because a bobcat spawned, and everybody's actually into focusing the bobcat. Now, the bobcat is actually pretty weak in comparison to those like really hardcore undead mobs, but its mechanic of its jump, leap, swipe is so powerful that one move alone is making it that deadly because it constantly hits us. And so when you're at 50% HP, it just one shots you, and you're like, ah! And just dead again. No, what do you mean? Burroughs Forge, it's good to see you, my dude. All I see is Archie slapping his finger. No! I'm talking about bobcats. You're right, I am slapping my finger. Let's go back. Let me show you the bobcat swipe. These guys have a mechanic.
The north,
not the wolves.
Deadly.
The wolves are straight on. This is an arcing attack that is so freaking annoying to deal with. Here it comes. I'm just getting PTSD remembering this.
Pumas prowl the caves of the south, and neither take kindly to strangers.
Look at this leap.
And if
that
you want
one
to
right
explore the ancient...
It wasn't that walk and swipe. It's a jump and swipe at the end game. That was a more lower level area. So you'll see a white snow bobcat that calls it like something else.
Last time of angling, be sure to speak with Master Fisher Shields, who can be found casting his line not far from the Windswood settlement.
Oh, it's Mafka.
Windswood may be a space of natural beauty,
And Mina.
but it hides many mysteries and dangers. Take heed of our guidance, however, and you should be more than equipped to deal with whatever may stand before you. Whether you're gathering wood for charcoal or animal hides for leather, we'll see you out in the fields of Eternum.
Oh, my ship. That's awesome. Chat, if you want to basically let me know if you want to continue. I want to basically hit up all the touring worlds. I want to show you Morningdale. What I'm showing you right now is there's a castle in Windsward. When you own Windsward, everything basically killed, sold there, or established there will go taxes to your town that you own the castle. Oh, fantastic. Now this urge all of a sudden. Cheers, everybody. Let's continue. We're going to watch Touring Eternum Morningdale.
They say that only the incredibly brave or incredibly foolish make their home in Morningdale. It's a region where rain is a constant companion, and if sodden boots aren't enough to slow you down, then the wretched creatures that stalk its many ruins will surely hinder you.
God damn.
Yet, in spite...
Hold on. I just need to pause that real quick.
It's a trap!
No, it's not 100% trap. Yes, 100% Xenon. So look at the movement and the creepiness from that corrupted whatever this thing is called again. I forgot. I haven't played in a year. It's just so gorgeous. I don't know how to explain the level of just amazingness. When you play this game, not only is the graphics just spectacular, but the corruption, the design of the corruption, the amount of intensity in the feel you have. Wow. What's up, Bodo?
I was just about to sneeze.
Oh, that's why. I thought you had a question. My bad. You're like, that's like, oh, yes, Bodo, you were saying something. I'm sorry.
I was double checking if I had push to talk was activity. I was like, ah!
Bless you, my dude. I was like, let me go back to the TV screen to show Bodo. Bodo was like this. He goes, I was like, everything good? Exactly. I was like, is it, man? The graphics aren't that great. It's like, he looks pretty shocked about it. I'm just kidding. Thanks, bud. All right, let's go basically begin. 3, 2, 1.
Yet, in spite of its dank, dark atmosphere, there is beauty to be found here. From the enormous, extravagant statues greeting sailors at New Balefire to its unique flora and fauna, Morningdale hides many of its treasures, and only the dedicated explorers will unearth everything there is to see.
Yeah.
Your first stop in the territory will surely be Morningdale Hamlet, a small settlement in the center of the region. Despite the many trials and tribulations the land presents, just ask survivalist Fletcher. The people here have built a home for themselves, with plenty of houses available if you want to start your own life here. Morningdale Hamlet is an oasis in a vast region of torment, and you should spend your time in these ruined walls, gathering equipment and preparing yourself for the wilds beyond. There are tools available for those who wish to craft their own gear, or you can check in at the trading post if you've got the coin to spare. Venture south of the hamlet and you'll uncover some of the many ancient ruins that the region is known for. Now flooded by the endless rain, the ruins of Sabra, Masik, and Karaka fascinate explorers and scholars alike. But tread carefully, as ancient guardians will do all they can to preserve and protect these landmarks from interlopers. To the southeast is Morningdale Fort, built on the beach to provide cover from both the land and sea. Any invading factions will need to control this location, but it won't be easy to take down. There's very little cover on the beaches and a hill to climb without getting cut down by turrets.
Sick.
May the winds blow in your favor.
So some of the amazing casual positions gives you a chance to see it's a lot easier to defend, but it's in the middle of nowhere, as you can see from Morningdale. There's some bases that are going to be very sought after but it just has so much to give for attacking forces, but defending forces is difficult. That's why it's constantly on rotation. So if our, let's say, company can own all of the castles in the entire territory, that would be a world's first accomplishment by not only defending all of our territories, but also obtaining everything with our banner on everything. That would be a legendary feat. And so,
Yeah, the keeps look. I don't know if they're identical, but it seems like there's some variety to it.
yeah, there is some variety
Like the
to it based
actual
on
layout.
positioning of the. Like this one doesn't have as many turrets as the other ones, so you're gonna have to manually have your members apply damage from the actual rooftops. This 50 first 50 battles, Burrow's Forge. So if you're a part of a company, which is the considered name right now for a guild or outfit, they're 50 versus 50. And let's imagine right now you did not have 50 players. I'll stop sharing screen so I can get my CPU back. Let me stop sharing. The biggest thing that you can think about is imagine you have 20 people only able to show up to your own personal castle siege on defending or attacking. You can open it up to your faction who's willing to come and fight for you. And if they come and fight for you and win, they get a bonus. Anybody who comes in outside of the faction can be a part of that fight. So everyone can kill at that zone while also receiving benefits for signing up. Now, the coolest part about it, now this is going to be really funny. You'd be thinking to yourself, how do I abuse it? That's how we do as MMO players. You would think the enemy faction will go and make a bunch of new characters to sign up to the attack and just leave themselves at the entrance and not fight and ruin it for the attacking team to make sure they can own the castle forever unless if you have 50-man parties. Well, the owner of the castle who lets all the public players sign up can see the names of who's signing up, the level of the character, and the class that they want to sign up as. So you can see all that information and you can pick and choose from the crop what you want to come in, what you don't want to come in. So if you have alliances, if you have alliances on the same faction, you can select all the alliance members personally and manually select them in. All you're doing is saying, I want to opt in for the fight, and then the guild leader picks out of all the crop, which is very, very cool. So you can't abuse the idea that I just told you earlier. And there are contributions. Let's say the alliance shows up that wants to help you, but somehow they kind of did a terrible job. That stat information will be present, which means you know for the next time not to recruit the same team. You know how many MMOs were out there that I have played that I never knew what my alliances were doing or what my own members were doing based on damage or behavior or skill sets or how many people went AFK on the raid boss? Like, I didn't have that information back in the day when we played MMOs. That information keeps everybody honest. And so that way I can actually use that as a spreadsheet going forward on who should I basically bring into these fights and who should I basically not. And it just comes down to you practicing and becoming better as a player so we can continue winning. Or else you just keep inviting the same players and you're wondering why you're never taking a castle. Did you lead guilds in the past? Yeah, I led too many guilds in the past, Burrow's Forge. Probably back when I was 15 for 7 years in an MMO. And I did the same thing in every single game. I tried not to lead, and it's probably my fault for opening my mouth, and led to a leader position every single time I open my mouth. And so I just enjoy everybody having a good time. And so I try to look into that behavior and making sure communication is sought after, because that is the first indication piece that makes everyone feel worried that they're spending their time in the wrong place. And so this was...
Leading's not fun. You have to create that culture and that environment and maintain that, right? You want like-minded people.
Yeah, but then also you have to let those individuals know that they're being toxic, and not have to be afraid of basically calling them out and having that conversation with them. Did I lead like 2 years ago? No, like they say back in 2012 to 2015 was my Planetside 2 experience that I led. About 150 players, 3 platoons thick. I sat in the basically mana turret the whole day, explaining to everybody where they need to go and how to counter everyone. And so that's one example. That would probably be a 150-man team moving around and having a great time between 3 platoons. Probably the largest community that I ever ran was Planetside 2. The second largest was Lineage 2, where it was a group of, like, let's say 50 players, up to 2 squads sometimes, which was 24 players, maybe up to 50 sometimes, that made us stand out above the rest as far as just a ganking force. And when I say ganking, I'm talking about on call. We had text messages amongst each other. We had sleeping behaviors for everyone. We knew when to call X person based on their Excel spreadsheets on who's available at what times, and do a ping for those players, the AM or PM group. And so we would do those kind of behaviors to get everybody on to kill this specific team or this raid boss spawned, and it was just a no life. It's pretty crazy. I am planning to run a New World group, and it's called The Order, and we're playing as company or the New Order, or the name of it is called The Order, and the faction is called Marauders. And Marauders is very similar to, like, you know, the Dark Side or the Imperials, where like,
join me, and together, Burrow's Forge, we will take over this dynasty or galaxy or New World or whatever you want to call this mother.
I'm just kidding. Yes, it's just The Order. And so we'll have memes, of course, within it where it will say execute Order 66. It's a very Star Wars-esque meme. I mean, a Star Wars-esque name. There is another guild or outfit or company, whatever you want to call them, called the New Order. So if they choose to play on the same server as us, I cannot wait to keep killing them, saying that we're the originals or something. It'll be funny. But again, names are just one thing. If the name gets taken, I don't care. We'll just think of another name. And we can make a name out of anything. We could literally call ourselves Apple. I'm just kidding. You get the idea. So in the end, a name sense is one thing. It's kind of cool to basically fit into the lore. But it's the community that makes the name. So that's a more important factor. We can
You feel the Mandex.
Yeah, there's Justice Order, there's Justice League. I'm just kidding. But yeah. But overall, it's going to be a fun experience for sure. This is a game I'm going to go full-time into, Burrow's Forge, coming out on July 20th. And this is going to be what you're going to see consistency from Arshee, where I'm literally RPing with everybody on the server, where every single team member that is with me, I'm shoutcasting them into battle while also proxy voicing that towards the enemies, who's going to be wondering, who the hell is this guy, making us feel like crap the whole time as I'm saying what's happening and telegraphing my attacks, verbally saying, like, here comes another splash damage attack. No, like, what is, no, stop it. Oh, that's be awesome. Oh, that would be awesome if I had a rival company called The Order, or saying, like, I have your order. I'm just kidding. It's gonna be funny. Arshee's Hardcore League. Yeah. When I say the word hardcore, I'm probably not as hardcore as a lot of you that have more hardcore mentalities. I believe I'm hardcore enough to organize a community of players who want to try hard, and also a community of players who want to be casual. And so, as a streamer, we strive to basically give a space for everybody to have a good time. So it's the same thing, and you see in my Twitch community, I want that same behavior to happen in my guild, and that means the level of respect we have for each other, including our enemies. Yes, you can say sit, you're trash, whatever you want to say. Go take out the trash. Go wash your hands. You can say whatever you need to, but if my members can't maintain TOS, not only are they bringing shame to themselves and including us, we will have to remove them. So TOS is a priority, as this is my job on Twitch, as well as I just don't condone it. It should not exist anywhere. So that is another rule that is very common sense for me, but I'll have to make sure it's announced ahead of time so they understand not to be sexist, derogatory, or racist in the game or anywhere in DMs or anywhere around our sectors or yourself privately. So that way they understand if they got kicked, not because they're a great player, but because they can't maintain TOS. And I can't teach them that. That is something that you personally have to believe in. So let's go and continue touring Eternum, Morningdale.
Venture up the eastern beaches to the north of Morningdale, and you'll come across New Balefire, an imposing port with extravagant sculptures looking out across the sea. This port of the ancients is now overrun with corrupted, and the stonework has been worn away from combat. so be sure to watch your step, lest you fall into the dark waters below. Gildan seems to know something about this port. Perhaps she can tell you more. You'll also notice ancient towers across the territory, but only the bravest of warriors will want to get within a stone's throw of Scorpius. The corrupted have also made a home for themselves here, and they'll fight tooth and nail to keep you out. With the ancients and corrupted battling for a stronghold across Morningdale, you're likely to encounter their kind wherever you set foot. But you'll also need to be wary of the bears in the forests and even the boars on the main roads. Each is as furious and deadly as the last. It can also be quite hard to see what's ahead with the driving rain that this region is known for. Keep your eyes keen, and if you must make camp, ensure you've got a roof over your head. So, why venture into this forsaken landscape if all that faces you is death and dirt? There's also talk of weirdwood trees across this patch of land, though only expert loggers will know how to harvest the mysterious wood and sap from this particular plant. No matter how you look at it, Morningdale remains a fascinating area of Eternum to explore. Its ancient ruins and impressive stone structures are as awe-inspiring as they are daunting, and those that have chosen to live here have carved a charming home out of a demanding territory. If you're prepared to fight through the rain and the corrupted, perhaps you too could find a new life in Morningdale.
So yeah, one of the things I think Lady Lowe's has just basically figured out, not only for me, is that to make a name for yourself, you have to poke the bear. You have to basically let people know that you're here to stay. And so what that means is, like, if we are going to, if we're going to be playing this game, we have to make large statements. For instance, PvP on, tax maximum, be the bad company, but at the same time the good company. So it's an interesting factor to talk about. Yes, in the beginning it's heavy. It's a trap. It's probably a trap. But yeah, you got to basically make some bold statements. You got to make some big plays. And so you want people to PvP you. You want to be considered the enemy. If I'm going to go in there to be, super cute. The bad, good company, right? And so we have to make a statement for ourselves. So be extreme in one factor while also having class and respect. So it's hard to explain that behavior. While we do have class, we do have respect for our enemies and for ourselves and our community, we are also very deadly in the game. And to be able to build that community and that behavior starts from the root, from its leadership. And so if we are killing everyone, and instead of saying to them, like, go, kill yourself, we're literally just telling them that, like, hey, GG's. If they say you're trash, be like, the trash can's over here if you would like to pick it up. I could carry it for you. And they're like, what? And they're like wondering what we're doing. If people can't handle that,
Are you sure about that?
John, I'm really sure. John, I don't really know how all of our members are going to do it. Some people will say sit. Somebody will type in V6. Somebody will basically do whatever they possibly can to poke the bear. They can do whatever they want. All I know is that from the leadership position, I'm going to always make somebody be very confused when they fight me. So when they see me squatting next to them and they say, did you just do squat day? I'm just kidding. They wouldn't say that. They would say teabag. I would say, no, I'm not brewing tea right now. I'm just squatting. I got to work out. You're going to play this game full time. You got to make sure your legs are ready. And then they're wondering what the hell's happening, and just keep making them have a good time. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. 100% Archie, 50% everyone, with the exception of Papa Geiger and me, who get 10% taxes. Yeah, so one of the things that's going to happen is our 100% taxed territory will probably push people away from marketing in our establishments. We'll have to bring it down at that time. So that's what I was going to tell you, is that, yeah, it's 100%. If we actually learn the game within the month and a half from July 20th until the launch, we'll probably set it at a bar that isn't so high, so that way people still want to do work in our towns and be taxed properly. When I say the word 100%, it's probably not. It's going to be like 80 or 70 depending on how everybody's setting the bar. Similar to an auction house. You can't sell an item for 1,000 gold when everybody's selling it for 100. You have to be competitive about it. And so if everybody's setting their taxes at 70%, we'll set ours at 80%. We'll always be higher than everybody else's. Just because, it's not the end of the world to use Athoth to teleport for 70%. Sometimes you can't even teleport. You can't fast travel with some gear. You can't fast travel with some specific gear you're carrying. You have to physically move it to the next base. So you're forced to sell it there. Or you want to spend the next 10 minutes or 20 minutes or an hour walking to the free tax space. Some people are willing to do it. In my opinion, I'm not. I'm just going to sell it there. I don't care about, 20 silver, for each item I sell. But if everybody's doing 20 silver, it adds up over time. Then we can control the fish market. Oh, man, the smell. Mina. What do we do with that? Mofker is controlling it 100%. Mofker will be there just telling tales and just owning the fish market. Somehow he's like max level from just fishing. And he just shows up and slaps people with fish all day. And we're wondering, like, what is this fish PvP here? And just
What the fuck?
That's exactly K. Just
Well,
yeah.
judging by what we're seeing in these videos, your keep location and what resources you have around it is really, really important. So it seems to me like if you want the best fish, you have to go around in this area, which probably has these two keeps that are within that area. So I think location is going to be like really, really important. And I agree. I don't think people are going to go that far to sell stuff. I think you just want to gather it, go close to the nearest town, and sell it. Especially since there's like no other way of transporting large stockpiles besides walking there yourself. And we don't even know if you're over encumbered, whether or not you can quick travel or not. And that will also be a huge game changer.
100%. So yeah, again, I know a lot of you guys are going to play New World at your own pace. It doesn't mean that we can't collaborate. You're on the same world as me. In the same world as GG Bodafet TV. It just means that we're setting our bar a little bit higher than the average player. We're going to hit the end game content quick. And when we hit end game content, we're going to have to come back to you, who's been spending time on crafting, who's been spending time at the fishing. We're going to ask you questions and teach us how to basically do it. If we see your mastery levels are high enough and you're actually willing to help our community out, we'll push your agenda up even higher so we can get the items that we need so we can move forward in the next instance. So each of you guys who focus on different behaviors will also be supported by us because we have plenty of taxes on content and we can give you whatever you need to boost your product if you show us that you're playing the game. Because one of the things I remember when I played MMOs is that we've helped so many people out and they quit after they reach max level in a specific craft. And we lost to one of our main crafters because they're just not having fun anymore. We ruined that fun for them. And they didn't know we ruined it for them. They have no reason to grind anymore to log in. And so making sure that we support the right people is important here. And if it has to be within our own faction, our own company, then that's the case. But I still personally don't mind helping you guys out and giving you guys a good time. So I'll give you guys rule sets on how to call the order so you know that you have the order's backing and how to maintain that establishment and that behavior so we can, as a community, as streamers, know that everybody who calls the order does it properly. Maybe they can use channel points on every one of person's streams, that you can spend 1,000 channel points to say, please help me in PvP. And that means that channel point redemption is when we drop everything to come help you because you used it. And that means you watch our content and then we're there to support you in the game content. So that way every streamer in the community for the world, the order will support that streamer. Like let's say Bodo gets somebody to redeem that. I'm going to rush to support the Bodo because that is on his content. I'm there to also support him because I'm part of the order. We'll make that mental establishment when we actually continue moving forward with all of our content creators and streamers. And I want to make it to where it's something that gives the community outside the order a chance to feel like they have someone to support them, a extreme PvP clan, while they can still be PvE and content create or enjoy the casual side of the game while still never being harassed. Or they'll probably be harassed, but you have the backing of a team that is willing to have that back for you, while you guys support us by being a part of our community, not only watching as a viewer, communicating to us like this. And there's Talk to Me Goose. That's sexy. I didn't say anything. Talk to Me Goose and I we were basically playing yesterday with Damien's Gaming 13 Disciple in Human Fall Flat last night. It was hilarious. But there was a deep dive earlier, by the way, Talk to Me Goose, for what's it called? New World. If you want to learn more about that. It was posted. Where was it posted?
I don't think I've ever had anything with bubbles.
Are they
You talk about the pad or the?
Did they go on? Let me confirm. I swear, if the deep dive for New World continues going, I'm gonna lose my mind. And I lost.
And kind of, like just our audience wanting to know why they are who they are, why they're rivals, what happened between them, was always something we just really wanted to dive into.
I had to switch, guys.
Yeah, I think Piltover and Zon are also, these two sort of sister cities in our world that they feel like they're at the cusp of sort of a technological rebirth, and that's something that just felt like it really spoke to us, both in terms of all the cool visuals that we put into it, and also feeling like it's also.
I mean, the channel's not
really
live right now. Is it on a different channel?
Yeah. What
Isn't
I love about this series too is that Riot really built this, and I know it's been a passion project for everyone internally at Riot. You mentioned
Riot.
Jinx and
This
Vice's
is not
story.
New World.
What is their relationship? For people
They didn't change the title name.
How are they related?
This is one of the.
I'm refreshing this browser, guys.
I think you'll get to learn quite a bit more of.
There it is. Netflix Geek Week gaming news on the Summer Festival. Okay, I take it back. All right, so it wasn't New World more. It stayed its title when I first originally did it. But yeah, Summer Game Festival had a YouTube VOD where you can actually see 18 minutes. Here's the link right here if you want to see it. Talk to me, Goose. This was the Summer Game Festival's 2021 New World Deep Dive. If you want to learn more about what they have done all the way up until now. And if you haven't followed anything on New World, this will be a good watch for you. If you've been following New World pretty closely, then you know probably all of it. But other than that,
in your own words, how would you describe New World?
I would probably say it's an MMORPG, role-playing environment because of proxy voice chat. They have
I agree.
They have upped the game of role-playing to the next level. If I explain what it means, is like you literally have GTA, Grand Theft Auto, No Pixel inside of New World now. Every single server now has the capacity to use their voice, to use their own personal voice through the guitar or through the chimes, to then display that in the taverns, to also express intensities when you're PvPing, to talk smack on your enemies. You can mute them personally so you'll never have to hear them again. So you can either turn off in-game chat or you can leave it on. And so having proxy voice chat in this game is probably the biggest tool that sets every MMO apart. Without proxy voice chat, then it's just your average MMO that has some cool new features. Another Castle Siege. It's set in the pirate era, which we've seen some pirate MMOs out there. Yes, it does have a skill-based PvP system where everything has to be aimed. You can't click on the target and actually automatically lock on them. You'll have to aim your shots. And so either it's an AoE spell around you that you don't have to aim, that you can automatically hit if they're within that distance, or you have to physically move your mouse and then click, or aim with your mouse and then click. So, yeah.
Gives the opportunity for the community to really like meld together. That's the one thing I really like about the proximity chat and like the direction they're going in terms of how open everything is that you're going to have a lot of really cool, unique interactions that you wouldn't see in most modern MMOs. And it's primarily due to the proxy voice system and being able to interact with a complete stranger that in most MMOs you either walk right by or you would just won't even bother. If they say something or you say something, that's an interaction that you won't be able to see in other games. And that's what's really exciting, is because, you're going to have people that want to do funny stuff and troll. You're going to have people that want to like take the game really serious. And then you're going to have other people that just want to chill and vibe and hang out and have fun and, either talk about the game or role play a little bit or try to work towards something together and find people to do it with. That's the one really unique thing I really find. It kind of reminds me of the old WoW days, when you'd stay outside of a dungeon and you're looking for people to go in and do a dungeon with and stuff like that. It kind of reminds me of those old interactions that you don't see anymore because LFG is just boom, click. You don't need to find people or look for people.
Yeah,
That's the
100%
one thing I
right.
think is special about it.
Yeah, and I didn't give a shout out earlier to a good friend of mine, Talk to Me Goose. Make sure you guys check out his channel. He basically maintains a great community of players, and also a great community of individuals that maintain playing World of Tanks. We had a chance to play an off-brand of World of Tanks called Team Fall Flat, and we collaborated between the four of us as content creators. We had a great time. And Talk to Me Goose was the goose of the party, who constantly sabotaged everything at every single moment. I'm like, no. And so it was really fun. That's why I lost my voice today. But it's good to have you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. And also Mr. Stranger Data. Back to what Bodo was saying earlier is that I think he's 100% right. It's the community that makes the game. Having proxy voice chat could make or break it. It's a brand new feature, but I'm confident that with proxy voice chat being included, you're going to be able to, if they give the feature to the player to instant mute anybody, making it very easy to do so without having to worry about who said that and finding their name and scrolling through millions of players' names to mute them. If they have easy features to mute, you will be able to establish the best community on the planet of voice actors to our peers to players and interacting with people that you feel like you're socially interacting with them in the real world, but in this game called New World. And so it's going to change the MMO experience for sure. A lot of players who traditionally didn't believe they're real life players are now going to see them as real life players. So they might be less toxic or more. We don't know. This is something new to me. But when I played Planetside 2 and proxy voice chat was originally here playing with your NC, VS, or TR characters, you can hear all of them. I had a great experience. I had anybody and everybody who heard me spoke when I was shoutcasting our team into battle or beating the crap out of them in the A point or B point or C point would say, "Damn you, Arshee, stop it. Stop zerging everyone." I'm like, "Sorry, I love Zerg from StarCraft. It's my go-to." And they're like, "No, zerging is when you bring a lot of players." I'm like, "Yeah, that's from StarCraft." Like, what is StarCraft? And like, we'd just be having a conversation outside of A point and B point. And it was just, it was so much fun. And you're just like talking about nonsense. And everybody's like, "Arshee, focus on the battle." I'm like, "Okay, I'm sorry." It's like, it was good times. And so, proxy voice chat, in my opinion, in my group circle, has been a positive. A lot of people might not like it because they just want to focus on the game and enjoy the lore and the music. So you can just always turn it off if it's not something for you.
One thing too is that a lot of games talk about voice chat in a setting like this will definitely give like a way easier immersive factor. It's not like talking in chat or building the character you want. It's literally interacting and fully representing yourself in voice, which is what most people in everyday life do.
Yep.
And I think because there hasn't been a game like that in so long, it's going to affect people, I think, more in this game in terms of like how special that immersive and interactions will be.
No, I agree. I just can't wait to shoutcast my enemies. I just can't wait to see somebody and be like, just like telling them like,
"Get back over here. What do you think you're doing? You touched me. You dare to touch me. The great whatever my name is."
You get the idea. And so it's just
everybody's gonna have a soundboard for this game.
It's gonna be so good. I'm just gonna laugh so hard as I'm like basically killing him. I know that the community I'm inviting is gonna be playing music and just blasting it. It's like it's gonna be so bad. I thought about doing something hilarious, doing like a link where we all combine together and we play the same song and we all push the proxy voice chat. It's linked together to the same song timing, and it just sounds like a horde coming through, like it's like just coming over to the top. Like where's that noise coming from? Oh, so everybody's like proxy voicing it coming towards the enemy, and just. I don't know, just imagine like any war sounds or like people screaming as they're running down the hill. We don't physically have to do it. We just all hold the button. It does it itself. So we could just meme it out and scare the crap out of them with whatever those sound effects are. It's good times.
Yeah. Maybe do like some war anthems, but like in just kazoo or something like that.
Oh, yeah.
Just, I could see that. That would be funny.
Let me see it in kazoo. Let's see here.
What's that one song? It's something of the Triumph, the like Apocalypse Now theme when you see the helicopters going through. That song like kazoo, I could see that would be funny.
I'm sorry, Chad. I tried to do something. It didn't work. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way I'm doing kazoo. I couldn't take it seriously. I couldn't even focus. There's just no way. Violent Concord.
I get a kazoo. I'll do it.
Violent. No,
I'll do it.
You might be able to do it. I'm just gonna laugh too hard. That's the problem. That's like it's nerfing us.
Oh, okay.
Like I
imagine putting like a bit of reverb on it and like a delay and just
God.
like.
I will have to mute you guys. That way you guys can do it to the enemy. It will actually be counterproductive. It will attack me too. I'm gonna be sitting there like, what? What's going? Arshee, go down. Oh. That'll be too good. Exactly what Kay did earlier. What the f? It's pretty bad. Let me go show you guys a couple more VODs with you guys here, and we'll basically finalize up what we basically did here today. I do have another VOD I do want to watch with you all. Let's see if I can find it. It was here. There it is. So there's two things here. Jesus. Why is there two VODs? Why do they have this VOD? That was their introduction VOD. And this is their other introduction VOD. Yeah, this is the same thing. I love it how they have the same VOD on their YouTube channel. Okay. All right, let's go watch the developers update launch. We'll do this one together.
Hi there, I'm Scott Lane, Game Director on New World. I'm here to talk to you about our progress, our plans, and our launch date. So last summer we communicated that New World would launch this spring and that the team was going to focus on adding more mid and end game content. Since then, we've identified a few very compelling features that just wouldn't make that time frame.
Doesn't he look beautiful right now? Look at those eyes, so mesmerizing. Like I can bring my light to me. I have the same ring light. Like, Scott, stop it. You're doing something to me. Just kidding.
Compelling features that just wouldn't make that time frame, and we believe these features are going to transform the game, so we're going to take the time to add them before we put New World in your hands. New World's going to launch August 31st, 2021. This gives us not only enough time to implement those features, but to tune and polish them along with the entire experience. Closed beta is going to be on July 20th, and I really hope some of you come take an early look at the game. I'd like to take a few minutes and share what we're going to be working on between now and launch. First, we're adding another endgame zone, Ebonscale Reach. This is a territory of lush wetlands and towering cliffs where an exiled empress is building a corrupted fleet that could be a threat to the entire world. Now on to those features. First one I want to talk about is expeditions. These are 5-player instance adventures into the darkest corners of Eternum, where players are going to face the most dire threats on the island and uncover more layers into the mysteries of the lore, including secrets behind the source of the corruption, the ulterior motives of the Angry Earth, and the deeper menace behind the Soulless Lost. So now I'd like to tell you just a little bit about Outpost Rush. Outpost Rush is an endgame mode that calls players to a primordial river basin filled with forgotten ancient technologies and hidden sources of the powerful and volatile Azoth. Here you're going to battle in 20 versus 20 teams over multiple strongholds, and you're going to use strategic resources not only to fortify your positions, but to boost your power for assaults. Expeditions and Outpost Rush are big features for us leading up to launch, but we've also made a lot of progress since the preview event. I'm sure some of you have played or seen Reekwater, an endgame zone we added. We've also added fishing, we've done a full revamp to crafting, we added hundreds and hundreds of weapons and gear pieces, we've really improved combat, and we've added a lot of quest variety. All of this is in direct response to your feedback from the preview. And let me tell you, there's a lot more to come. For those of you who played in the preview event, I think you're really going to enjoy the changes and additions we've made. Getting our mid and end game right is critical to the game experience, and adding new features, it takes time. At the end of the day, shipping a high-quality, polished experience is our top priority, and we plan to do just that.
I love right now we had a chance to New World Breakdown June. I don't know. That's from somebody. Okay, let me just pause that. Go back to the main channel. Yeah. So it's good to see you, Gosh. Where's the New World channel? There it is. We're gonna basically just dive into each of these informational pieces. This is the New World Dev deep dive from the Summer Festival was really short. I want to just. Oh. I didn't do. What's that? KR Dex, this is good to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. He's like, ew. Okay. Yeah, so if we, it was earlier we had Gosh, there's like that, the chat for the deep dive was very toxic. I was gonna say, man, like that's our trolls. If our trolls weren't being trolls, we would lose the population of our troll population. We have to make sure that they're breeding and they're pushing that agenda, and they're gonna continue basically representing the new trolls of 2021. And imagine if we didn't have trolls anymore. Jesus. That would be sad. We don't want to lose anything, guys. We want to make sure we have every population intact. Okay, let's go. We got the welcome. Jesus, mother. We're fine. Deep breath, Bodo. I'm sorry.
It's all good.
New World's an open-world MMO set in an alternate version of the 17th century. It takes place on an island we call Eternum.
Eternum.
It's a place of legend. It's a land of power and of treasure. It's a place where your choices matter.
You get to live a life that is full of danger and adventure on a supernatural continent that has only just been discovered.
Whoa! Jesus, mother.
We wanted to build this version of a haunted Eden. We wanted beautiful, picturesque landscapes with danger around every turn. There's these hints of supernatural and these things that show you're not really anywhere you've ever seen before.
Contrast is something that we really want players to feel as they move around the world. Every space they enter feels different and special from the space behind it. They feel like every hill they're going over, there's a new adventure.
Not many people know too much about Eternum yet. I think that's where you come in as a player. And there are threats, but there's also opportunity.
Rumors swirl about the power and danger of the island, but the people who go there don't really know what they're going to find. It could be Shangri-La, or it could be something out of their worst nightmares.
The thing that gives Eternum this power and makes it supernatural and special is there's this mineral that runs below the earth, and it's called Azoth, and it's known to have magical properties. Azoth can amplify things.
Azoth itself is not really a good or bad necessarily. It's just this pure, raw energy.
Azoth has power to change things.
It makes things more beautiful.
And deadly.
Azoth is different for everyone who sees it or knows about it. For some, it's the Fountain of Youth. For some, it's the Philosopher's Stone. For some, it's the living embodiment of God, a double. But one thing's for sure is it gives you, the player, a lot of really interesting powers to play with.
Yes.
When players arrive in Eternum, they find evidence of other civilizations having been trapped there throughout history.
The the whole world is open to you, and you're only limited by your skill and the difficulty of the enemies that you run into.
It's completely classless, so you choose how you want to play by choosing the equipment, and the weapons you choose also defines your play style. Players will have a lot of freedom to choose what they do and how they do it.
One of the fundamental tenets of New World has always been autonomy, and that manifests in every single system in the game.
The game adapts to the player and
Yes.
the play style.
It
you become the
adapts
best
to me.
blacksmith or the best sword fighter.
It allows
the progression
me to
system
clap
supports
cheeks
that.
24 hours a day,
Doing
7
what they
days a
do
week.
best.
Give it to me. What?
It's a trap!
No, it's not a trap.
Settlements all over the world, and the corruption is always this invasive, aggressive force that's constantly trying to push back, trying to drive players out.
The corrupted have massive armies growing in the north, and some of their influences are beginning to trickle down to the south, where players are trying to build their homes, and they have a very particular idea of how the power of Eternum should be used.
The world is going to push back against you in a couple of interesting ways. For one thing, as you grow more powerful and you head deeper into the world, obviously there's going to be resistance to come up and meet you. But one of the most exciting things about the game is that as you and other players begin to form settlements and you begin to push back the things in the woods, they'll come for you. You're gonna find some really interesting battles that have to get fought in order to keep your foothold in this world.
Yeah. New World, approaching on August 31st. Pre-order today.
What? I didn't say anything. Dixie Tori. I love how Kay's like, what? What? Let's go ahead and basically do Fight the World. Developer's Diary. Keep tackling these. We'll enjoy a bit of talks. It's good to have you here.
Wow.
They're pretty cool. I don't know if they're that amazing, but they're bad. I mean, yeah, this game is WoW worthy for sure. That's gonna be a WoW killer. I'm just kidding. Lucifer, thanks for stopping by. By the way, Lucifer, if you haven't met Kay Marie, she has a cat called Lucifer, who is a DJ, who is like her go-to. So make sure you guys go check her out. And Lucifer, you guys would totally jive together. Like, check her out. Honestly, give her a follow. You'll believe me as soon as you get there. You'll fit in perfectly if you just go do that. As well as we've got Bodofet over here. GG Bodofet with me in voice comms today. GG Bodofet, good to see you, my dude. There you are. Look at that smile.
Thank
Who
you,
wouldn't
buddy.
want to give this guy big huggers? Anyway, let's go back. All right, let's enjoy this next one. Fat Buddhism is good to see you, buddy. This is Developer Diary. Fight the world.
This is where we'll conquer the world.
What awaits players when they first land on Eternum is a new discovery of a new world.
When you first arrive on Eternum, you're gonna be kind of at ground zero.
What?
Your ship has crashed. There's nobody around who's on
What?
your side. Pretty soon, you're gonna start to meet other players, and
Where
you're
is
gonna
my
start to
army?
understand that life on Eternum is very much a band together or die alone situation.
When we created
No.
Eternum, we wanted to
No.
design and create a vast, explorable world. Players will quickly realize that nothing ever really dies in this island.
Banana.
No soul can leave the body. It is the magical resource that grants the power of immortality, and it is called Azoth.
One of the things that makes Eternum
So
very dangerous
sick.
is that there's a bunch of different factions there, and each one has their own objectives and desires, and they conflict with each other, but more importantly, they create big conflicts with the player and dangers for them.
Alongside the corrupted, there's 3 other major enemy groups that exist.
The Lost are the sort of soulless wretches of our game. They're people who have eternal life but have it without a soul, and as you learn, that is not a pleasant fate.
They're stuck in this sort of like
Our
half-death
members
state
are
because
similar
they've
to these
died
creatures.
in some horrific way, or
They never
sailors who
sleep.
crash landed on this island and sort of washed ashore here.
They're
They
the
never give up.
ghouls, the
They
undead
never
versions
surrender.
of our game.
That's what Arshee looks like in the game after playing for 24 hours.
The Angry Earth is the pure, natural power of the island, fighting back against the people who have come to corrupt it. It's almost like the island's defense system, and it will do whatever it can to expel these invaders.
We're doing it, BTS.
Nature is trying to imitate the form of humans or animals they see.
And some are like more humanoid, but there's other ones that are more of like a constructed monstrosity.
They mask themselves in order to fight back from what they consider is an infection.
One of the civilizations that existed on Eternum were known as the Ancients, and they had harnessed the power of Azoth. For the Ancients, they used it to power their technologies, and you'll see tributes to their society throughout the world. Something happened to the Ancients, and no one knows quite what happened. The remains of their civilization are there, and their secrets are there for you to discover.
In Eternum, the world fights back through the corrupted. So the corrupted notice the player, they notice them getting stronger and building up their settlements, and then they fight back. They might blockade a road, have a summoning portal, which portals lots of enemies of their type into the player's area.
You can take one of the territories on Eternum. You can ultimately grow your town to the point where not only the monsters in the woods want to take it from you, but other players as well. And when we have these massive wars over these territories, it's pretty special.
This is your 50 versus 50 man fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have not noticed that New World has a 50 versus 50 caliber castle siege, that is where we're going to be clapping cheeks all night, and we will never let them respawn in their camps. It's going to be epic. I hope you're ready. Artemis is here. Wartime is a blast. Oh. Yes, it's a bit. Sorry, you. I know it wasn't that epic. All right, we basically have some information here for you guys, so you understand what different factions and what they stand for. I have the Marauder, the Syndicate, and the Covenant. I'm gonna go ahead and bring them in right here. Let's go ahead and give you a chance to see that fandom. So, right here, factions are a large groups of allied in one cause in New World. So if you guys don't know, Artemis GG, it's good to see you, buddy. But if you don't know about factions, it's similar to Planetside 2. If you don't know anything about Planetside 2, I'll try to explain this in a very simple way. It's not an MMO where everybody's equal. You make the guild, and that's it. And you fight based on guilds. This is a combination of guilds with factions. So what I was trying to say is, I totally forgot what I was trying to say. Back to factions. So factions is, you have to pick one out of the three when you get to level 20. I don't know exactly the level yet. And so you will be playing as a non-faction player until you hit a faction. When you hit a faction is when you can finally join a company, which is considered a guild, group, or outfit. And so when you make that decision to join a faction, I believe you can't change factions. Artemis GG is here. He's also somebody who understands the game very thoroughly and has also now been invited. Congrats, buddy, being invited to the alpha. Do you know if you can opt out of your faction? Can you leave your faction and join another faction? Is there a capacity to do that? And that's something that could be a severe change in the game if they allow people to change factions with their main characters over time or not. I'm not sure. The level 7 through 10 is roughly when you can join a faction. You cannot leave a faction, but you don't have to join one. If you don't join a faction, I think that's ridiculous. If you do commit, it's like, oh, that makes sense. There's somebody who's level 16 in factions. So if you're somebody who's factionless and you decide to play this game, you can't take over castles, which is not the end game material that you always have to do. So you don't have to join a faction. But what happens is when you join a faction, now you have people to be allied with you at all times. and you have somebody to fight with. If you're factionless and you're PvPing, you're fighting all 3 factions equally, which sounds so amazing and fun for me. But I won't be able to take over a castle. That's going to be an edgy title, 100%. Factionless. That's actually pretty good. I like that, Mad Cat. 100%.
True solo players will be factionless. I can see it right now. The guys that want to stand out and be like the 1v5 gods, they're going to be factionless.
It's going to be Kirito mode, 100%. Yeah, they're going to
Oh,
be
yeah.
solo.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
going to be solo-based players who don't care about castles, who just want to kill everybody in sight. And I think they were part of a faction at one point in time, part of a large guild, took over castles. It wasn't for them. They went factionless. And I think that's what is going to be the case. But the problem is there's faction gear that kind of sets you apart and gives you a bonus. So if they gave non-faction players a chance to have that gear as well, it would make it more interesting to see these non-faction players show up. So you cannot PvP without a faction.
That's interesting. That's very interesting. So I guess it's a way that if you want to purely be a PvE player, I guess you don't join a faction.
Yeah.
But and saying that, how hard is it to group up with other people without being in a faction?
No, 100%. That'd be awesome. Let's bring Artemis GG on the call and learn more about those different sides of it. I'm going to show you guys right now the Marauders and their faction. Well, we've got Artemis GG heading into the Drag Me In channel in the Discord. If you head to that channel, I can drag you in. The Marauders are a faction in New World, similar to Planetside 2's Terran Republic, New Conglomerate, and Vods Sovereignty. And so the faction is called the Marauders, and they are a ruthless military force bent on establishing a free nation where anybody with strength to do so can prosper and profit. So that sounds like very similar to the faction that will be comparable to what my mindset is at, if I'm going to go based on lore. Then you got the Syndicate, which is right here, which is a faction. They are a secretive organization of boundless guile and intelligence in search for forbidden knowledge to usher in a new age of enlightenment. That sounds like the Voda Sovereignty. So that's an example of that one. And then you've got the Covenant, who is a fanatical order that has changed itself with cleansing the lands of heretics and defilers so that its true holy nature can flourish and justice can be restored. I mean, it's a combination of Vanu and C, I think, or TR, I'm not sure. But overall, I think the Marauders is where I'm basically, the idea is a ruthless military force. But you can be any faction. You can represent yourself however you want. But that's just the titles. And you get different gear looks. The gear is going to be the one that stands out the most to you. And let's go ahead and bring Artemis GG in the house. Artemis, how you doing, buddy?
Yo, how's it going?
Doing good, doing good. Artemis GG, I just met him recently on the last time I did a New World stream. Played in a company called Critical and has taken over territory, understands the game thoroughly, played in the preview, which was last year, pretty thoroughly to understand the ins and outs of the game, and is also going pretty competitive mode. And so he's got his own community that he's going to go and try to, own his server or play on the same server with us, and we can own either together or kill him all day, whatever it prefers. I'm sure. But Artemis, thanks for stopping by, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind at all. New World is something I'm incredibly passionate about, so being able to help out with the information I know definitely benefits anybody in the New World community as well. So I know there's certain things I'm not allowed to say because of the NDA for the alpha, but there's still a lot of information out there because of patch notes that I'm still allowed to talk about. So I can't talk about my personal gameplay in the alpha, but as long as I keep that portion out, I can still talk about everything that's technically in the alpha because everybody's read it in the patch notes.
Awesome. So everybody who's currently hearing this right now, this is public knowledge for you, and Artemis is basically giving you a clear, concise, condensed data for it. So let's clarify the statement that we had earlier. So if I want to play with you, do I have to be in the same faction? Yes, talk to me, Goose. You would have to be in the same faction if you want to do castle sieges with me, if you want to PvP the same enemies with me. So let me confirm this with Artemis.
Hang on.
Yeah.
So no, you do not have to be in the same faction to do the castle sieges. If you're talking about Outpost Rush, yes, you do have to be in the same faction. However, if you're attacking a territory that somebody else owns, but whoever wants to play with you is in another faction opposite the one that holds the territory. So, for example, I'm going to use Syndicate. Well, I'm just going to use all three because it's going to make it easier. If Syndicate's holding down, we're going to say Everfall as the biggest example because Everfall is central territory. So, if Syndicate is holding down Everfall, and Arshee as Marauders wants to go ahead and take it. They start the war. Everybody's signing up for the war. If you're playing Covenant and you want to attack the Syndicate with the Marauders, you can absolutely do that. You just have to sign up on the war board on the Marauders side.
Right, and then the leader gets to select which group comes in, which group doesn't. But when
yes,
I say
up to 50 people.
Yeah.
But if you cannot fill out the group, whoever's left on the board automatically gets autofilled into the group.
Yep. And so one of the things that I want to make sure I indicate for you guys to understand is that when you don't play in the same faction with somebody, you can't kill your same faction in PvP in a war-based situation, but you can still kill your same faction if they're in PvP. Is that correct?
That's correct. So there is no, I guess, friendly fire, most people would call it. There's no such thing as friendly fire. But you can duel. Luckily, there is still the duel option in the game. So if you want to kill your friends, go right ahead. You can duel them and kill them that way. It's totally fine. There are titles for that as well, by the way. So that's the best part that you can really do. I think I know the first title you get for dueling is just Duelist, but I think it goes to Master Duelist and up and up and up.
So my next indicator is you can't kill your own faction, which means you're going to do friendly fire. If you're on the opposite faction and you have PvP on and you want to PvP with us, we would probably friendly fire you because this game is based on aiming and you'll get hit by us the entire time. Yes, you still can fight with us. Yes, we'll try not to hit you, but you're now getting hit by friendly fire because you're on the opposite faction, you're on our team. But you still can engage with us. You still can talk to us. You can proxy voice chat with us. You just can't join us for small events like clan wars or outfit wars or company wars, what do you want to call them. You can't join us for specific fights like output rush. And if you're not in our guild, priority goes to the people that are in our guild or faction or company, whatever you want to call them, until I get more used to calling it a company, goddammit, is we are going to be selecting our 50-man team from our own company. And that's a priority before we invite other people outside, because just overall the amount of time and effort they put into our company makes more sense to me. Unless if our company says we need to hire 12 mercenaries from X group because they're going to get us that W every time, and we'll do the same thing for them. So that's something that could happen along the way.
Another interesting point I want to make about that is I know you said you played very shortly for the preview.
Yeah.
They changed this actually in the last big patch before release. They called it the last big patch. There used to be only a 50 allowance for each company. So getting 50 people for a war meant literally your entire company needing to join in for the war, or you'd have to bring people from your faction that may or may not be as good as you want them to be. Now with them actually increasing that company cap to 100, that's still half your that's at least half your company now. So you don't need everybody on at the same time in order to do that. You don't need to coordinate that anymore. You just need to coordinate the majority of your players being on for subs and stuff like that. So it's a little bit easier to plan for getting everybody online at the same time now, instead of before where it was like, okay, everybody has to be on at 7 p.m. Eastern. This is when the war is.
Makes sense. I like that.
I actually have two questions. I think one you can answer and one maybe you can't. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
I'll just go with the one that maybe you can't. And I just forgot it, so I'll just ask the other one. When you started playing the alpha, how fluid was it with voice chat and everything to like talk with other people and like feel like immersive and like building a community or trash talking other people? Like, was that very easy and natural to do, or was it kind of surprising? Like, how did you feel about that when you first started experiencing those type of things?
Um, I can't answer this because it's something that was kind of in the preview as well, and it's already public knowledge that there's voice chat in the game. So I don't have to talk about what exactly is going on with my gameplay with it. But personally, the first time I heard somebody talk, I was like, okay, there's like 8 people talking at once. I'm just gonna go ahead and toggle this off. Because the one person who talked that I first heard was Screamer.
Oh God!
It was a
Oh
little
yeah,
kid playing on their parents' account, screaming into the microphone, and I was like, I don't want this.
Right. Everybody's gonna enjoy it however
and I
they
already
want.
love it.
I love it. If I see a screamer show up and it's annoying enough, I can probably just mute them. Hopefully, they have abilities to reduce their audio levels to make it easier for us to pick and choose how we want to hear them moving forward. I don't want to squelch anybody unless if they don't maintain TOS for me on Twitch. Even if they're a squeaker, I can always reduce them down to 20% so you know that the person is still trying to talk to me. But just like no.
I could
It's
see
just
that being annoying, very
yeah.
annoying. People following you and just
It is.
screaming. Yeah, I
Yeah,
could see
and so I
that.
don't mind having them all down to 10% as I'm trying to do something like, hey, 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 hey. I'm like, no. It's like the whole time. But again, it's each their own. I enjoy proxy voice chat because of another game I played earlier, Artemis GG. It was just called Planetside 2. It was my bread and butter. I love talking to everybody in sight. It was epic. In a minute.
Yeah, but the proximity chat is definitely annoying. So, like there are some chill people that are just talking and just having a good time and getting to know people in the game, which is awesome. I love being able to say that there's a community in the game. Of course, there are unfortunate people that only like to complain about the game, which was literally my first 5 minutes of logging in. But for the most part, I'm a Syndicate player, and everybody in Syndicate is super positive. Like, I haven't met a Syndicate player yet that's been increasingly negative. It's always been just super positive, always like, oh, you lost the war, no worries, we'll win the next one, or just super friendly and making sure that everybody wants to have a good time instead of just, well, you should be playing this way. This is the meta, you need to be doing this. It's like, or like, oh, well, this game's super buggy. There's no reason anybody should be playing it, and they're ruining the game and stuff like that. There's a lot of that right now in the alpha, I will say, because it's general chat. I don't need to specify anything, which is wonderful. But there's just so much negativity coming from certain factions. It's not even players, it's actually full factions that it's disgusting.
No, it makes sense. I mean, again, it's going to come down to
Yeah.
building a community as leaders like yourself. And if I'm going to represent a community, depending on how I represent myself, the community will basically respond. And those who want to be basically be toxic will get flushed out. It just happens. Maintaining that positivity all the way to the very end, really makes them not have a place to shine. But there is always going to be those toxic groups. There's always going to be that kind of behavior, and you just have to pick and choose how you want to respond or how you want to interact with them. But
I will say though, going into the alpha and talking in syndicate chat for the first time, and people recognizing my name, saying "Welcome back," was the best thing ever.
I love it. That's really
That's
what makes the
nice to
community.
hear that. Yeah, that's nice to hear that. Like you can build. You're always going to have some trolls. You're always going to have people who are going to try to ruin your stream if they see TV or something behind your name. But it's nice to see that there's people that are. It's an actual community. You get to remember people because you have voice chat. It's very easy to be like, "Hey, what's up?" Kind of like in real life. You know what I mean? Like, "Oh, how's your day going?" That's really nice to
Yeah.
see. Because I was really hoping that voice chat would kind of bring back like the old, you know, classic WoW days where you're meeting outside somewhere waiting for people and you're like, "Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Oh, I need help doing this." Then some D-bag kind of like takes all the loot afterwards, all that fun stuff. Like
Well,
I'm really
get ready
excited
to
for
do
stuff
the
like that.
dungeon walk.
Yeah.
The old school dungeon walk that you actually had to spam in chat just to find people for the group.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
that's a thing again.
I like that. That's really cool. It's unique, and I like I like games where it artificially creates that community like group aspect because you're gonna get way more how should I say? You're gonna get more out of the game in terms of building something that isn't specifically designed. Like it's not like, oh, I have to do X for 10 hours to feel like I'm getting my money. It's something artificial that it's just and player kind of building together. That's like content you're just creating out of thin air. And that's really important, I think, for a lifespan for a lot of these games is creating content that's not just from the game but also from the players. And that's what I really like about this.
hmm
One of the things
So I have
that
one more
it's
question.
yeah, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
okay.
I don't know if you can answer this, but I'm curious to know how much feedback um, were were the alpha testers giving to the company or whatever dev team you were talking to? Like, how much feedback to changes was that the company or dev team talking with the alpha testers? What was that relationship like? Was it very transparent, or was it kind of like question and answer sort of style?
It was very transparent. 90% of the patch notes that you see are all related directly to the feedback of the player. There is very little in the patch notes that people actually had to tell the devs, no, this isn't what we want. We told you what we want and you decided to go against it. 90% of the patch notes are directly from feedback from players, which means it's entirely player based. They want to make sure that the players are having the absolute best experience playing the game as they can. So they're taking the feedback and they're putting it into the game instead of just going, well, you think you want it, but you don't, as an example.
Classic business, yeah, I get it. But that's nice to hear that they're actually
Classic
like,
Blizzard, actually.
yeah, yeah. But it's nice to hear that they're actually listening to your feedback and like want to make the best game possible. Because I know right now there's a lot of negative light on New World in terms of like cash shop and let's just say graphics or targeting or whatever. But the biggest one's cash shop. It's nice to hear that like this is a game that is a two-way street. It's the community and the developers, and it's very rare to find something like that. And it's really nice to hear.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, it's good that the devs actually listen to the players. Like the best way that I think a dev ever put it was we're players too. And we want to see the success of the game just as much as you guys do. So there's no reason um, we should be taking over the game and only putting our vision into it when we want the game to be a success. So it makes sense that they're actually taking player feedback into full perspective.
100%. Give me a chance. I'm gonna try to bring in both cameras in for both Artemis and Gigi Bodo. Give me 1 second. See if I can bring you guys both in. How would I be able to?
Excuse me. This is a reminder for my posture check.
I'll do the posture check in just a second. You son of a-
Oh, yeah, there you go, just like that, and then change it.
Yep.
Just
Let
have
me
it
go
side
ahead.
by side.
Let me just grab this real quick. While you guys are talking, go ahead. Feel free. If you guys wondering what I'm messing around with, it's because of that.
So Artemis, what was like your number one thing about this game that really you enjoyed or it drawed you in?
The thing that originally drew me into New World was the simple fact that it was something new. Thank you, Pop. I love my headset too. Yeah, it was the simple fact that it was something new. It was something that was different from World of Warcraft. It was something that was different from Final Fantasy XIV. It was something that everybody wanted something like a classless system where they didn't have to be like, okay, I'm going to be a paladin or I'm going to be a mage and I'm going to go through the entire game as a frost mage, as an example. This is what my end game is going to be. This is exactly how I'm going to play. I have to get this gear. I have to have these gear sets. Like, it was very specific the way that you had to play the game in order to get to the end game and succeed in the end game, especially for World of Warcraft. But for New World, it's not based around just your weapon sets. It's based around player skill. So basically, if you are going in and using sword and board and you just suck, you just suck. That's on you 100%. It's on nobody else except yourself. And that's a really nice feeling because that means that you can always improve.
Oh, okay. I was like, that's a great feeling to know that you. It's like, oh.
Well, instead of just, oh, well, I don't know the rotation or I can't understand the rotation. If you just suck, you can at least improve on, getting your mechanics in check or getting those dodge rolls in time.
Yeah.
But you couldn't do that in World of Warcraft. If you sucked in WoW, even though you did the rotation exact and all of your stats and masteries and your gear was 100% the best in slot, if you sucked, you sucked. There was nothing you could do to change that. So it's really nice seeing that there's actually an ability to improve and continue improving in the game. It's not just based on one thing. You could use the Ice Gauntlet and Fire Staff as an example, Todoroki, and then completely annihilate people, or you could suck with it. And you could just pick a better weapon that more suits your needs. For example, I've got one person in my company that will be going full hatchet build because they love the hatchet. They are the berserker type of playstyle, and the hatchet just fits to a T for them. So they're going to be going hatchet and great axe, two very, very strong weapons, but at the same time, they're very different playstyles. So you can get the playstyles for two different things and mesh them together. This was in the patch notes, so I can actually talk about this as well. In the preview, if you swap to another weapon, it would put all of your abilities on cooldown, I believe. It doesn't do that anymore.
That was an old version.
Yeah, so if you use all of your abilities on, say, the Ice Gauntlet, and then you swap over to Fire Staff, you can immediately use the Fire Staff abilities to annihilate a group.
Yeah,
I'm telling you right now, Sword and Board and Fire Staff is the meta. I'm telling you right now, Sword and Board, Fire Staff is the meta.
I don't think it is, man.
I can tell you it's not.
It's not. No, I think Fire Staff and Ice Gauntlet is one example, or you can go with. There's just so many different.
I killed someone with Fire Staff Master last night, and they weren't that good.
Yeah, you can do Musket and Fire and Ice Gauntlet. There's just so many class combos depending on how to counter and understanding the skills they picked. But everyone's going to have the wrong skills growing their character because they have to level up. So in the very beginning, you're just going to have a really hodgepodge of skills. But when it gets to end game, that's when it's the true definition of it. Because everybody needs an AoE attack. You have to hit the mob once. Is that something that I'm allowed to talk about right now? I don't want to make sure you say it and screw up. Are we allowed to say, like...
Arshee, I think you have to wear the cat ears.
Oh, no. Did we get 10? No, it's only 7 out of 10. We're good. No way. Flava, that's your first message, and you say, wear the... You sick. No. No. Melly, it's good to see you, Melly. Nice to meet you. Welcome. And Flava. Welcome.
Okay, so sorry, am I allowed to talk about what? I was watching chat say where the cat ears.
No, of course. I don't think we have 10 yet. I think we're at 7 out of 10. Papa Geiger's keeping counted. It looks like I'm still safe. I'm still safe. It's got to be 10 out of 10. Yeah, I don't want to basically publicly talk about it because then people will be like, what did Arshee say? I'm like, nothing. Shh. So if it gets to that number, I don't want to put it on. So what was I going to say? Yeah. So in the preview, when I was level 20, at level 60 took me to a 60 zone. I hit one of the monsters, they killed it. I got like almost full XP for that. Is that still a thing? And that's the thing. I don't know if you should say it. So that's already
I actually
NDA,
don't know if it's a thing. No, that's not even NDA.
Oh, okay.
I just simply don't know. Let me go back on the patch notes actually, because I know there's a spot in the patch notes in the August. No, not August.
Because that's how
January patch, I think.
If you're watching my screen right now, I'm using the healer class. You have to just left click one time or use an AoE attacking heal spell that has an attack version when you're doing mob training just to hit all the targets, and then we finish it off. You get the same percentage XP as everybody who did more damage than you, especially being in the same party. You have to be in the same party, but you have to hit the monster. That was super frustrating as a healer. because you have to hit and you're a healer and you get no XP. So I was like, what the hell? But I know they fixed it to where now you can heal the target who's killing them and you get the XP percentage based on that. But if you're outside a party, you got to do as much damage as you can, and you split it based on the outside of party damage you do. So it is based on damage experience you gain. So if it's a 5U mob training, you're going to get full experience as long as you hit the damn target. 1 damage is all you have to do. Wait a second. Did we get 10 out of 10? Artemis! Artemis! Shades! No!
You gotta love the cat ears.
Oh, God. You... I'm just going to say welcome. Damn it. All right, chat, keep going. I'm going to take out my head so I can't talk for a minute. Feel free to ask each other questions while I'm doing that or talk to the chat.
So in terms of the PvP, and obviously like there's certain animations and times for animations, how fluid does it feel for you in terms of like, I assume you've tested like a lot of different weapons.
Much, much, much better from the preview. I have tested all of the new weapons except for the spear and the well, I did use the ice gauntlet a little bit yesterday. I didn't like it, but that's just not my playstyle. I can say they feel amazing. Papa, the demo, the alpha is still technically open. I believe it's going to be open for another 3 or 4 weeks. Right before the beta goes live is when the alpha shuts down. So I still have plenty of time to run through, test everything, and get things ready for my company to start going hard. Because that's exactly what I'm using the alpha for. I'm not using the alpha to speed through to endgame. I'm actually using it so I can test everything out properly, and then basically create a dialogue. Create a dialogue for my company to be able to be like, okay, well, this is what we need to do. This is the exact steps we need to take to be successful going forward. Because after the NDA is gone, I can use all of the knowledge that I got in the alpha for my company. Can we get access to the alpha? How do you get access? Okay, so they are randomly selecting people to test the alpha, so you literally just have to sign up on the website. If you go to newworld.com, there right at the top of the page, there's something called tester sign up. Click that, log in using your Amazon account, and it will put you into the pool for possible alpha selection. There's not much longer left. As I said, there's only like 3 or 4 weeks left. You may or may not get in. The devs have absolutely no control over that because it is just randomly generated. Whoever gets picked gets picked. It's unfortunate, but that's how it's working. I personally am NA. I'm going to be NA East. Unless me and my company decide something else entirely, but most likely we're going to be staying on NA East. We took over High Bloom, as Arshee was saying earlier. We had 5 areas. We were making 17,000 gold a day just on our areas, to the point where we had so much gold at the end of the alpha that the only thing that we had to do was split it up amongst the company because we couldn't spend it on anything except upgrades.
That's insane.
That's cool to hear. That's cool to hear. You can take over and just be like, yes, we are. Yeah, I like that.
OP.
In terms of because you're running your company, right? Like you're the head
Yeah.
of your company. How fluid? 'Cause this is something we haven't really heard about, so I don't know if you can really talk about this. But how much detail can you actually manage your company? Like, is there an in-game sort of like promotion system for ranks, or is it easy to invite people, like stuff like that?
There really isn't a lot you can do. I am like actually allowed to share like screenshots and stuff of certain little aspects of the company thing because nothing for the company window from preview to alpha has changed. So I can actually share all of that. I'm actually gonna go, as long as it doesn't go up on stream, I can share a screenshot because my code is right in the screenshot.
Don't worry, you can just tell us or just.
I do want to
describe it
log
to
in so
us.
I can properly describe it. So
Okay.
just give me a second here so I can actually log in.
Awesome.
While everybody sits there going, "You can log in. We hate you."
Nah, you son of a. He's just basically scratching the surface of my jealousy.
But company moderation, as it is still fairly simple. They don't have a lot of editable options, I guess you could say. The company leader can rank people up, rank people down, invite people, deal with the company treasury, edit the logo, edit the name, do the war invites, but so can the console, which is essentially your company officers. I'm just logging in here. And they did tease the new splash screen for when you're about to log in. Anybody who hasn't seen it, I recommend checking it out. It looks amazing compared to what they were doing for the preview. Like, it looks phenomenal. Like, I actually really like it because it adds more to the ambiance of the game. Artemis, PvE or PvP? PvX.
Can you do me a favor?
I do everything.
Can you do me a favor and
terms of,
confirm the email that was sent to you about the key? Because I have too many emails. Can't find it if I got invited. Was it?
I'll send you a screenshot minus the
Yeah.
key so you can actually see what it looks like.
I just want to know the email sender so I can actually search for that sender and have that on a ping system the moment if it does actually pop up in our email.
You got invited to the preview, right?
Yes.
It looks exactly the same, just with beta code.
Okay. I'll look for that email then. I appreciate that.
Copy image. It looks like this, though.
Okay. Oh, no, I'm talking about the email sender.
Same thing as the preview.
Okay. I'll look for that email sender because that's what I'm trying to search. And that way I can actually find out if I was invited and I didn't even pay attention to it. That's probably happens to a lot of people.
One of the things I was going to ask, because I know NA East will be a very popular server because most people that are going to be playing are going to be on the Eastern time zone or the Eastern side, just due to connectivity. I don't know. Maybe I'm just biased because I'm always playing on the Eastern servers because that's my best ping. How big is each server going to be? Like, how much can it support? Is it going to be like a shard system where you're going to have different instances, or is it going to be like one server and that's the server?
They haven't given us a definitive answer on that yet. So we honestly have no idea whether or not it's going to be something like that. Jessica, Artemis, are you inviting people who are interested, or do you have your set clan already? We're inviting anybody who wants to play.
Yep. If you guys want to get a chance to basically see where Artemis is at, this is his Twitch channel. Feel free to follow Artemis, and you can ask all your questions personally. Is Artemis GG? Can you type in chat real quick, Artemis? That's why I couldn't find you. It's the Artemis.
Yeah.
So the Artemis GG. So that way you guys can go and follow up on how to basically join his division or his company.
I was playing Beat Saber last, apparently.
But yeah, overall, guys, this is going to be really, really fun. Artemis comes in with an incredible amount of information. The video that you guys are currently watching right now is when I was playing the preview. We were just messing around, trying to find world bosses, and we realized after spending 4 hours because the server is about to end. This is like the last 2 days, and we finally got to the point where we killed the grizzly bear with coordination and effort and teamwork. You can see how like amazed we are, and all we got was the skinning option. I literally was raging inside for how much work that we had to do just to kill this damn grizzly bear. But the grizzly bear wasn't the main thing. Like, the rawhide and the food that we got is crap compared to what you can do from a boar. And it didn't drop any gear, and all it did was defend treasure. So if you had two friends, one person drags the grizzly bear out, the other person opens a treasure box that respawns every single hour, you can get free treasure by working together as a team. But if you try to solo it, that bear will tear you apart. You're not going to have enough time to be able to grab it unless if you have a character that has the teleport feature on 2 different staffs and teleport out, or you're stuck inside a cave and he's going to swipe you and one-shot you.
Life staff doesn't have the teleport anymore. They
I
removed
saw
that 3 patches ago.
Everybody was using it with musket or bow, man, and they were just kiting.
There's another really nice thing about the bows and muskets now. There is no longer an ally hitbox. So if you're trying to use a bow or a musket, you can actually shoot through your allies now instead of them being bullet sponges.
Oh, thank God. That's
That is
actually
a great
really good.
change.
That's a really good change.
Thank you.
Because it's gonna
I'm
really,
probably gonna be-
it's gonna really suck for companies that have melee users. I would actually tell everybody to play as like long distance users, so we don't bullet sponge everything. We can kill everybody and do as much DPS as possible. So that's extremely
Yeah, I
helpful.
had to play as a sword and board and hammer user during the preview because I literally could not use my bow.
Yep.
Because anytime I tried, the only time I could use my bow was during war.
Yep.
Because that was the only time I could be up high or be fighting like 6 or 7 people by myself.
Did they still do it
and
for
still
PvE?
be able to hit things?
Did they do it for PvE as well, or you still have to shoot around them?
Nope. You anytime you have an ally standing in front of you, it will always go through them. However, even if you are PvE, if there's an enemy fighting the same mob as you, whether they're flagged or not, whether you're flagged or not, it will not go through them.
Yeah, this is the healing stat teleport that they got rid of right here. You'll see me constantly use it on reuse because we're trying to go to the next town. This is how it looks like to traverse across the terrain. Sadly, the way YouTube has it is if you upload a 1080p or 720p VOD, it gives you the lowest codec quality. So when you upload a 1440p or above, you get the best codec quality. So this is not in-game graphics quality. This is not doing it any justice. If you genuinely want to see what the quality is in that difference, we saw earlier in the New World category earlier. If I could go to that history, New World, and you'll see over here. There we go. This is the quality of New World. This is what to expect when looking at in-game graphics. And so, not to make you guys feel like what you saw earlier was in-game graphics, but this is an example. But remember, YouTube still renders it lower, and instead of in-game. So enjoy that. It's just I feel so bad when you guys are watching my old VOD from 2020 September, and so this is September of 2020 when we played. And yeah, you have to basically use it. So there's just so many new changes came out. The game I played back in the preview has drastically changed what I'm hearing. The meta has changed. You can't have 3 weapons anymore. You only can have 2. Teleporting doesn't work anymore, so it's going to come down to classes that know how to dodge and reposition themselves as they're running back to a settlement. If they need to reposition themselves, it's going to require a incredible amount. Is there free look in the game?
Yes.
Okay, that's going to be huge. If you guys don't know what that means, while you're running straight, you can turn around and look at your enemies and dodge incoming attacks, knowing that they're arriving very shortly, or you see the person doing an animation so you can jump to the right or left. So if you're not used to free look running, if you don't play BRs, so you're gonna feel the pain in this game.
It's like Rust or Daisy back in the day. You know, you're running through the field and you're looking, oh crap, can I go?
Yeah, Artemis GG is 100% right, and Lupin, and thanks for stopping by. The deep dive wasn't deep enough, in my opinion. I was expecting 1 hour of talks. Their 18 minutes of the deep dive was very well said, clear, concise, straight to the point of what they were doing. So if you are brand new to New World and wondering what this is all about, they did a good job of help explaining it, but they should have showed something that makes us excited. You know, like we're just around the corner. This is your chance to like hype us a bit more, but of course hype is only so much. You don't want to overhype and then underdeliver. It's always better to underdeliver and it's better to not hype a product, deliver the product, and then basically make everybody excited. I don't know what the terminology is here. So oversell,
Underhype and overdeliver.
Underhype, overdeliver, exactly. And that way you can get rid of all those naysayers that talks about pay to win, people that are just constantly so angry about it being a specific behavior, that is not similar to
I have a
WoW.
whole thing on the cash shop issues that everybody keeps on talking about.
Do you? Oh, we can't talk about it. Never mind. Damn it. You're actually in
The
the
cash
game right
shop, absolutely, because it's not in the game right now. They removed it after everybody started complaining.
now. Oh,
Oh,
so
is it?
is that possible to talk about or no? I
Yeah,
don't think.
it's all. They already released a statement about it, so everything in the statement is common knowledge.
Yeah, statement
Wait,
wise. So we're
so what do
talking
you
about
mean?
we're talking about they didn't. We can't talk about what was in it, but overall, fast travel was in it.
They said what was in it.
All of it.
Yeah.
Okay, so that was the same thing.
Cosmetics and literally right now, what was in the cash shop before they removed it was all just cosmetics.
Interesting.
They had nothing in there except cosmetics. Everything that they plan on putting in for quality of life is only going to improve the game, not in a way that's going to be considered pay to win, but instead of, as the biggest example that they could have made, instead of having rested bonus experience in a city at 12 hours start, it goes down to 8 hours start. That's really not a benefit to anybody unless you're constantly playing. Like, if you're going to bed for 8 hours, getting up, playing the game, streaming the game all day, going to bed for 8 hours, and basically rinse repeat, that's where that would benefit you the most. But the only time that benefits somebody is if they're a hardcore player like us. Whereas somebody that is just playing casually, the 12 hours is going to be more than enough for them to start the rested bonus and then basically still enjoy the game at the same amount that the hardcore player is playing. Like, they're not going to offer what WoW offers as an example and give you a free boost up to 60 for every expansion you buy if they do expansions, or they're not going to put in their shop, hey, pay $70 and you can have a level 60 character. They're not going to do that. They've already said they won't because it's going to ruin the game. Largely because people wouldn't know what they were doing with whatever weapons they were using.
So, in terms of them removing the cash shop, because it sounds like it's nothing pay to win whatsoever. It's mainly cosmetics.
Mainly
Have
cosmetics, and they
these?
have a 2022 that they're saying the pay for convenience options will be available. That means in less than 4 months we'll see the items that they described in Twitter. Fast travel as an example, EXP boosts, potions, stuff like that. And so I don't know if people call that pay for convenience. I still call that pay to win if you know how to abuse it right.
Yeah.
That's just a fact. I was talking about put cooldowns on fast travel, but nah, I've already talked about Bodo on this, so I'm gonna have you answer this, Artemis, if you have more to add on top of it. That was a question that Bodo asked me earlier. Go ahead. If you want to answer that question.
Sorry. What was the question again? I was also typing in my company chat because Jesse Cat joined.
No worries. Go ahead. Bodo, you were asked a question about pay for convenience. What is all the items that are going to be happening, or what's all the items that they're offering? Is it the same thing as what I said, Artemis, or you want to add to it?
Kind of. Like, they're not really adding a lot that's going to change the game exponentially. They don't want to make the game impossible to play for, experienced players, but they still don't want it to be impossible to get into for someone brand new. Last Oasis, as a good example, is a full PvP game. Arcade is a full PvP game. Neither of those games offer a single boost to experience aside from, being a member for their game. So paying a monthly sub unless you're an Unchained for Arcade. But having something to get you to the end game faster would be super helpful in something called Arcade, or something like Arcade, because that's where a lot of the end game stuff takes place, where you need to be, max level for PvP. Otherwise, you're just gonna get steamrolled.
Yep.
It's not fun going into a battle with somebody who's 14,000 gear score when you just got freshly geared at endgame and get absolutely clapped in 2 slaps because they think that, it's fun to pick on the new guy. And that happens a lot in games like that. So being able to get to the end game faster would be nice. But again, it would be how you play the game. So if you are an end game player, any boost to get you there is great if you already know what you're doing. But they should actually restrict anything that would be considered quality of life experience boosts to a certain level, so nobody can use them until they would technically know about the game. So level 20 would be my limit for that, where I say they should get to level 20 and then have the option of paying for those boosts, because then at least they know a lot more about the game, they know the mechanics, they know what they're doing with the weapons that they chose. No cringing. Embrace the cat ears.
I'm trying until Nate Tick shows up like, hey, Kitty Arshee. Like, you son of a go wash your hands. Chat basically, I didn't think 10 people would basically say it, and it happened too quickly. So next time I gotta basically double the number. Go ahead.
But yeah, that's what I think is they should level limit it. Because at least if they level limit it, you're not going to get an influx of accounts that are being paid for and then sold later on to the highest bidder to just to get into the game at endgame, because account selling happens in every game. Like, it's actually ridiculous how much you'll see account selling for Arcade or account selling for World of Warcraft with top end gear, because somebody most farmers for those games are Vietnamese or Chinese. So you'll see a lot of Chinese and Vietnamese sites selling top-end accounts. Actually, Destiny 2 is another really good example of this. You'll see people buying and selling Destiny accounts at the top level just so they can, go into raids with their friends if they've never played before. Yeah, account buying and selling in EVE Online was horrible.
100%.
Like,
I was there. I was there.
Ship buying too.
Like I remember Titan alts used to be about, I think it's 1500 back in the day.
When
and even
Titans
then
were
League of
literally
Legends.
broken.
Yeah, and like League of Legends too. Like I believe a diamond account's $150.
Oh, diamond accounts can be a lot more than that depending on the MMR.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, if it's like high diamond, like D1.
Yeah, if you're D4 accounts would be. I seen a D4 account sell for $350. I seen a D1 account at one win away from Masters sell for $3,000.
That's crazy. Because I know,
Yeah.
I know also what factors in is the current rank plus the win rate behind it, because then you get the artificial like LP boost, essentially. Like you get 33 LP or 35 LP per win. But yeah, that's crazy. It actually gets that high now. It's been a while since I've seen that stuff.
Oh yeah, like there's already New World accounts being bought and sold.
Already, it's already alpha.
There's a website. Well, there's a website called Player Auctions. They got NDA takedown. So Player Auctions used to sell alpha accounts. They got threatened to be sued, obviously, by Amazon, and Amazon's not something you really want to go against in the court of law. But they were told that if they didn't stop selling accounts, their website would be gone. And I mean, let's face it, Amazon lawyers could definitely do that.
And if the server is under Amazon, that's even more funny.
Oh yeah,
you got the money to back it too.
And then it doesn't help the fact that there are already places selling ready-to-go accounts for launch day for like $50, which is literally $10 more than the game is worth on Steam. So people are buying those accounts just to have a game-ready account day one with a level 1 character, nothing on it, to go launch day when they could pay $10 less on Steam and still have it launch day.
So
I guess people are afraid and don't want to guarantee their spot. Like that's ridiculous.
I honestly don't know how to explain that, but I'm also very glad it happened in the early stages. So that way they can figure out how to solve that problem, because that is going to be something that will completely ruin everyone's experience if you can actually have that capacity happening. Where, let's imagine farmers, I don't want to say a specific race, farmers across the game make level 60 characters and sell it like consistently, setting the bar for what your character could have been, a little bit more treasured as far as the time and energy you put in.
Yeah.
I never sold a single one of my accounts because I can't bear somebody else having my name running around. So I'm a weirdo like that. But long story short,
I put too much time and effort in for that.
yeah, it's just
Same. You
priceless
get
at that
that
point.
sentimental value too, right? Like,
Yeah.
why do you want to give something away that you've built?
Yeah.
100%. What I'm showing you right here is if I bring the audio in, you'll hear me talking about the dancing feature. The reason why I'm going in depth about this is because the preview is ending in like less than 2 hours. So I'm trying everything. I'm asking chat, what else do you want to see? What else do you want to see? What else do you want to see? So we're trying all the dance emotes, and some random person named Yunon decides to dance with me, and it's just basically going back and forth. I'm talking, Yunon comes on the stream, and we're now just doing some dance moves. And this is all from proxy voice chat. And I'm looking at the dance moves saying, damn, they really need to work on this. Like, when launch happens, please bring out better dance moves. I mean, Destiny has way better dance moves. Fortnite has better dance moves. But if we're saying it's pirate era dancing only, then, it is what it is. You can't do much. But in my opinion, when it comes to a dance move, it could be any dance move and any era can enjoy it, I'm assuming. I don't know. It could be ruin the element.
Vane.
Yeah.
Vane, you were lied to, buddy.
Oh, wow.
You were so lied to. The combat in New World is amazing.
10 out of 10 experience. Let me go and show you that video real quick. What I saw that I enjoy all the time casting about. Let me show you this 1 versus 5 Archer.
That's what sold me, was watching the combat and the footage, like as it developed, because in the beginning you had like 3 staffs and I thought, like 3 weapons, I thought that was a little bit broken. But seeing like the current stuff, like what's actually currently in the alpha from like a month or 2 months ago, it like that's what sold me on this game, was just like, wow, this is a game where you can express real like player skill and understanding matchups and the mechanics. Like I love that. I love that.
Well, I actually want to disagree with something that was said in chat. Combat was better in preview. I completely disagree. Actually, I've got reasoning for this too, and I've got a good argument for this. The reason that I find that the combat was not better in the preview is because one weapon ruled all in the preview. Even Fire Staff really wasn't great in the preview. Wow, I see double. But the reason that I want to say combat was not better in the preview is largely in part because of how the combat worked. You could literally take a hatchet, and whether or not you were good at the game, you could run through everything and you would be fine. You could run through 3 players and be totally fine. Now, it's all based on player skill.
Yep.
And even in the alpha right now, it's all based on player skill. Again, as a thing, I am allowed to talk about this because it is all public knowledge. All of this is in the patch notes. Stun locks were technically not removed. They still have stun locks, but again, as Ammo said there, it is weapon specific, not the combat system itself, which I am totally fine with, because that creates more of a player's skill aspect. If you can't get out of somebody's chaining, then you need to reevaluate what you're doing to basically compete in those fights.
100%.
Whereas if you got stun locked by a hatchet, sit down, kid, you're not doing nothing.
Constantly.
So what you're saying has been hyping up this Fire Staff the whole time, and it's not even worth it.
No, Fire Staff is still good. It was abused back in the day with this hatchet where you can keep hitting the person constantly and stun locking him. This is preview content on the top right. A Archer 1 versus 5. And showing you what it looks like to get hit a couple times to show you what that stagger looks like. It was so severe that 3 level 20s could take on a level 60 and it would perma-stun them without even using a stun skill. Just hit. It was just GG. Once you stun lock them, we found a way to surround them. Just do a normal stun and just left click. You didn't have to coordinate it. Just stun a level 60 and then 20s can kill you. That's how ridiculous it was. But
actually, as a good example of how broken the hatchet was, in the end of the war that my company won against the second largest company in the alpha or in the preview that I was in, We waited for until the last 9 seconds. Someone popped berserk on the hatchet and stood in the circle and just didn't die, and we won.
Wow. So, just to summarize what he said, there's circles taken over. I'll show you some footage of that in just a second, and we'll come right back to it. Let me show you this 1 vs 5 PvP trailer, because we just got a comment earlier. I like to basically stay on topic to at least show you a little bit about that PvP. I'm also going to shoutcast this so I can bring some hype to it. So it's not just them just left-clicking it. Because when you're playing the game, your brain is thinking so much. You're having so much information overload, trying to dodge every spell, trying to pay attention to every single skill. So it looks really lackluster when you just see them play. So I'm going to add a little bit of flavor to it as if Arshee was playing. Listen to the keyboard strokes. And if you guys, Bodofet and Artemis, if you want to turn on the stream, this is your chance to hear it. The audio, music, and damage. You might echo if you talk. Whatever he said on the bottom left, he didn't press enter. Just remember that. He didn't press enter. He was thinking about it. Ladies and gentlemen, he's currently right now facing 1 vs 5. This individual by himself, level 26, is now facing level 30s, level 24s, level 22s. He's got 5 different players in a party going after him. You're noticing right there the sword shield.
To run too because of the life staff jumps.
Oh, 100%. It's going to be extremely annoying. He's not using a life staff himself. He's using a sword shield and a bow, and those are the only 2 that he's using. You can see that the Q spot ability is already on VGS. He's already taken him down to 20%. He's waiting 9 seconds for another burst hit, but if he can take down VGS, that would be huge. So he's constantly trying to reposition himself while not giving that telegraphic behavior, saying that I'm going to go for VGS. There's his Q ability. He's waiting for somebody to overcommit, and he'll have his chance at him. Evil Butterfly is overcommitted. Here comes the stun into Q spot, and this GG! Evil Butterfly is down! It's 1 vs 4 now. Eugene Michael is going to be feeling that one tomorrow. He's going straight for Eugene Michael. He's now repositioned himself. He's in the target zone of Dark. Tatanka is now moving in. Aragon 2 is now trying to make a decision play here, but he can't do it in time. You see that right there. Aragon 2 is now a berserk, and he's going to try to do everything he possibly can. He's immune to damage now. He cannot die at 1% HP, but he did it too early. Aragon does not know how to play his class. I'm sorry. I love you, buddy. One of these days, you'll be able to showcase yourself. But he's spamming spells, spamming skills, and you're noticing right now this archer, this lone hero, is doing everything he can to take advantage, but Aragon comes in from Hub. And oh my god, Dark Crimson is doing whatever he possibly can. He's gonna go 1 more hit. He's gonna finish him off. I think he's going right between his teammates. He wants his teammates to support him, but his teammates are not sitting in front of him. He's by himself at 2, 1. 1 more hit coming in to finish him off. You notice he's trying to get closer with that Q spot ability. Here comes that Q in 3, 2, 1. GG! Dark Crimson is down 1 vs 3. Aragon is feeling it. Michael is feeling it. Tatanka is feeling this tonight. Wondering, how is this happening? We have 1 archer. There's only 1 archer. Finish him! And you can see the rage inside of their eyes. Tatanka and Aragon 2 is like, how is this happening? Why? It's running out for 50% HP right now. This archer is going to reposition, try to take another potion heal, but that potion heal makes you walk slowly. So there it is with that dodge roll. But Aragon's trying to finish him off. He's got just enough HP to handle this fight. Aragon's stunned, looking for that Q spot. And it's up. Oh! I was right in the... 1 more hit. It's going to be over for Aragon. This is what's going to happen. Aragon is gone. It's 1 vs 3. Here comes a side player right there, Supreme Maria, who is not in PvP. This is what it looks like for a player who's going to try to support outside of PvP. Thankfully, they did not allow you to heal a PvP player, but you're going to see he's trying to aim a heal. Super Mario is trying to aim for that heal, but he cannot heal Tatanka. And this is it. Tatanka is going to be feeling this right now. Tatanka is going to be telling the world at this exact moment. Where do we go from here? If you've lost 4 of your allies to this 1 archer, how do you personally feel when you play this game and you're getting clapped live on stream? End it! GG! Honestly, I would just basically Alt F4, throw my keyboard out the window, and basically go cry to my mom. I'd be like, you get the idea. I hope you guys had a good time. Thanks, Artemis and Bodo, for being here tonight, and everybody in the chat.
Oh, and I did share the link for the war that I won to showcase the last circle there.
Oh, let me check it out real quick. Here we go. Let's bring it up. There's a. We'll have to wait for the commercial break, and then I'll basically show it in a second. This would be awesome.
You gotta love Twitch commercials.
I know. 20 seconds from now, we'll be able to show this content in just a second, guys. But other than that,
war has not changed a single thing from the preview to launch or to the alpha. By the way, the only thing that's changed is how the forts work.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, so we're gonna be showing this video in just a second. My arm is cramping. I just have to leave it up here. I'm just kidding. No. Let me show you guys real quick. This is Artemis GG. The war has been won. This is the New World preview, which was 9 months ago. And let's go and share that screen real quick. And Artemis GG in the middle left on his stream right there, flexing with his wife beater on. And you can see the focus in his eyes. Here we go.
It was 50 degrees that day, Celsius.
I'm going to do the same thing. I melted this outfit all the time here in California. I'm like, help me. So here we go.
No, we still need people on the flag. They still got 5 or 6 guys out here. Stay on the point. Stay on the flag. We got a minute. Just stay on this point.
Oh my God.
Don't worry about the doors.
Healer, throw up the barrier.
All healers, could you toss, like, if you could.
Currently respawn available in 8 seconds. You're seeing that actual intensity in his eyes. Artemis GG is hoping to get back in. If they stand on that point long enough, it's going to be GG, but Artemis is going to come right back in and focus fire them off. He's asking everybody to hold the point.
I'm here.
I got killed. I'm down.
He's got plenty of his teammates here. It's officially GG. 40 seconds contestant men, though. But they could come in at the last 10 seconds to take it.
Just be ready for it. All berserkers be ready just to hold your berserk. Yeah, stay out of the fire.
Oh my god. He's going to have berserkers all use it at once, you sick.
30 seconds. If I could get a heal on point.
He's timing his berserk timing. The berserk makes you invincible at the last 10 seconds. But Artemis has to use a berserk right now with 1 HP.
So we're good. If we can get to 10 seconds, I got a berserk for it.
He's waiting for 10 seconds to have the automatic GG.
All right, we're good.
Pop everything you got.
Everybody's now popping berserk, making it impossible. It looks like Artemis just went down with that. It doesn't even matter. He knows his teammates are going to be alive at the last 9 seconds to finish it off.
All that shit talk for nothing. You suck, Yellow.
You suck, Yellow.
Blue crew can get sucked.
Oh my
So give you guys some little background of what's going on. There was a very toxic streamer, not ArsheeTV, very toxic streamer that was in New World and the preview, and everybody knows him for being extremely toxic from Artemis's explanation. Do you want to tell us more about what happened and how?
Oh, this guy was great. So there's actually a very toxic streamer. The dude is still on Twitch. And he
Let's not make sure we say
during
any
the
names.
entire preview.
Just make sure we
this
don't say the
guy
person's name.
was. Of course.
Yeah.
During the entire preview, this guy was just saying everything he could to try to trash talk Critical, which is my company. It got to the point during the preview where he was able to declare war on us, and he was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna destroy Critical. We'll take him out super easy. Like this is gonna be the easiest clap you'll ever see," and just hyping it up super hardcore. He won't use the same company name. I know he won't, so I'll just say it was called Hot Glue Crew.
Hot Glue Crew. Okay.
So they were hyping up that they were going to win this super easy because we were just a bunch of dirty hatchet users, even though we really didn't use hatchets. A lot of our guys swapped out to hatchet during that last fight just to piss him off.
Yeah.
So as soon as we got into the war, the first thing half of my members did was single him out and make sure that he couldn't join in on any fights.
Wow.
The rest of us just defended doors. during the density test, you couldn't actually put down siege equipment at the gates like you could in the preview. So we didn't know that that was a thing. I hadn't seen it before, so I was like, okay, that's not gonna happen. So we just made sure that every time a turret popped up or anything that could destroy gates easy popped up, we would take down. I was always at either the left or right gate, sniping people with my bow, and that made them run back to the center of the fort. Hot oil was always dumped right in front of the gate to try to deter that. Another interesting factoid that people might like to know about war is if you use the ground pound on the Warhammer on the other side of the gate, it would actually knock people away from the gate on the wrong side.
Oh my god.
So you could use it from behind the gate, knock everybody beating on the door off, and then dump hot oil on them, and they would just melt.
Oh my god.
It was fantastic. So right when we finished the war, his company members came into the critical Discord and went, "Hey, we know where this guy is right now. Like this is where his house is in game. He's hiding in there so nobody can talk to him in game. Go to his house and dance in front of it." So everybody from Critical went to his house and danced in front of his house for a half hour.
Oh my
He looked out, seen us all dancing, and then looked back the other way where nobody could see it.
That's painful.
If you're going to be toxic, we're going to make sure that your experience is horrible.
Yeah. I mean, again,
That's funny.
That's one of the things that you can do in this game is focus fire players. I mean, you've seen it. Represent yourself. People will basically cancel culture you in a video game. So it's pretty good. It's good satisfaction at the very end too. A lot was riding on that fight for sure for Artemis GG's entire community Critical, and
it was a reputation battle.
Yeah, you can't let basically somebody toxic win. You have more energy now.
Well, the place that they were taking is what we're going to be taking into launch as well. The place that we were fighting was for Everfall. Nice. Even during CBT and during launch, we will be taking Everfall because that is our main hub. We have already decided that's our main hub. Nobody's taking it from us. We are taking Everfall and we're holding Everfall because, as I said before, it's a central location. So if you look on any New World map, you're going to see Everfall just about dead center of the map. And it's easy for anybody to travel out from Everfall to get to Reekwater or Ebonscale Reach, up to the northern zones, down to the southern zones. It's roughly the same walk everywhere. So it's a smart position to hold because if you're a crafter or gatherer, where are you going to go to sell your goods? You're going to go to the central-most location where you can just go straight back out and know where you want to pick from that central location.
100%.
Hey, Archie, I think I know where we need to go. We need to go have fun.
It depends if we're on the same server, if we're basically the same faction, it'll be funny. But overall, I saw a chat right now, message about the axe. I do have Sword Moon Evil's video to talk about the new changes that they'd made that is publicized for us to look at. As far as the alpha is concerned, I don't think Artemis or anybody should say anything. I'm not going to condone you guys to basically leak anything here. But
there would be no leak about the hatchets. It's all public information. Everything is brought more in line. So the hatchet now has, instead of being able to just relentlessly swing away like you're basically orchestrating a symphony, you have 4 light attacks in a row, and then your light attacks are done, it resets the chain. At the end of the 4th attack, I believe it does stun you, but again, you can just roll out of that stun now. So instead of being able to just hatchet spam somebody, you get 4 attacks.
Hit. And then there's also a delay at the very end of it. It was consistent harassment. Now, you could time it, you could work with it as a team, but one-on-one, you're not getting perma-stun.
You could stun lock elite enemies and kill them solo with the hatchet in the preview. It was disgusting.
Yeah, it was awesome. At the same time, bad at the same time.
Now, just to confirm,
there was a small window you can dodge out of it, by the way, guys. When you're getting hit so many times, if you timed it to where you can hit, and then you just get to push a dodge roll, because if you're spamming dodge roll, you won't make it. You'll have to basically click the dodge roll at the timing of in between each hit, and you can actually get out of a spam. But go ahead, Buddha.
Just to confirm, the constant CCing with just light attacks and stuff like that, was that the tweak that they made the CC was removing that, or did they make it like less of a factor? Was it like a certain swing or something?
So the constant CC was as soon as you get hit, I believe it was with the second attack in the preview, you were instantly stun locked. You could technically get out of it, but they had to miss a swing. Now, the only time you get stun locked is at the end of the chain. So you just have to hit all four, and then you're stun locked, and you can either roll out of it or try to go back in if you're ballsy.
When we say the word stun lock,
type.
we're talking about stagger, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's a difference between stuns, lay down from the Mauler. There's different abilities, so you can't roll out of certain abilities, which is going to be pretty cool to explain all that in the future, because they have different versions of preventing a person from moving. You got frost, you've got chain, you've got traps, and you've got your normal hit swing that staggers, then you've got actual skills that stagger, so they have the same effect. So
I can actually confirm that Neil and Lang will not get you out of stuns. You're really slow. Like it's an entire animation. You can't cancel that animation anymore.
Interesting.
So the PvP is more balanced now in terms of like trying to just stagger lock someone with like just light attacks, like light attack chains. It's a lot more balanced now.
Yeah, PvP actually requires a lot more player skill than it did. Like I did face a hatchet user so far, and I will say that the hatchet is not in its glory days anymore.
Oof. But from this video from Smart Evil, I'll have you guys watch it for up to 5 minutes. I'll explain to you all the new skills, benefits that comes with it. Some of this is going to be blocked by us, but the passives are pretty much there, and it'll verbally let you know what the hatchet has changed into. Still a very good threat, not as OP as being completely invincible for sieges.
This one has certainly had its run of the mill ever since the preview, when it was considered incredibly powerful. But after a multitude of nerfs and buffs to the weapon itself, the hatchet has gone from hero to zero and now back to hero again. Except I think it might be winding up for yet another nerf, and now we're going to talk about why. Firstly, the hatchet scales off both strength and dexterity. Strength being the primary, which means you'll get more damage with it by increasing that attribute, and dexterity as a secondary. It contains two different skill trees, Berserker and Throwing. The Berserking tree focuses more on the melee side, while also having without a doubt the most powerful skill in the entirety of both trees, Berserk. And the Throwing line focuses more on the ranged aspects of the game, allowing you to dish out damage from a range. Starting with the left side, for passives we have Enraged Strikes, Against All Odds, Frenzied Purge, Accumulated Power, Relentless Fury, Fortifying Strikes, and Desperate Refresh. With the
So these are all the passive that you can actually select on your skill tree that give you bonuses while you're fighting somebody or taking damage or whatever it is. When you receive lethal damage, you avoid death to reduce to 50 HP, and you gain immortality for 4 seconds. It is a 1 minute cooldown. So while you're in the middle of a fight, you will always be immune to damage at your 4-second cooldown. 4 seconds, and then boom, 60-second cooldown of that same skill. So when you're fighting a hatchet user and you decide to do all your bursts on them and you think you killed them, you actually didn't. And so if you don't know the hatchet user's passive abilities, some might have it, some might not. So this is the cool thing about playing this MMO, where you're just going to keep getting your butt kicked by everybody over and over and over again until you start recognizing, oh, this guy's got this passive. Oh, this guy's got this active. And that's the whole purpose of MMOs. The whole purpose of playing games is to learn all the classes, so you can be self-sufficient in every single fight, to know when they popped their cooldowns, when they did their abilities, when the passive procced, things like that. So let's go show you what they did on the new skills.
By death being the ultimate. Skill-wise, we have Feral Rush on the first one, a sprinting melee attack that causes the player to jump forward, hitting twice. The first hit deals 100% weapon damage, and the second deals 115% damage. First passive is Dispatch, followed up by Crippling Strikes. Very second skill is the infamous Berserk. Triggers a Berserk mode that increases all attack damage by 20% while active. Berserk mode will be active for 15 seconds, and it's also Taunt Gem compatible, which does make a bit more sense when it comes to tanking. Now with the passives, On the Hunt, Berserking Refresh, Berserking Purge, and Uninterruptible Berserk, this skill has been remade into a powerhouse ability. Yeah, we don't get that 10+ second Tryndamere don't die button anymore, but a 30% heal, you remove all crowd control and have CC immunity, on top of this being a baseline 30-second cooldown that can be reduced with perks and gems, that's insane. It's also important to point out that Berserk can be cancelled early for that 30% heal to trigger right away. That's why I say comboing this weapon alongside Sword and Shield for tanking would be the #1 choice right now.
So an example of that is Sword and Shield has their own healing ability at the very end of a proc, same as Berserk. You can pop in and be very tanky. And it's not as tanky as it was before when you can mob train and get hit by 400 monsters at 1 HP and kill one, and it adds 1 second, adds 1 second, adds 1 second, adds 1 second. So you can solo camps by yourself. So it requires some teamwork now versus very broken.
And it's probably why either in the next patch or the one after is going to include a hatchet nerf. Now the third skill is a new addition known as Raging Torment. I like this one. Perform 4 fast attacks dealing 80% damage with the passives Aggressive Approach and Final Blow. Of course, this tree will probably be the majority of what you spend your points on for the hatchet. Because yeah, it can definitely be pretty cool to throw the hatchet, but in comparison, there's just no contest. And if you're going to go ranged, you're probably better off using a bow, or even a musket for that matter. I feel like to accommodate the players asking for an axe and shield, they could totally straight up remove this throwing tree and replace it with a shield line, and I bet hardly anybody would mind. And speaking of throwing, for the passives we've got Aim Throw, Refreshing Throws, Boots and Rally, Rejuvenating Crits, Exploitation, and Adrenaline Rush, with Persistent Hindrance being the ultimate. With the skills, we have Rending Throw as the first one, Throw an Axe dealing 110% weapon damage and applying Rend, reducing the target's damage absorption by 10% for 4 seconds. Has 3 different passives by the names of Targeted Impact, Opportunistic, and Second Wind. Followed by Social Distancing, great name for a skill there. Throw an axe forward and dodge backwards, dealing 120% weapon damage and slowing targets by 15% for 3 seconds. This one has 2 passives by the names of Quick Power and Stay Back. And finally, we've got Infected Throw. Throws an axe that deals 130% weapon damage and triggers Disease, plus weakens the target for 5 seconds. Disease reduces the target's healing efficiency by 30%, and Weaken reduces the target's damage by 10%. 2 passives here by the names of Mortal Power and Aerial Transmission. So the throwing side is more of a luxury. I don't think you'll need that many passives, let alone skills out of this one like we mentioned before. Probably the only one I would get is Rending Throw. That could be useful in multiple situations by applying Rend and reducing the target's damage, but overall I feel like this skill tree will be on the weaker side, so just make sure to keep that in mind. That being said, we have ourselves the basic attack combo. Looks like it's also been updated since last year. And then we have the heavy attacks. These can also be comboed into the basic attack chains to create even more attack animations too. For skills I'd take, of course I'd take Berserk fully upgraded, the Defy Death ultimate passive, and then I'd take Raging Torrent and either Feral Rush for the gap closer, or probably Rending Throw. Would more than likely use the throw to pull mobs, so I would either use that or the aim throw that's at the top of the tree. For weapon combinations, hands down I would use this weapon with a longsword for reasons we talked about before. Then after that I would most likely use this weapon with the great axe. Not for any viable reason really, but because I feel like that would make me more into an actual berserker. Truth be told, you could pretty much combo this with any weapon, considering this could be your glorified oh shit button with a 4-second immortality and 30% boost on your health. Next, let's go ahead and move ourselves over to the 2.
So again, this is Formidable's VOD. I watched this a day before. I don't want to rewatch it again on my VOD. That's awesome. Man, if you want to basically hop in, jump in the voice chat, love to drag you in to have you chat. Ask any questions to Artemis or Bodo and myself. Or discuss what you basically are excited about New World.
I love answering questions that people want to know stuff about New World. Like, as long as it's not my specific experience from the alpha, I can't obviously say much, but
yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mad Cat in the house. How you doing, my dude?
Hello.
There he is.
Oh.
He's made Wolfie from our community super excited when he started talking, and now he's here right now. So hopefully Wolfie's not here to basically just start face smashing the keyboard. Don't tell her.
Let's see here. Well, here's a simple question for you. We all played what do you call that?
Scavengers.
New World.
Oh,
not scavengers. New World. I just hope that they fix because when I first started playing the beta or whatever that was that they had, I noticed there was like a lot of one-sided dominance.
Are you talking about companies?
Like every server I went to, it was like all Marauder and then one all Syndicate. I just hope there's going to be like something that will fix that.
So balancing kind of like they put into Blade and Soul, for example.
Well, yeah,
if you guys have ever played Blade and Soul.
I've played it, but I haven't played it enough to know about it. You want to tell me more about it? Like, what do you mean by balancing?
So the balancing that they do for Blade and Soul, if you don't know Blade and Soul, there are two factions. There's Crimson and there is Cerulean Legion. So Crimson Legion, Cerulean Legion, you can join either one at a certain level. The way they balance in that game is if there's too many people we'll say Crimson Legion, for example, because that's always the one that gets overfilled, they will stop membership access from the Crimson Legion and force you to pick the other one to actually keep it a lot more even, to make it so it's not just overrun with Crimson Legion on the battlefield, so it's actually a competitive aspect.
Okay.
So
Wait,
another question I have for you.
I'd have like something similar with that too.
So there's nothing they can do to stop one faction from dominating the others. So what they did is, Planetside, they made it a three-way faction war. This is what I've seen. I've casted it. I've shoutcast. I push this button. People get PTSD. They know exactly what I'm going to say next because, like, ladies and gentlemen, we're doing another freaking shoutcast opportunity for Planetside. And whenever a team starts the alert in that game, which means you own over 80% territory, both of those other teams double team that person that got to 80%. So red, blue, purple. If red went to 80% territory control, the blue and the purple will double team red for the next hour. And then it will equalize at the last 30 minutes. And then they fight it out at 33%, 33%, 30% territory control until somebody wins at the very end. Now, how does that work in New World? What does that mean? Well, I didn't see anything that had that kind of feeling where it's the three-way faction war. It doesn't have that feeling. There is no...
What do you call it? In the late game,
yeah,
there was like one, like in the beginning, you have everything. Like there's so much content that you can go through. But in the late game, I noticed that there wasn't barely that much to do as well. You just played late. Like I really hope they fix their end game stuff.
Yeah.
And I apologize if my voice is groggy. I'm like getting sick. I have a sickness growing.
No, dude, just make sure you drink lots of water. That is one of the tips that I remember from anything. Lots of water, nothing too intense for foods. So if you like something like very soft, like chicken noodle soup or something, that can help.
Yeah, I have some soup. I have some soup being made.
Yeah, and also maintain your vitamin C levels and stuff, and you should basically help fight it. It does basically boosting your immune system and giving yourself buffs. I'm just kidding. Make sure it's not.
They have fixed the end game, by the way. They added the expeditions. The legendary grind has always been there, but it's obviously been a lot harder to do. The legendary grind is actually rough. The outpost rushes are apparently end game, because I mean you're going to get decimated if you're not end game.
Actually, I can't look at that rainbow.
Oh wow. The gear grind is ridiculous now, because there's actually certain special items you can get that will basically allow you to augment gear with different stat bonuses and stuff. For example, one of the examples that was in the patch notes that I'm allowed to talk about because it was in the patch notes was there is an item that you can get for the fire staff that increases the damage of Incinerate by 2%.
Damage increased by 2%.
Yes, but that's only a low grade item. So that was a green item. So if you get like the legendary variant of that, I believe it was like 20% or something like that on the legendary variant. So just imagine all that calculating you did on the fire staff the other day when I was watching about how much extra damage you get.
I got no. It's basically it's just so dumb. Like the amount of damage you can output is insane. So I'm wondering like how much. So there's the terminology for the harasser in Planetside 2. where it's a very light vehicle with 3 passengers in it, and you can 2-shot it or 3-shot it kind of thing, right? But the crazy thing about it is that you can heal while driving. And so it makes this vehicle that is supposed to have like 500 HP into 50,000 HP because of its maneuverability, its dodging skills, and just the overall constant heal rate. You can't just 2-shot it. There's so many.
So the counter is just be a good shot.
Yeah, be a good shot and you finish it off, but you can't in Planetside. It's just like the way it can maneuver. You can finish it off really well if you have multiple people shooting it, but the harasser is known to harass you until you have to truly focus it because it comes in and out.
It really does live up to its name, then, I guess.
Yes, it's a definition of it. And so
now that I think about it, New World actually kind of brings me to a really interesting point here. Has anybody played Smite?
Smite,
yes.
Yes.
I was #1 Bakasor back in the day.
Oh.
All right, so as a good example of being able to counter a fire staff user, you have to be able to know where they're going to go. So you need to get inside the player's head. So it's like a skill shot from League of Legends or from Smite or Paragon, for example. If anybody's played Paragon, it's the same aspect because you're still looking at it the same way from Smite and Paragon. The difference is you don't have the lines telling you where your ability is going to go or what the drop-off is. So as long as you know bullet drop-off for the musket or arrow drop-off for obviously bow, or you know how far your ranged attack is going to go for your ice gauntlet, fire staff, or life staff, you could actually very easily counter a fire mage that is a really predictable mover. So as long as you can predict where they're going to be, it's going to be easy to take them down. But if you're not the type of player that can predict that, good luck.
Yeah, that's like my style was, because I was playing Bakasor, it's very in and out like guerrilla tactics. So yeah, like there is a lot of countering into that as well, because if it's just a fire staff and just whatever it's going to be, you can't take the brunt of that. You have to wait till the mana or the cooldown is being used. That's your moment, I guess.
Yep.
You can say.
And so we saw earlier in that bow user timing his attacks, waiting for them to use their procs, and then basically popping that Q spot ability. That was a 3-arrow shot rain, constantly hitting them over and over again, bursting them down. They did nerf it to where you can't just use at any range. You have to use at 10 meters because it's a single arrow splits into 5 arrows. If you shoot at 10 meters and you hit all 5 arrows, it's the same effect. So they've done
3 unless you actually upgrade the scatter shot to the splinter shot.
Yeah, you probably want to. But like if you're good at using it. But if you're not good at using it, it doesn't matter. I don't know if that's the meta
it's
anymore.
busted if you do the 5-shot. It's definitely meta, especially if you get the calculated buff, because it reduces the cooldown by 10% per shot hit. So it's a 50% cooldown.
Okay, that's OP.
Okay, I got a good question as well too. Like the abilities, are they going to be skill shots or just mostly like click and it'll go to them automatically?
Oh, here's
everything
an
is a
example.
skill shot.
Yeah, I'll show you a video right here of while we're talking, so you guys can enjoy that VOD at the same time.
All I really remember about playing New World was just grinding the hell out of it for like hours and hours, and I was like barely awake.
So we PvP'd a lot, as much as we could. But the problem is when you're hanging out as a community, not just gonna say streamer, you guys all have communities yourselves. Everybody wants to play with you, and you have 12 people running around. So nobody's really gonna want to fight 12 people running around in circles and try to do dumb stuff. And so we would see one person, and we would all be like, mine, and like, get him.
Oh yeah, you get swarmed.
Oh,
that happened to me one time when I was just trying to mine in the little mining area there.
Yeah.
Trying to grab some resources, and then it's like a whole squad of marauders just jumped on.
It's just like the problem is like
it looked like a bunch of bees on a hornet.
This is an example with a musketeer sniping from distance, utilizing a cover for like just your simple shrubs. And see how he's trying to take out those.
What was Rachel doing?
Yeah, so he's going for headshots. If
that was my company defending and Rachel actually got downed in my company, I'd have been like, "What are you doing?
Yeah,
you knew you were getting hit. Move."
Yeah, and it's a tough situation for them because like right here, you're looking at them popping in and out of the gun turrets. Musketeers have to take down those gun turrets. That's just the easiest class to do it. They're standing still on a gun turret. You have to utilize that class properly. Each character needs to use it right. If a musketeer is focus firing a player on the field, They have not done their job. And the reason for they're not doing their job is that there's players right now harassing our musketeers. That means the musketeer division is not in the right place. He's using a hatchet, but he's not still doing what his job is, to take out those turret gunners, because those turret gunners are mowing people down. Like, that is just so much damage coming towards your whole team. And this guy's doing a better job now repositioning. See how he's hitting headshots? One more time, he's gone. And same thing, he's going to be looking for free hits. That's an AoE mage hitter hitting the B point.
He's been hiding in the bush as well, just to get a little bit of extra cover.
But I don't know why he's moving into the point when he should be basically focusing only on targets on the outside.
Most likely his team is being overwhelmed and he needed to help.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, at that point, if you can take out that DPS that's coming towards you, you're still helping your team. If you have 3 muskets that are focusing one target. Now, at the same time, that comes down to tactics. The 3 people shooting one target, instant dead, instant dead, instant dead, instant dead. You pretty much.
But this actually shows everybody how chaotic war is. Like, it's actually this chaotic in game.
Yep.
See, like, for me, I'm like very front page. You guys are probably like level 5 into this kind of lore and tactics in this play. So it's I still got a lot to learn.
No, but it's the fun. That's the best part about learning in this game. There's so much to learn. There's so much to grow in it. And if you pick a company to be a part of, which is similar to what Artemis is running with Critical, or what I'm trying to create with the Order.
Wait. When it comes to factions, do you guys already have like a solid faction you're going to join right away?
Yeah.
Syndicate. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Marauders, baby.
Yeah. So we're going Marauders. He's going Syndicate. And so I'm just looking for like something that can actually mimic Darth Vader, so I could be telling people when they're, fighting me, and they're like, "Dude, you're so ruthless." I'm like,
"Thank you."
Wouldn't the Syndicate just be the Spanish Inquisition?
Could be. Syndicate is more like I think they're just explaining more like secretive.
Those who hide in the shadows, essentially.
Yeah, assassins. While I'm just like a ruthless military force that is just on purposely telling people I'm here, fight me. Like,
my guys didn't really hide in the shadows. We took over 5 areas and made it a bit of a.
You gotta re-roll. I'm sorry,
bit of
man.
a spectacle.
Yeah, you have to re-roll now. Syndicates are not supposed to do that. I'm just kidding.
A lot of my members like purple, so we're staying Syndicate because it's purple.
Because it's purple. I should be the edgy one and just go like, "What are you?" Let me. Oh, I'm factionless.
I'm factionless. No, you can't PvP. That would suck. I would be so butthurt. I'm like, no.
The only PvP you can do is duels as factionless, and that's not fun.
Terrible. I don't know why they did that. They should allow factionless people to be able to PvP and have their own little division if they wanted to.
Then I'll do like such a snobby thing. I'll tell your whole faction to get in line.
How could
Take your turn.
Don't you dare. I'll be so pissed. I'm like, what'd you say? Get him. Everybody teleport. Now, look at those heal staffs. That's like ridiculous. They made sieges instantly get over because you could just teleport to the next one, teleport to the next one. I know running still, is there, but like that teleporting feature is so OP. Everybody had a heal staff to teleport with.
Let's see. I'm still wondering like what's going to be like the first like big meta build really when it comes to this game. There's always, when it comes to meta, there's always like one class that just
dominates, right? So it depends on the style that you want to look at. Are you looking at siege-based PvP? Or are you looking at one-on-one, 1 versus 5? Like, there's going to be, every single class can do whatever they can, but like if you're looking at for overall survivability, there's like 3 combinations of classes that I've already heard of that are very good.
Wait. Like, when it comes to like, there's siege based, there's a one-on-one. Is there going to be like some kind of just like an army versus army, just chaos?
Yeah.
Not where it just comes down to siege, where it's just like
that's outside. It's outside group PvP. But like the problem is at that point, when we're out in the middle of open, just trying to get our XP in, we're stuck with those skills. We're stuck with PvE skills on purpose because we want to do our PvE. But then here they come PvPing us. So the team that is coming to kill us already has the advantage with the right skill sets to kick us out, while we have AoE skills. We can't land those. We can't land any AoE skills, so we're gonna have to do our best to be nerfed in that fight. So some of us will have PvP skills, some of us will be dedicated just to PvE, so we can defend and as well as own that territory. So we can't all be in the PvP behavior.
It's like, I got a question as well. When it comes to like one server, are you allowed to have 2 characters in one server, one for PvE, one for PvP? if you really want to commit.
I don't think there's a definitive answer on that yet, because in the preview you could have one character per server. The alpha, the density test, the alpha before the density test and preview, you could only have one. I think for some reason in my head they're just gonna have it as one. But that could very well change because there was a lot in the last patch notes that alluded to having multiple characters.
Yeah, like they kind of really need to have that, because if you're gonna really commit and like really grind this game, yeah, you do need two types of characters for your one for PvP, one for PvE.
Mm-hmm. And
maybe a transfer function as well to transfer all the stuff to your PvP class while you're with the PvP character.
Yeah,
and then
the hardest thing about this game is that I wish they have presets ready, where you have a preset skills and then you click on that preset skills and you reset your for gold. It's already embedded. That's your PvP set design. Versus, oh crap, I'm in the middle of a fight. Which one's the skills I needed again? And trying to memorize all the patterns. That's something that's for us in 2021 should exist, because they already are developing this game. Might as well develop it to be quality of life options for us. So you can have your PvE preset, PvP preset of your hatchet or mages. Look at all these mages, and this is the musketeer right there. He's like literally a sniper in this game. Now, one of the things about this musket, if he stays crouched and shoots 10 shots, every single shot after that is basically every single crouch shot does 2% additional damage. So you can get a maximum of 20% more damage.
Okay, so that favors like a person that's actually doing their role.
Yeah, and so he's losing out 20% additional damage that he can wipe an entire team for by going on the point. That's the one thing that like I want people to understand. Like, utilize your class, utilize your damage percentages if we are doing these kind of PvP fights. But if you're having fun out in the open, I don't care what you do. But when it comes to castle sieges, I want to wipe people instantly. I want them to feel like I don't want to fight the order. And so it will be very, very annoying.
I can't wait for that one guy who's obviously bad, but he's yelling at his team.
Yelling at his team?
That one person.
That's that streamer that we fought.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, he keeps getting killed, but he's like, where's my team? Where's my friend? You're supposed to be doing this to me. Defend me.
I wish I could leak his name because he's got a bunch of highlighted videos where all he's doing is whining because we're killing him.
Oh, God. That's happened. It's happened in so many games. So, like, I accidentally... I didn't accidentally. I crouched next to somebody and got very offended and chose to come onto my stream with caps locks enabled and said, like, did you just teabag me? And immediately I got my entire crew to make a circle. I'm like, no, not at all. Why would we teabag? I don't have a team brewing right now. We were just doing squat day. We got to work out. Everybody show off how we work out. We get in the huddle and we start squatting like this. Like, and so he's like, you are sick. And so
just working on your Instagram booty. What are you talking about?
Come on,
like
flexing. Come on, guys. And so it's like,
you see that I have my Amazon TikTok yoga pants on?
Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh God, if you had Amazon TikTok yoga pants and you did not stream that, I think the world would go insane. You gotta make sure.
Dude, one squat, 20 subs right off the bat.
GG. You would basically just like flood the internet. Like, what? Go viral.
That would make me
go, wait a second. I gotta show you this. I gotta show you this.
World whale.
Look at this right here. I just want you to see this real quick. Here comes a player going straight into the fight. This is the definition of somebody clearly utilizing this game's mechanics of dodging without really using the dodge tool. Just regular running. Watch the first arrow shot coming in. He knows that arrow shot's going to come left, and he's going to go right, left, right. Look at that. Look at that. All three of those shots just completely missed because he utilized that guy's mouse behavior and did the opposite behavior on that. Oh, that was so dirty.
That's being able to read a player really well.
That's so dirty. And so that's what I'm saying.
That guy's arrow's nasty 1 DPI.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, God. Oh, God. But yeah,
we need those Call of Duty flick shots coming in.
100%. It's just overall, like, Musketeers, fantastic for sieges, are a must. Without them, I don't even know how you're going to wipe the floor out of those turrets. You have to actually try to do mages or archers that are very slow arrow movement. The bullet velocity on these muskets are amazing. But you know, maybe outdoor PvP might not be great, but I can show you how annoying they are. This is siege-based PvP musket, and then there's another VOD right here. This shows this really annoying guy.
Wait. Is it gonna show it like? Is it gonna show them going inside the siege, the castle area?
Oh yeah. Let's go back. Sorry, I was gonna show
that
you.
hit.
Did I?
That
miss
was
it?
1,000 damage.
Yeah. I was gonna show you how annoying this musket
So
user
like
can be.
yeah, like if you're a spear or halberd user or something like that, be perfect for you right there.
I'm gonna
Spears
show
can be
you
thrown, by the way.
the final. Can be
Yeah, I
thrown.
know. That looks sick, man. That's gonna be like Sparta, like fricked spears. One of the things I was thinking of is like dex builds are gonna be fun, man. Because you get rapier, you get spear, you get bow,
sure
and
are.
like
So one of the things that this guy's doing right now is there's thousands of combo designs that you can do to win and defend and attack, but how to coordinate everybody is going to come down to people who've played games in behaviors of this event. Not saying that you haven't played this game, you're not good. It's more like they have been doing it every single day, every time, and that's what the game's about. Planetside 2. All they do is organize as a 12-man squad, or you play solo. And so it's just or platoon size events. Here you're going to notice there's a back entrance that you're going to walk into, and this person is just trying to slow them down because they have 18 minutes left to take this entire camp. And you're looking at this back entrance is the weak point of this entire cavern. There's two people standing at the front entrance preventing them from trying to get in. This mage is just sitting there AoE attacking like in he's going to get completely clapped right here because he's trying to do as much damage as he can on 3 of them, but he's going to get stun locked and just GG'd. And so now they have to respawn in how many seconds? Was it 10 seconds or 15 when you died?
20.
20. Oh my god, that's too painful.
Wait, since it's I feel like since it's a siege-based combat, I feel like the respawn timer should keep going up as you die more.
True.
Just to better that, just to make you.
It does. Depending on how many gates are down.
Okay. So the gates determine how many. Jesus. So the gates determine how much your cooldown is.
Bit of
So when
action.
I'm trying to think when the gates are down, is it 20 seconds or is it going to be 10 seconds?
It's 20 seconds. And you can actually rebuild the gates.
So wait, it adds 20 seconds each gate.
You can
you can
rebuild
push
the
them out and
gates?
rebuild the gates.
Okay. Lovely.
What?
What if you build the gates and just keep them stuck inside there?
Oh, you can do that too. And then it just becomes a massacre and it's super fun.
Wait, how long does it take to rebuild a gate?
It depends on how many people you've got building it. For example, we had all of our low levels work on rebuilding the gates because obviously if you're level 10 going into war, you can't really do anything. So we had them rebuilding gates and it took them 15 seconds per gate.
So tell me right now, guys, do you see why I'm saying musketeers are a must? These mages and archers are just constantly sitting there, just clapping our whole team. And if they're not there to basically pick them off, you got to take out enemy muskets first, and then you can start focusing on enemy players that can't arrange you. So it's just like an NAFPS game. You focus on the targets that can actually overfocus you. Right there, he's going for that player. Imagine seeing it, you're inside the entire base, you're just poking. Now that bullet velocity and that, that effect is also going to be shown towards everybody on where you're located. So you typically don't want to only just shoot targets with full HP.
Yeah, for all you musket users there, I want to see some sick, nasty 360 no scopes.
Oh my god! Jumping off, you're like, oh my god! It looks like Wolfie's in here right now. We've got Artemis GG in the chat. We've got GG Bodofet and Mad Cat. Mad Cat is in the house as well, basically talking about New World. And yeah. Giggity goo.
Voice is a bit groggy because I'm getting a sickness going.
I don't know if you want to keep talking about PvP, but I do have a question relating to like crafting and that side of the game.
Okay.
All right. So from what I see, controlling the keeps, you're gonna be able to be close to certain like resource nodes. Like I assume each different keep kind of has like key locations for that stuff.
I want to say yes, especially when you're in the market for something like oil. There are very specific points for oil. You can only get those in. Let me pull up the map here on
Yeah, like
newworldfans.com.
yeah, there was I think it was on the map. When you pull up the map, it told you what was abundant in that area.
Yeah, so as a good example, oil could really only be gotten in Weaver's Fen, which is the swamp area. Apparently, you can now get it in Reekwater as well, but Weaver's Fen was the place for oil. So, if you were doing some type of crafting that you needed oil for, that was the only place to go to get it. Which means, if you're a low-level crafter, but you've got high levels in all of your crafting stats, trying to get that oil was basically like running into a den of wolves and with a meat suit on. Like you were gonna die. Like they've done a lot more in terms of spreading resource nodes out, so it's not focused so much in one area anymore. So as a good example, the 100 lumber trees, which I believe are called Wordwood or Weirdwood or something like that. It's spelled. I'll spell it in chat. So that I'm gonna call it Weirdwood because it's blue and it looks like there's lightning going through it. They used to only be found in certain spots up at the top corner of the map in the in the three zones. You can now find those just randomly scattered throughout the areas. Star metal as well used to only be found in those high level zones. They're now randomly scattered throughout. Everything is a lot more abundant, so you're not having to be like max level just to go solo farm all this stuff. You can actually just find them out in the world and not, I guess, not have to worry too much about, hey guys, I need this resource. Okay, but we're busy. We're in the middle of a war or our fort's under attack. Okay, but I need these resources if you want this. Now you can just be like, okay, well, I need these resources. You guys finish up with the war. I'll be back with the resources, and you'll get whatever you need after the war.
So how important is it in terms of taking these keeps? Like, are these keeps more going to be a not only power over taxes and income and trade routes, but also a resource war?
There's really not anything to do with resources in controlling any of the forts. Windsward, for example, increases the volume of items gained when gathering by 5% for the controlling faction. So, as Marauders, if you controlled the Windsward fort and you were gathering in Windsward, you would get 5% more resources. So, if a lot of what's abundant in Windsward is hemp. So, if you need a lot of fiber or a lot of cloth for something, a lot of what you're going to be focusing on is going for that hemp. So, you would get 5% more of that hemp per gathering than you would if you didn't have the fort. So that's a really big thing that a lot of places will try to go for is getting the Windsward gathering bonus because it really helps in the grand scheme of things. So I mean, 5 people gathering at that extra 5%, that essentially makes a 20% resource profit for the group gathering, which is phenomenal, especially when you know how many resources you need and you see the ridiculous crafting prices of some of the higher level items. Like it's crazy.
So, but having positions like resources being positions in certain around the world, it's actually like profitable to take certain keeps than others in terms of like how close you are to that resource that you can control.
Yes.
So,
Very
okay.
much so. So it's going to be very strategic in what forts you control, but not specifically what zones you control. Because fort control is actually separate from zone control now. It used to be one and the same, but since they added the faction control points, it's a unique global buff for that area, I guess. I'm just reading the patch notes here again for it. But the way it's going to work is with this unique buff, the controlling faction of these forts will be able to use it to their advantage all across the world. So let's say they had Ebonscale, Reekwater, Windsward, and then Cutlass Keys. So they're getting reduced refining taxes, crafting taxes, and increased volume of items gained when they're gathering. plus reduced base Azoth cost of fast travel. So if they needed to fast travel from First Light up to the northernmost part of the map, or even Everfall, they would get a 50% less cost of that fast travel. So they're spending less Azoth for a lot more gain.
Yeah, that's important, especially having the ability to transport goods quickly as well.
Yeah, that's also another nice thing about owning territory. If your company owns, let's say, Everfall and First Light, those storages are now linked.
Oh,
That's
so
nice.
it's
Yeah, so
like
you can
one
store stuff
combined.
there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because that
you
was
can store
annoying as
stuff
hell.
in one and get it to both. You don't have to run all the way back across the world because, oh crap, I forgot all of my linen back in First Light, and
Yeah.
I'm up in the northernmost part of the map in Morningdale.
Thank God. That's really nice. That was
So we'll
something
take the southern part of the
long
map. You
trek.
take the northern, and then we'll monopolize the trade routes, and we'll work on controlling the markets together. Let's do
That
that.
is so funny.
Wait, I got a
Syndicate and
question as
Marauders
well.
working
Just,
together to put down the Covenant.
Exactly.
That's literally what happened in Planetside. You do both factions against one for like 3 months, and they're like, "Why is this happening? What did we do wrong? Why was I born this way?" And then you start noticing the song starts to play. Just kidding. No, Mad Cat, you were saying?
Like I was just about to say, like about the leveling system. I was just wondering, is it like very linear where you just unlock everything, or you have to like build a specific build because there's only a set amount of like max level you can get to?
Every weapon has its own leveling scheme.
Mm.
So you can only you can level the weapons up to the max level. I forget what that is. But they all have, I believe it's 19 or 20 points to spend in each weapon. But your stat points are very linear. You can only have so many of them. If I go to the builds page on the New World Fans website, if I click create a build, you get 190 available points. You get more available through gear, but the interesting thing about the stat points now is that every breakpoint you get something towards something. So as an example, dexterity, at 50 points in dexterity, you get plus 5% chance to crit and plus 10 skinning speed.
Okay. I was just wondering, like, also, I feel like since this game is going to be one hell of a grind, and it technically has limits when it comes to leveling, I feel like there should be maybe come down like future DLC. It's probably like a prestige system. Hopefully.
I don't
I
think
can
it's.
see
I
that
don't think this.
happening.
I seriously don't think this game's
Yeah,
gonna be a
like
grind. Like,
if you reach max and then you just prestige your whatever base skill, and then you have like a passive, and you just got to keep grinding again.
I see.
A good
That would be
example
nice.
of that is the ancestral levels in Arcage.
Yeah, I remember that. I would be very curious to see how they're going to basically help with the grind aspect of the game. I think the way it's going to be more grindy is that you're going for loot now and money, and you're not grinding for levels anymore.
Money.
Yeah, you're grinding for loot,
And,
money, and
materials too.
Yeah.
Materials,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
that's
there's gonna be a skill set that says I do more crit damage the amount of money I have on me.
pretty much. Pretty much.
Go ahead.
One big thing I did actually want to note about the gear grind is they have already said in the patch notes and publicly that crafted gear is going to be the best, but only by, I think it was like 4%. For stat breakpoints and everything, it's only going to be about 4% better. It's going to be all about the stats you roll on it, as well as the attachments you have on that weapon. For example, the Incinerate attachment that I told you guys about earlier. If you have something like that on your gear that, let's say, if you're a tank, increases Constitution by 10% of your current Constitution, that's going to be huge for a tank. Because
Wait,
if you're already at the maximum breakpoint for Constitution, which is 195, 10% of that, you're getting a really, really nice buff to your health bar.
That's huge.
So like, it's also like when it comes to that as well, are they gonna do? I don't know if I have a bad memory about this, but like Diablo or what's the other one? That other top down.
Path of Exile.
There you go, Path of Exile. When it comes to crafting, will you be able to like add like gem slots for like these miniature buffs?
Gem slots are entirely based on the quality of the item. So if you have well, there are some green quality items that drop throughout the world that have gem slots, but it's very rare for a green quality item that's crafted to have a gem slot.
Yeah, that's what I remember. Okay, it's coming back to me.
But it's not going to be the same as it was in the preview or the alpha before the preview, if anybody's played either of those, where you just have everything unlocked as you start leveling. You now have to find recipes for everything, and this includes legendary items that you can craft.
So let me ask you this, because I don't think we've actually said this. How important is crafting going to be in this game to, let's say, a company that is trying to focus on being the best in PvP and having the best gear? How important will crafting be mirrored to that?
From what I basically read and learned, they're saying that they're trying to give crafting the same value as gear grinding from instances and raid bosses. They're trying to give crafting the same equivalent, if not better, I'm assuming. So
yes, it's going to be huge.
Yeah. And so with that being said, you will probably need to do instances to get a specific gear or a specific item, or break that item down to then craft specifically what you need. You might get lucky from the instance and you got exactly the stats you needed, but with crafting you'll be more specific to what you need. Because people want crit stats on their items, or they want specific stats on their items. You might not get that stats every time from the 5-man tier dungeons or whatever. But they did say,
and that's going to be the interesting thing too, because you can't even grind dungeons as much as you want, because there is a weekly cap on the orbs that you need to create.
Right.
In order to make the orbs, you need to be doing faction missions to get the faction tokens to buy the hammer that you need to make the orbs.
Right.
So everything is going to be basically going into each other, and you can't just not do something and do. Yeah.
In a nutshell, they're basically, remember I told you about the cooldowns for putting out fast travel? They made a cooldown system for doing dungeons. And so they want people to, they made up a design to make you have to have a cooldown so you don't sit there all day doing dungeons all day. They want you to enjoy the rest of the game of what it has to offer.
Kind of.
And so you still can spam it, you still can do it, but you're getting like 1/10 of the item if you're not getting those orbs. That's what I remember.
Well, you have to have the orbs in order to go into the dungeons.
Oh, that's another one too. But I was just hearing about
Azoth staff as well.
Ooh, Azoth staff, yeah.
If you don't have a specific Azoth staff for the dungeon, you will not be able to pass certain doors. So the level 1 Azoth staff is going to be good for the first dungeon, Amarine Expedition. It is easy to get, yes, but I believe they're single use now.
I wonder how the LFG system is going to work with this.
Looking for a group system?
Same thing as Classic WoW.
Yep.
Basically,
find the group and talk in chat, find the group and walk to it.
I love it. I love it. It should have never, ever added LFG because it just
ruined the game, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
You get to pick and choose.
So it ruined the social aspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're missing is games that bring people together, not push people away.
The
I need the staff. I need the staff.
I know. The best part about it is imagine when you're sitting there in proxy voice chat, and now you're having to deal with a party member that has their microphone on, hot micing the whole time, like you would see console players do. Thank God it's PC only right now, because at least people are going to become more etiquette with their microphones. But if it was console,
they confirmed that it will not be coming to console.
Oh, they confirmed it. Okay, because I remember when I play Call of Duty Prop Hunt, I'm dealing with people always leaving their microphone on, and you can just hear someone yelling in the background. Like, man!
Side note, did you see the BM that guy just did?
Dude, unbelievable amount of damage.
He downed the guy and then started resurrecting him.
That's so dirty. Let me show you right now. Right here, right? Let me see.
No, back a little more.
Right here.
This guy.
Let's see here. So you're talking about skin, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, it wasn't skin. Hold on, let's go back.
Yeah, it was.
It was skin. Okay.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, he downed him and then started resurrecting him.
Oof. That's just.
Oh,
that's
right here.
painful.
Yeah, Haldrick.
Yeah, Haldrick was one. Not skin. Yeah, I was gonna say like that's not the same faction, but no worries.
That BM.
That was painful.
But yeah, that's something that's going to be really big though, is making sure, because you can have multiple people crafting the orbs. As I said, there's only a specific amount of orbs you can craft per week. But if you have, say, 15 people crafting all those orbs, and you can only craft 5 per week, that gives you a lot to go into a dungeon with and grind those specific dungeon resources, because there are actually resources that you get from dungeons to make specific gear that will be more powerful than what you can find inside or outside a dungeon. So crafting is going to be a really big thing.
So what I'm hearing is that essentially if you want to have the best gear and you want to be high end in PvP or PvE, you want to also like start crafting. You want to craft yourself, not just have someone do it for you.
Yes and no. If you're in a company like mine actually has probably about 10, maybe 15 dedicated crafters right now. They will be crafting all of the gear for our company because they want to. Like, this is what they want to focus on in the game. They don't really want to fight. They don't really want to, do dungeons or go do PvE. They love crafting. And when they played the crafting in the preview, because everybody in my company, aside from maybe 2 or 3 people, all played the preview with us. We kept our entire company in the preview. And they all love the crafting. We've got specific groups that are going to be strictly PvP. We've got groups that are strictly PvP or PvE, strictly gathering, strictly crafting. It's insane the way that we've got the company split up in such a way that we can be like, okay, I need this, and somebody would immediately speak up and be like, okay, I got that. Just get me this item, or I need this amount of resources, and I'll make it for you in 15 seconds.
This guy is basically taunting everybody around him. This is the cool part about playing this game, is you can do whatever you want. And just some random woodcutters happening in the background. Trees are falling. People are dueling. I just can't wait to see 2 people dueling. I can just shoutcast them, and they're like, "What the hell's happening?"
What I would love is if they just turned on you and started attacking you instead.
Oh God! I would start screaming.
I second that, Mad Cat.
No! I'm like, wait! Stop! It's like, you're the leader of the order. I'm like, yeah,
of course, yes.
And then it's like they're chasing. I'm like, ah! So, it would be pretty funny. But yeah, this is gonna be a lot of fun. I try to stream at least if there's any content for me to share or basically be a part of. I want my community to know that this is the transition I'm making from streaming for the last 1.5 years into this game being a full-time Arshee is going to game mode versus just be jumping between so many. This is my full-time game. Still letting the PlanetSide 2 community know if you have events, I'm still there for you. I'm going to shoutcast you guys. We'll just basically plan it. I'll put in the stream schedule so people all can be there for that event. So people from the New World community will see Arshee's effects that are happening in PlanetSide and other games that I can associate myself with, like with Tatami Goose, 13 Disciple, and Damien's Gaming, when we actually do some collaborations every week.
Well, on the plus side, you can always tell your PlanetSide communities, "Oh, I'm playing PlanetSide right now. It's just a medieval mod, if you will."
That's true. It's a 3-way faction. That is actually very true. There's
a lot of similarities. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, John Smedley did a good job of making this basically MMO into PlanetSide as a. Yeah, this is practically PlanetSide, not as a.
Is this a PlanetSide killer or a WoW?
I know exactly. No, PlanetSide's on the genre.
Yeah, that's one rule you should never do. Never to label your something, quote unquote, killer.
Oh, I know you're gonna lose.
Actually, as bad as this sounds, I can actually see this being a WoW killer, though.
Yeah,
because
but the company should not label
Activision
it.
Blizzard has stopped listening to the players completely.
Oof.
They are going specifically for the money. Like, it was like 2 expansions ago. Everybody said, no more war tables. We do not like the war tables. Blizzard went, okay, thanks. We heard your feedback, and guess what? 2 new war tables in the next expansion.
Don't worry, all of this will be available first on your phone.
And to reiterate what Artemis said earlier in this stream, that him and a lot of the alpha testers
Hi,
were
Papa
giving
Geiger's
feedback,
mom.
and the New World developers were also asking for feedback. And I believe you said about 90% of what you guys were suggesting or the feedback you were passing back and forth is what happened in the patch notes, right?
Yeah. So 90% of what was going into the patch notes. So everything that you can read on all of the alpha patch notes from preview end up until current patch note, which is just a small update, just the June alpha release notes, which is fixed 1,209 bugs, increasing company limit, and just some progression updates, has all been player feedback. Like the biggest feedback from the alpha that everybody wanted, or from the preview that everybody wanted changed, because they literally took over, was please, for the love of God, nerf the hatchet. And they were like, okay, yeah, no problem. Here's the biggest nerf you'll ever see to this hatchet, and brought out a patch note list of like 15 lines of nerfs to the hatchet.
We talking about the New World Hatchet, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah,
So
I used to play Hatchet. That thing was like that thing was
OP.
dogged on everybody.
Yeah, you can basically take a hatch at level 20, kill level 40 monsters, as long as you can kill one monster by the time it's the cooldown runs out. You have to kill within 10 seconds so you can have it reuse, and then you're good. Find the right mob train zone, but now you can't do that. Which is good. I mean, that's not the point of the game, is to have one class outclass everything else. Because then
yes, the meta.
Yeah, that was the meta at the time. But I think overall, I'm gonna have a great time with it. I think viral gaming coming in saying that's not going to be WoW Killer is correct, because it's a different category or genre. But if this game starts to get popular based on what is being delivered at Phase 1, which is July 20th release, all the way till August 31st, it will slowly become a game that will have more elements that has similar to WoW. They'll have more rating. They'll have
it'll find its group.
Yeah. And
well, and that's the big thing too that I did want to touch on regarding me, saying it was potentially be a WoW killer, is it entirely depends on the content of the game in order to draw the attention of the players. So I understand that WoW is about raiding and PvE, but even the top raiders in the world are starting to get bored of WoW. Like the only thing that was a saving grace for WoW right now, I believe, was the Mythic Dungeon Invitational. So bringing in the Mythic Dungeon Invitational actually helped the WoW community more than anything, because it gave them something to focus on instead of just being like, okay, I need to be in Method, or I need to be in Vodka, or one of these top, literally top world tier rating guilds in order to be anybody in this game. Now they can get their group of friends together, be like, okay, we're gonna go for the Mythic Dungeon Invitational. We're gonna be able to get to this in X amount of time. We just have to, optimize our builds. We need to make sure that we've got these classes leveled in case we need it for this dungeon or this certain build of the attunement this week, whatever. So that definitely saved them in the PvE aspect. PvP arenas is always going to be a thing. There's always going to be competitive arenas, but something like New World, while it has been seen in other games, it hasn't been seen to the level that New World is taking it, where it's a completely classless system. It's based entirely on the weapon that you're using. So that's going to draw a lot of players in, because they don't need to be like, okay, well, I need to run 10 characters and I need to have a hunter set up for this, a second hunter set up for this build, so I don't have to waste gold on this character, and just making sure that their builds are set up in such a way where they can just hop on and they're ready to go into the dungeon or the raid or the arena, whatever they're doing. So it creates more of an opportunity for a player base to be able to come in and succeed, instead of just going, okay, well, now I've got a level 1, 2, 3. There's like 12 different classes in World of Warcraft. Or going into Final Fantasy 14 and having to level everything from scratch. Like, it's, oh my god.
So you just basically just customize your character, then go in and build your own.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dude, this guy is killing everything in sight. I'm feeling like I need to go take a shower after watching this guy kill everyone. Oh my god.
The sweat is real.
Oh my
Did
god.
that guy just miss him with that arrow in the back?
I know. Oh god. This is painful. One of the things that I love about this game is that you guys can train with your friends in dueling, and that will give you everything you need to know about your enemies. Like, because you can sit there all day trying to fight people outside, and you'll never really know their timings and stuff. But if you duel somebody that has sword shield with the right skill sets that are considered PvP meta, you will be able to time everything to the best players in your guild to then fight the opponents that will be very similar to what they're fighting you in. So
Is this guy's wearing this like same outfit? Does it have like a specific build to it? What is going on?
it's
with
light
this
armor,
outfit?
and so he's wearing light armor, and as far as the color, it doesn't matter. He's basically doing squat day,
Light
guys, on
armor.
stream. If
He's
you're wondering what's
wearing just
happening,
a fabric and a witch hat.
yeah, it's literally light armor to allow him to do more dodges.
Oh come on! Did he just teabag?
No,
him?
he was
Hey,
actually
man.
squat day. Remember that squat
Yeah,
day.
just
He's got to
practicing.
work his glutes. It's a lot of work, guys. When you
He's
play
got
in
an
this game,
Instagram shoot coming up.
Hey,
Like,
Mad
I
Cat
feel
is
bad for that guy on the ground for looking upside that gown.
Yeah, that's true. At least it's not heavy armor. It's not too heavy.
If you guys want to see a picture of how many different outfits you can have in one area in New World, I'll send Arshee the picture.
Yeah.
He can bring it up on stream. This is the end of the preview. This is my company, the remaining members that stayed online during the end of the preview. But there is such a ridiculous range in this picture. It's actually hilarious.
You'll see right here.
On Archie, show me the goods. Show me the goods.
so how customizable are the outfits in the game? Can you transmog stuff, or
You
is
can
it
die.
you wear it, you look? Okay.
Ooh, I like Mr. Plague Doctor over there.
Trying to
Dude,
find
the
a way.
guy in like the guy in yellow looks so out of place. He looks like a future. Like I don't know what that.
Third from the left with the life staff. His name is Grandpa Mom.
Grandpa Mom right here. That's pretty good. Look at that. The hair is missing on top.
Oh, look at that guy in the red. He's looking clean.
Right? You've got all different types of outfits. You can basically dye your clothes.
I'm
This could be
fourth
really sweet.
from the left in the fur boots and pirate hat there.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm going to be looking for anything that can make me look ominous, so that way they think my voice is attached to it when I actually make my voice change. I'm like,
where are you going?
And they're like, what?
No,
and then all of a sudden I'll have a high-pitched voice like running away.
Like, get yourself like looking super scary, but like a high pitched voice.
Yes, that's also
this
another one
link.
good too. That's
If you
another
scroll through this link for the June Alpha update part 1, a little bit down, you'll be able to see a little bit more of the outfits that you can actually put into your character. So I believe these are actually cosmetics. But they want it to be so you can obtain them through anything. So there was, as of the June Alpha update, there was 50 new armor sets added. So they can be obtained through any of the in-game activities like the Elite Point of Interest, Arenas, Shattered Obelisk, the Depths, basically any of the expeditions, Corrupted Breaches, Outpost Rush, Wars, and Invasions. So now you'll actually be able to, when you win a war, I believe you get a gear chest, which may or may not have cosmetic pieces in it, may or may not have weapons, armor, consumables, for winning that war.
So right now, you can confidently say that you can make yourself look unique enough that you're not going to run into a copy of yourself.
Exactly. Yes.
That's nice. You can really make something yourself. Like I love that.
But you can also
be that one
make
team
it so
that
your
wears nothing
company,
but the same outfit.
yeah, or you can make it so your company does the exact same thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you all run in looking exactly the same.
That'd be cool.
That was one of the things that we know that during the guild sieges, they make it red versus blue. Make it very simple. You don't make a mistake with seeing somebody try to work cosmetic gear to win. I think that's something that Alpha Wars needs to do. Make sure that it clearly shows blue, purple, and red outfits, so you don't make a mistake with somebody wearing a cosmetic. you know, but again, that's up to the development staff over there to basically do it. But they did a really good job here in these castle sieges to know who the hell your enemies are, not to see somebody who just wears, you know, anything they want.
Tell somebody in chat they're breathtaking.
Crap. Who did that? No! I guess I have to do that right now, guys. I've got this urge. Sorry, chat. It's like whenever they redeem this thing.
Don't go to whatever server PAX is going to be on, because I don't care how hardcore you are, you're not going to win against 600 players.
I'm still going to try. Deep down inside, regardless of how many players are against us or with us, we're going to try.
We did a world PvP before the war with PAX, and they brought every single person from every single one of their companies, and it lagged everybody's computers out.
That's insane. That's overkill, to be honest.
Yeah.
That sounds like a lot of fun, though. So,
oh, another thing about war that I'm actually going to say here. Defenders can actually break down the area where the attackers start and farm you inside of that area.
Oof. That's too good.
We had it happen. It was 40 minutes of being farmed inside our spawn.
Oh, God. That sounds painful.
It was disgusting.
So this is my first war. At the very end of the preview, we finally figured out how to do a siege. I had too many people telling me how to play this game, and it was getting frustrating because it wasn't the right timing.
Yes.
Everybody thinks they know everything about the game, and so I missed the timing on the last siege or whatever. This is like the very end. We get everybody to sign up. 4 people miss it because they didn't know the times from listening to XYZ person. But overall, it's the preview. Finally, I'm at the siege. I'm like sitting here thinking to myself, I'm literally a protector, a life stealer. Like, what the hell is going on? So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna use a sword shield. I'm screwed. I don't even have siege gear on, and so I'm just gonna be straight up close quarters the entire time. And I'm like, I'm just gonna hold my defensive point, defend Ewok. I don't know anything about this game and the mechanics, so Ewok's constantly putting bubbles up, and I thought I had to block. And I'm like, no, wait, it's like permanent. I'm like learning things in this VOD in the middle of the siege. I'm like, wait a second, we're not getting hit. I'm just hearing. It's a learning
going back
experience.
to your old VODs and just cringing.
I'm cringing hard because I know so much about mistakes I made. I'm like, I can't believe I stood there in the shield, blocking a shield with a bubble already there. So I'm like, okay, I'm just going to capture B by myself. So I'm sitting here with Yovana Jane, my head moderator, and my my other teammates, Red Knight, and we're just sitting on B, just the 5 of us that are on voice chat. And everyone's...
Actually, Viral brings up a good point there.
What did Viral say?
One of my problems is how much will they fool people with wearing plate but cosmetically looks like cloth.
Oh.
Which actually brings in a good point that Final Fantasy does, is you can actually glam your gear, but you can only glam for the gear type. So you can only do cloth for cloth, or leather for leather, plate for plate. That would be a lot better.
Oh, okay, so they have a polymorph system in there.
Oh.
Essentially.
Yeah, I think the metallic structure will help you understand that it's going to be heavy based products.
Yes, the bubble is gone now on the life staff. The jump is gone as well for those that don't know. So you can't just... a lot of what me and my company did for PvP quest grinding is... Oh, nice getting trapped in that
I know, I'm telling you, like, all this stuff I'm learning, I'm like, are you kidding me? You get stuck in trees? Look at me, like, getting angry on the chat. I'm like, I got stuck in a tree! What the... It's like, if I turn the audio on,
a lot of what...
you will hear me just freak out the whole time.
A lot of what my company did... when we were questing for the PvP quests, because we grind PvP quests to level up, you can no longer use the jump on the staff, but we used to jump across a massive lake that you would have died in if you tried to walk across. So we can we don't have to worry about we didn't have to worry about having to, take the long way around. We can just jump across the lake. Now we actually have to take that long walk around. And it takes forever.
Oof. Yeah, so like right here,
yeah,
we just took all of the points, and now you'll see the HP of all the gates. There's different gates you can enter. This was not a castle siege. This was a bunch of hodgepodge players just left clicking each other's faces. Like I mean, like I didn't get the full castle experience that Artemis got.
Yeah,
and we're just walking through everything. I'm like, for the love of God, give me somebody that makes me die. I'm like, please, and I didn't die.
Unfortunate.
It was very unfortunate.
A double bubble though.
Yeah, this is like.
Does the double bubble like? Does it stack?
It's it stacks on top of each other, but there's no point to do double bubble. You only need one and just respent. But if you're all inside of it, but you have the double bubble if you have too many people basically behind it. Right now, that musketeer guy is poking everybody, so they're not really getting through. I'm just like trying to clip
that guy in orange was just stun locked that whole thing. Can you go back a bit?
Oh yeah. You want to see how bad these stun locks are?
The guy in the middle there, the one who was wearing the iron outfit or something there. He was all orange.
Let me see right now. See who comes in. I don't know when it came in.
As you're breaking down the door, look, he'll be in the middle there of that group.
I'm waiting for it. There it is. He's still looking in the middle right there. He's basically trying to come in, trying to stop us, and then instant unlock and dead. GG. Once this door opens, you'll see just pure chaos. Everybody in the red team starts freaking out. Because look at the damage we're doing to that one door, while all the other doors are not being hurt. So like I'm constantly using voice comms to tell everybody where to go. Like there's no coordination when you do PvP in a castle siege like this without comms. So I'm like using my proxy voice chat to tell people like hit this location and giving out like basically orders to everyone. And I don't really know half these people.
We had everybody in a giant Discord call during the war, so it was only 5 of us that were allowed to talk.
Yeah,
so we could actually give everybody orders. Everybody else was muted. I gave war permissions to people who were in other companies so they could direct their people, because I would let them bring in squads. So whoever they brought in for their squads, they could control.
Nice.
So we had 3 different companies on top of Critical that were also in our war, that were coordinating different defense areas. So we were able to fend off HGC and their group of people plus whoever helped HGC. Wow, that was a quick cap.
I'm telling you, it was I'm trying to say like if your fight is having resistance, then it's really fun. And you could say like we had a great fight, we won really fast. This was just bad. They would come in, the first wave, we wiped them. Same thing happened, second thing. I'm like, well, there's your castle siege, everybody. It was pretty embarrassing. And then I decided to go crafting. This was the very last day. We started laying down, doing dumb stuff, just to learn what else does this game have to offer. And it had so much to explore and so much to do that I gotta say it was a lot of fun. I had so much fun at the... I would say I complained so much about not having a tank in the game because I couldn't taunt anything off my healers or off my, I would say more casual based players that don't want to get focused by monsters. And I can't do anything. Like no matter what I did, I was constantly having them get targeted whenever they healed me once. And it was very frustrating. But now I saw that they brought out a gem that increases aggro and decreases aggro. So finally...
Hey, love the glasses.
Yeah, that is glasses, yeah. It's somebody redeemed it. So I had like channel points back in the day that you redeem it, so it forced me to wear these glasses. And so this was what I had to
deal with the glasses.
Yeah. It was very hard to see through this in PvP, but it's still yeah. But overall this was a lot of fun. So I started leveling up other characters just to get a sense of what it's like, and you'll just see me at the very end of this preview. But
doing these corrupted breaches got really fun when you got really bored as a company and decided to not use the corruption potions and just tank out the corruption damage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I feel like I'll probably be mainly doing this.
The corruption?
Because I had a lot of fun doing it.
Oh yeah, this is extremely fun too. I think we're going to be doing that. They changed it, by the way. Corruption is going to be only out towards the end game. You're not going to see corruption at low tier. Did they?
That's not true.
They said that.
The 25 corruptions and everything are still there. I don't think they're going to remove them.
They said it verbally.
Yeah, as Viral said, they did nerf it.
Okay. Well, they said that they're going to be removing the lower tier corruptions to give it more of a, what is it? A
endgamey feeling.
Endgamey feeling, yeah. That's what they said they're going to aim for from the medievals to like talks about when they had a questionnaire with the devs that said you're allowed to do this publicly.
We'll see if they actually remove it
July
in part 2 of the June update.
Yep. I think
since this one was part 1, there's gonna be a part 2 by the end of the month.
Yeah,
so.
I think they should, only just because my logic would say the people at level 40 is saying, oh my god, wait until you do corruptions. Now you have something to look forward to. If you did level 25 corruption and then you're doing level 40 corruption, now you're doing level 60 corruption, you're like, well, I did corruption already. What else do I have to look forward to?
Well, if it's like, if they're gonna do the level 41, if like the higher level ones, they should like keep unique corruption activities to the higher levels. Because if you feel like you're just doing everything at level 20 corruptions and you go to level 40, it's the same thing over again, then I don't know.
It got repetitive in the preview. I'm telling you right now. Like I didn't do corruptions after I did 25, then 40. I just went straight to mob training, and mob training was way more rewarding.
Grinded corruptions, and we got some seriously insane gear from it. We got better gear from corruption grinding than we did crafting.
Nice. Yeah,
we did 3-person corruption grinding, and we were getting. I think the highest item level gear we got from corruption grinds was 575.
Oof. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. Just kidding.
The top item level now is 600. Okay. And they confirmed that on release it'll be 600.
You know, what's the crazy thing about leveling at level 25 when you're 41 is that your weapon still gets good XP at level 1, killing 25. So you can always join your friends when you're level 60 if you haven't leveled up a specific weapon with them. So you can always join them, but you have level 60 gear on. You hit harder, but you're level 1. So one of the things that I started noticing is that you could just go and level up 2 characters very quickly to max, and then anytime you pick up a weapon that, you know, is level 1, but you can actually wear heavier level gear because of the level base on the bottom left, you'll be able to go back and instantly level those characters. So try not to equally level everything. Focus on 2, get to end game, then go and craft or just pick up some really cheap weapons to level up the other ones if you want to max it out.
Yeah, use what you enjoy first.
Yes.
And then
Very
go
well
for
said.
everything else.
Whatever he said. Exactly.
Because if you don't play something that you're not enjoying, you're not going to enjoy the game. It's going to suck.
100%. But yeah, Mad Cat, what is the style of play that you like to do? Do you want to be a part of companies, be a part of hardcore teams? Like, do you like solo things and just go at your own pace?
More like a just grab like a band and just go do like just random stuff mostly.
Nice.
But playstyle wise, I'm probably more like mid-range aggressive, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
But
yeah.
Did you pre-order the game? I'll probably stick to this whole corruption thing first.
Yes. I'm probably going to be going straight for AoE grinding zones to map out the pathing to the meta for a final. And so
yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try to get myself like I'm gonna like fully grind until I'm like enough level to get to that, then just do that.
Yeah. That's very smart. Again, corruption grinding is amazing. It gives you good gear. And it's overall it's a fun experience.
And if you're the first to do that, you can probably make some good coin in the trade.
Yep. But everybody's rushing it. So
yeah, honestly, I think it's just get the materials as quick as you can and start making stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be fun. This is gonna be a tough experience. You'll just have to find your five-man parties and have fun.
If I do really commit to this, it's gonna be fun making emotes for this.
Oh yes. I'm looking forward to basically making channel points redemptions that will basically constantly harass me. It's gonna be great.
Nice.
Actually, funny you say something like that. There is a thing called Dixper that allows you to create custom things that happen on your stream while you're playing games and stuff. You can have so people can like redeem channel points to get Dixper boxes, which allow them to like jump scare you while you're doing something in a game. This works for Phasmophobia, I believe. It works for League of Legends and a couple other games.
I'm getting nuked right.
Everybody, we're gonna be right back.
Really? Really?
Shout out to Lady.
Lady, that son of a... She's so beautiful. Tell her to stop smiling. That... Just kidding. Yeah. So... A pool in the background of this one. You sick. No. No. Oh my god. And they'll be like, hey, listen, I got a pool over here. I can always change topics at any time. It's too good. Gone through points. Looks like I finally got everybody who's used their channel points down to 0. This is amazing. I had people with 300,000 channel points. Yeah, it's because I haven't had any channel points on my channel for like almost 9 months. And I did IRL streams. I did a lot of content. I went around the world. It was fun. But now it's time to... Jesus, mother... that one got me. Seriously. Sorry. No. They're...
What the f?
No, I'm sorry. They're not chickens. It's Artemis GG. It's freaking GG Botofet and Mad Cat here in the house. They're real people. They're not chickens. I swear to God. 22. There we go. Lady's like, I'm done. Boom. But overall, I have a stream I have to do just for Lady Lowe's for redeeming tie clips. So I have about 35 tie clips that I'm gonna basically redeem because she's been very patient for that. So we'll make that opportunity happen for her where she can use a single channel point to say like I redeemed it. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. Like July 20th. Yeah. I know, right? I'm like trying to do it myself. Just do 7 times by 20. That's gonna first get you 140. Then 7 times by 4. That's 28. So that means you're gonna look 168. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem too. The only rule I have is if you're gonna be streaming this, make sure you have channel points that represent hydrate and also channel points that force you to take a break to go eat and have a cooldown of like 30 minutes to an hour. So it's set up to like let's say 500 channel points. Yeah, I'm gonna force my entire streaming team slash community or whatever to understand like, hey, be healthy while still gaming. And we're not kids anymore. Our bodies need to be nourished. We need to drink. We need to freaking use the restroom. When I was a kid, oh my god, I didn't care about what the hell I looked like. I was just sitting there like a gremlin, like just like playing all day. So that was yeah. I'm sleep. Oh, what? Oh, did I unbutton? No, I didn't. I'm just kidding. That's that. You have to unbutton the bottom one. Just because that's the way it's looking. Oh, damn it, that one. Talking about that guy. Yeah, that one wouldn't fit me well. And so every time I sat on a chair, it popped back up. That's why I don't use it anymore. I gotta go get fitted vests. And so I'm just using the black one from now on. Because this is the fitted one. But those ones I bought online, they weren't great. So I stopped using the colored vests. So true, actually. Very true. I did P90X. I built a good amount of muscle, but I need to start going back and start working out. I pulled my lower back. I need to be very careful about working out again. So I got to do a lot of core-based exercises. And especially if you guys are coming in, listening to this, if you want to start working out, don't do it hard. Focus on core. That's going to help build the main frame of what you're going to be building if you're doing upper body or lower body.
Get like a redemption or points to where you have to do like a minute of plank.
A minute of
10
playing?
jumping
Oh
jacks.
my god. I swear to God, I'll be so angry if my enemy forces come in. They're like lurking, like, hey, plank him now. We're gonna kill him. And I just plank them like,
Well,
oh,
you know what you
that's
can
so
do.
good.
The joke's on you. I have a wireless Bluetooth keyboard and a mouse right now.
Oh my,
Just do that on you.
yeah! You wanna go? You want? I'm like looking at an iPad, like a delay on the stream, like, I'm still running! I'm fast as boy! Fast as Just kidding. I'm doing the meme, like running away. That's too funny. But yeah, this was a lot of fun. I do miss it. I did complain a lot about New Worlds having no tank mechanic. I believe they brought it out finally. They met my prayers.
Sure did.
Yeah, that was the one thing that drove me up the wall. I think that without the tank mechanic is not an MMO. You can't sit there doing a raid boss and this raid boss keeps going after everyone. It's like it just drives us insane. But it's okay to sometimes. It's okay to sometimes go for it, but not like the entire time where one person shoots and it's like, I'm like,
yeah, but when it comes to like this kind of thing, I think I might build for a tank or just be mid range, depending on what actually looks more fun.
In my opinion, look for fun, of course, but class combinations are huge in this because of attributes and weapon mechanics. So you're gonna notice that like you can go musket because it has secondary intelligence factor to it with an ice gauntlet, which is intelligence specific. So you can do those two as a combo. You can look at bow and sword shield because sword shield has dex as a secondary as a secondary bonus to it. And so it's like, whoa, I can see how these work together. And then there's some people that say, screw it, I'm going all stamina. Every single weapon's my arsenal, and they can just go whatever the hell they want. And so some people are just crazy and they make their own metas and their own builds.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of mix and match for the first probably month of the game.
Yeah, and then you're gonna see the ones that really stick out and they hurt you, and so then you're wondering why you're in the closet crying. And yeah, anyways, we'll just talk more about that.
Someone's gonna make like a website for you to basically post your builds.
There already is one.
Is there?
Yep.
Yeah, it's newworldfans.com and then newworldfans.com/builds.
Okay.
It has all the information put on there too for the specific weapons.
I'm gonna use the restroom. You guys keep talking. I'll be back.
And that's updated weapons. Like that includes like the Great Axe, for example. It's got all of the updated tree for Great Axe. All of the abilities have the proper flavor text. Everything.
Wait, I forgot to ask about this. When it comes to like world level, do they scale with you, or is it like you can be like level 20 and just go into a level 5 area?
Yep. They don't scale. You could literally be level 60 and go into a level 5 area.
Okay. Sorry, like
you could go crush some level 5 noobs as level 60 and instantly delete them.
Oh yeah, be those assholes, you know, like go be like level 50, you get some like cool looking armor, go into the starter area and just walk around. And that way you get like a bunch of people like, whoa, where did you get that? And you're being like, psh, I'm not telling.
Pretty much, yeah.
Or just say, you want this armor? Join my corp. Join my company.
Actually, with crafters, that is a thing. Being such a major player in the game, you can very well do that as well. I'll be right back.
I really hope to they actually like fix that whole what do you call it? WoW did that as well. It's with the whole, oh, you want this armor? Send me some of your money first. But then they still
yeah,
the little scammers. Really hope they find some way to actually fix that. Hopefully.
From what I've seen, like the developers seem very grounded with like the MMO genre, and the fact that they're taking so much feedback that I'm pretty sure they're already thinking about, you know, how to put in a mechanic and not have it like used as a scam or exposed in some way.
Do you guys know any of these, like what these developers worked on in the past?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I know John Smedley worked on Planetside 2 and created a 3-way faction war series exactly the same as Planetside 1 and brought out that game, and he was part of Sony. Now he's the lead for this game. He's recruited Andy Seitz who was the head executive producer of RPG's Planetside 2, recently just picked him up, as well as Chris, who was the head after Andy basically dropped off, and now Rael's the only head. And so it's like, we know 3 that are coming from Planetside 2 that are going to play this game. That literally this game has so many Planetside 2 elements in it. The only thing that I'd like to add to it, because obviously I'm super biased to this example, is give us the ability to showcase castle sieges in a very epic way, with like an observer cam that is more pronounced than the way we had to fly around and have my hand on my keyboard and mouse the whole time flying around. It'd be nice to like literally right click and follow a player. Also basically be at a strategic position like on the door frame that is like the best angle possible, and then move over to basically capture points. So we can really showcase those points extremely quick. If I want to go A, I click on A versus fly around. But that's one thing that would be really cool.
Also, what I want for like, as you said, for showcasing, probably like some kind of, just click on a character and it shows like, oh, this person did this many sieges successfully, how many corruptions they did it successfully. That way you just know, like, if you want to hire somebody or like, get a group for
Stats and
LFG,
KDAs,
he's done his work. That
100%.
kind of stuff.
100%. That would be
or
epic.
compete for that spot.
That could also get really toxic though. So I'm not sure.
When you say
like, there would be a
leaderboards,
good way to
toxic?
regulate it.
Well, yeah, I get that as well. Like, it'd probably be often like, it'll be like in sections, because I'm pretty sure like people that like did over like 200, they would probably get very toxic for people that just like have only 5. But I'm sure they'll find some way to categorize that.
I'm trying to think about...
I'm looking at it more like, especially if you could have something along the lines of... The best way I can explain it is a KD ratio for wars or something. If they brought in something like that, that would absolutely get super toxic, because then people would be like, oh, nobody under like 2.5 KD can join this war, otherwise we're just not going to bring you.
I see what you mean. I think...
You make a good point.
Just like, just hide it. Just don't put like a KD system. Just like just
I think a corruption.
More like a badge system.
I think a corruption is accomplished. A war is accomplished. Dungeons accomplished.
like,
how many monsters, specific monsters you've killed as a joke.
But don't show.
KD is not smart.
fails.
But I do see what you mean. It's going to come down to the communities that are going to accept and deny these individuals. I think KD is nonsense in this game, especially when you have to basically sacrifice yourself on the point. That's not fair. Everybody who is rigging a musket has to have 6 KD. Everybody who's a freaking sword shield has to be 2.0, because you die a lot. Like, you'd find the balance for it, but still, it's not fair. I think for me,
you should never go base off of it.
I don't care about KD. I care about you fighting a 1v1 against the same class. So I'd like to say, all sword shields come here. I'm going to cast you guys. You guys will go 1v1 against each other, and then we'll basically have a bracket system to the top. Those who basically made the top, this is their rank. This is the ones that are 2nd and 3rd and 4th and 5th. Those are at 5th, 6th, and 7th. Let's basically have you guys, work towards the top. What did you make a mistake on? What do you basically currently spec on? And help them grow. Not make them feel like crap, but let them know, like, hey, we've got players who are willing to train you. All sword shield users go over there and duel. All basically musket users PvP over here, and just keep getting people excited.
I wonder if this game, is this game big enough to have a travel system where you just get like a stead?
Oh, I'm still on. This is it's like from my stream and played that. That's pretty funny.
What do you mean by like a travel system, like a stead? Like I travel to your house?
Well, no, like I'm pretty. Hopefully, they might do it like later in future DLCs, where since the map is like getting way too big now, you just travel around with a horse.
Basically, what they've said about mounts and actually naval warfare as a good example, and they did actually reference this directly. If players want it, they will start looking to add it and see what they want to do with it.
So yeah, but right now it's like the map is probably fine where it is, but if they're going to keep adding DLCs and new sections, bigger map, there's going to be a lot more travel that's going to be needed.
Yeah, as it is, basically, don't miss leg day.
Don't miss leg day. I love it.
That's too good. I'm trying to find out, where did I mob train?
We don't have the teleports anymore, so don't miss leg day.
Oh,
But
100%.
yeah, if you're a berserker, you can run up on all fours. There you go. Get around faster.
There's your fast travel, guys. So you get to stick with 1000 Azoth, and you basically do a fast travel 104, and you can keep doing it over and over until you have 0 Azoth. But many people
and remember, with the one area, if you cap that one area, that goes down 50%, so that'd be 52 Azoth.
Nice. And so it's hard to say pay to win. I mean, pay for convenience is a fair example. When you only have 1000, you get 10 teleports before you have to go and farm again. And so pay for convenience is now turning to pay to win if you can spam that product as fast as Azoth can be spammed. And that's not fair, because I can go from this town, Everfall, go beat the crap out of you at the western rent, and then go immediately do fast travel to the northern end and beat the crap out of you over there, and just keep following you and beat the crap out of you until you quit. I will find you and hunt you and over do it until the game has been complained so hardcore that they had to take it out. Like, that's how annoying we're going to be. But
just sit in town and just wait.
Yeah, that's
yes, as Viral says, it's also used for crafting bonuses, so Azoth isn't only used for fast travel, it's got a ton of uses in the game.
Yeah, and it's just not, it's not
So,
fair.
yeah, you gotta find that fine balance.
Yeah, and I think it should be a cooldown feature. If you want to do a pay for convenience, have it heavily cooled down so it's not being used to manipulate the game into a beneficial behavior for everyone. Give it to where it's an actual nice pay for convenience, like, hey, I don't have enough Azoth. I did buy this item. I can use it now. It's a one-time use, once every 10 minutes, something like that, or 20 minutes.
Another big thing, though, that they did mention about the cash shop and all of that, anything on the cash shop, whether that be convenience items, cosmetics, anything, can also be obtained in-game without having to spend money.
Yes, that's very true. That's why it says pay for convenience. It's not pay to win. Pay to win is when there's an item inside the store that you can never obtain in the game. And so...
And has very advantageable buffs.
Looking at you, Arcage.
Arcage really screwed up with that damn item. I don't understand what the hell's the logic behind these individuals when they do something like that. I think it's like that's when the game dies. When the game's been out and they bring up an item like that, it's GG. Yeah, without having to spend money equals time. And so I don't know the answer to it. From what Worst Case just said, I'm willing to play this game. There's Keanu Reeves. I missed the guy. Hopefully, Keanu Reeves remembers me, and we can actually collaborate again. He was on the opposite faction. We PvP'd each other.
Is excellent because
he's super breathtaking. I'm just telling you right now. So Keanu Reeves is level 48. I'm level 25, and I'm like sitting there to myself, didn't the preview just start? And he's like, oh, there was a bug. We got to like high level with like spamming that bug. I was like, oh, okay. And so I was like, can I PvP you? And he's like, sure. And like we went 1-on-1, and I got him down to like 25%, and I died. And there's just damage differences and stuff like that. And so he didn't immediately come and gank us because I have PvP on. And so that was really, really fun. I was like, can you please find me PvP? Like, do me a favor, just tell me rat out your enemies. He told me, yeah. We skipped chasing him. And so you would hear Keanu, he's like, they're over there. I'm like, thank you. So you can see how factions could work together and stuff, guys. And the world is huge. The world is big enough to like understand the running is a pain in the butt. You're gonna build a butt, 100%. And whenever they're running, waiting for me, I'm like,
where you going, boy? Where do you think you're going? Get your ass over here!
And they're like, ah! So it's like, you can have some fun with the proxy voice chat as they're trying to run from you. Just give him more of a heart attack.
Oh, and it's super fun chasing people down in this game.
Oh yeah, I just voice chat the whole time until somebody says like, please leave me alone. I was like, okay, I'm sorry. It's like my favorite. I lost my voice. I can't even do high pitched voices anymore. Last night I was playing with Talk to Me Goose, Damien's and 13 Disciple. I was laughing way too much on Humans Falls Flat. That was way too much fun. I love gaming with other streamers. It's just too much fun.
Just saying, Archie, everybody loves the kitty ears.
No! Not true. Daywalker, it's good to see you. It's because the chat told me to. And I made a mistake.
All flat thing. Can't wait for Animal Party.
Party animals, dude. Oh my god.
Party animals, yeah.
Let me show you a video of me. That's Mitch video me. It sound like him. advertising myself. Here it is. This is Party Animals. Me showing. This is super cute. Let me change the subject so that it's not like, what are you guys talking about? I think I could show one small little clip of this. So this is me doing Party Animals, and you've got Jake and Bake, Myth, Banans, Shroud, It's Timmy, Lulu Lovely, Free for All against each other. I'm just shoutcasting them. And here it is. Let's get ready to rumble! Tonight, we're getting an opportunity of a lifetime to check out 6 competitive individuals here tonight to play a game called Party Animals. This game is an 8-player co-op game, and you're going to get a chance to see how cute it is to get knocked the f*** out. We're getting a chance to see Banans, also goes by Hannah, Shroud, Lulu Lovely, It's Timmy, Jake and Bake, and Myth. Let's get a chance to see what she's doing. Knocked out already to Banan. If she can find a way to get back to the top, this will give her an opportunity. It looks like she's going to be having an opportunity of a lifetime to make it back to the very top. And she's dead already out of the count. Unbelievable. Look at that face. Oh, I can feel it right inside. Lulu's Lovely is right now trying to knock him out. Oh! Hopefully we get a chance to see what's going to happen here. Is Lulu going to take out? Oh, it's knocked out, but Lulu's going to figure out to throw him, but it didn't happen in time. Lulu's going to go down, climb up the submarine, but it's okay. Oh my God, Myth is now taken out.
Oh shit! No!
Oh God! No! It looks like it's officially GG for Jake and Bake. Let's go to the next individual. GG. Look at that face. Oh, he's feeling it tonight. Round 2 already happening. Let's get Myth's perspective.
Be so mad.
Myth is right now trying to go straight over the Bananas. Lulu. This is the cutest game on the planet. Is he going for Shroud? Oh no, it's going for It's Timmy. It's Timmy is right now trying to get to the very top.
Look at that. At least we know. At least we now know how.
Thanks to Jake and Bake.
As an animal.
Incredible action happening here. And Shroud. Oh! You just lost right there. Whoa. Myth is officially out of the game. Thanks to that. Let's see what is going on in Shroud's perspective. Shroud is now going Super Saiyan. It's official. Shroud is going to show the world what it looks like to have unlimited stamina. That's going to give you a chance to have unlimited stamina on the very top left. That stamina bar will be going down slowly, but thanks to that energy drink he just took earlier, and now the shovel is in his hands. Banans is officially going to die live on stream. It looks like he doesn't have to deal with that. Banans has killed herself. Oh God. It's okay. She just fell off the side of a slippery ship.
You would rather
slippery
submarine.
It looks like Lulu versus Shroud. Shroud has to make sure the right hook comes in, and it looks like Shroud's going to take the W on here. Lulu Lovely has to figure out something. It looks like Shroud knows exactly the tactics for this map. Making sure that that smack goes. Oh no, Shroud is underneath. He's stuck, and it looks like Lulu with the headbutt. Unbelievable damage. Oh no! This is unbelievable. It looks like Lulu's got to make it back up in time. Oh my God. That is painful. It looks like Shroud takes the W for that one. We're going to get. So yeah, that's an example of that game.
That does look, yeah.
That's
looks
Party
like
Animals.
a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun. We play with our community and other content creators from the AAA family, and I think that's all we did. Is just keep content creating together every single day and just clapping each other. I'm like screaming, shoutcasting everybody, like I'm coming for you. Like don't you get back over here. And like there's a VOD of K Marie. I think if I can find it, I don't even know where the hell she would put it. I can find it. I don't even know where the hell. Let me see if I can find that VOD that K Marie made. I think it's a highlighted video. Where is that highlight of Party Animals? I don't know if I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, I swear these guys are not letting the kitty ears die.
What? No. Guys, this is a one-time thing. Deep breaths and forget the rest. What am I talking about?
Yeah, I don't think people are gonna let it be a one-time thing.
No. He's gonna be like, it's done, it's over, blah blah blah. He doesn't have the cat ears. But as soon as he gets up to go do something, all of a sudden you see a tail behind him.
Oh my. No.
And then people are like, what was that? And he's like, what? Nothing.
Nothing. That's very good. Oh god. Do I have
Well,
that VOD?
he is transitioning to over being cat. Like he is hanging out with a guy named Mad Cat, and there's other people.
Oh,
with
you're
cat ears
right.
in the video.
We have Mad Cat in the house. We got Artemis GG with the earphones, and right now Moto's like ordering on Amazon. I was like, I gotta get cat ears right now. Okay.
Everybody's
doing
cool,
it. Everybody's doing it. But yeah, man, this was a lot of fun. I appreciate
the mob
it.
mentality.
I know, mob
yeah.
mentality, 100%.
Yeah,
I haven't
hit
been
you
able
with
to
the,
find
peer pressure. Don't you want to be cool? Get your cat ears.
Oh my god, that's too good. Well, I actually had a good time. Mad Cat, thank you so much for stopping by and adding your feedback and what you're looking forward to playing it. Again, I'd love to have you basically join our company if you want to be a part of that group. Feel free to go ahead and just go to Open at the very top of our Discord channel. If you guys are listening in right now and you want to join a company, you've got lots of places you guys can check out. !Discord, you can come here. There's an Open ping system that you can come and be a part of. Artemis GG's got his own stream. !so at Artemis GG. If I know how to spell it. Artemis, say something in chat. Oh, there's the Artemis.
I better get some like a juicy offer if you're gonna get me, because I'm gonna be factionless.
Factionless. This guy. GG Bodo, you want to say something in chat real quick? And Mad Cat as well. So that way you guys can see these individuals. !so at Mad Cat. These are the three amazing gentlemen that were here tonight, as well as myself, ArsheeTV. I hope you guys all had a good time. We're going to share this love to another New World streamer who's probably sitting here doing what I'm doing, hanging out, talking about New World, and hoping that July 20th happens sooner than later so we can really see what is the game we want to know life in. What is the game that we want to actually really like clap cheeks in? Like I really want to know. And so I'm looking forward to that.
We're going back in time to the medieval ages, so we have to talk like that.
Oh, you want to role play? He wants to roll. Oh my god. If we role played that,
Our cheeks when they get clapped by me, Mad Cat. Indubitably.
Indubitably.
Well, I do be sure that you have oiled those cheeks, for this hand is beareth on iron.
Oh my god. Let's see if I think I've got two different individuals. That's a Spanish and Portuguese. Is there an English speaking one?
Wait.
There's not an English one for New World. Okay, we're gonna go and send this over to another. It's not like I have anything against non-English. I just don't think you guys would understand them.
Well, maybe if you can find somebody that has like English as a second language.
No, true. But I'm saying, looking at New World right now, all the titles have it as Portuguese, Spanish, Portuguese, warming up, German, and Portuguese. That is all the people that are currently streaming right now.
Wait, question. Are they just watching? Are they doing their own? Are they actually grinding or just watching videos?
They're watching videos like we are. There's no way they would be grinding. They would get instantly banned.
Yeah, a lot of them are the preview footage just being constantly replayed.
100%.
Okay.
I do have a streamer we're going to raid right now. It's Mofker Live. He was with me yesterday when we did Gmod. It is Gary's Mod. It's an amazing game. He owns his own server named Basement Dwellers. And if you guys want to get a chance to know more about Mofker Live, high intensity, RPer. I'm trying to get him to play New World as well. I don't need him to basically try hard. All I know is that if he's in the New World community with us, we wouldn't stop laughing. There's going to be a moment that you're going to see him RPing and he's going to scream and yell like this the whole time, just running away or fishing. The whole point is to have good friends in your game, in your community, and that way I know what I can do for my friends. I know what I can do for my community when I run my own company. We're going to be there to support you. You can use channel points if you guys want us to force us to defend you or attack somebody. We'll have all that available for you. It'll be a lot of fun. Looking forward to seeing you guys tomorrow for more. But I'm going to probably log back in later today to play some Call of Duty prop hunt. I'm going to get something to eat, take a break, and then come right back in. So if you guys want to basically play some prop hunt with me or watch, feel free to come stop by. I do make some people laugh really hard when I make it look like it's professional prop hunt. If you don't know what that is, it's a 6v6 game where it has... Oh my god, I have less than 30 seconds. Okay, guys, once again, Artemis GG, GG Botofat TV, and Mad Cat was here tonight. Make sure you guys click on the follow. Give him a follow. 3, 2, 1. Love you all.
Enjoy yourself.
All right, looks like it's over.
Look at that.
Don't know why people vote for it. Nani? ArsheeTV? With a party of what? Arshee? 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 Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for stopping by. We are currently getting farmed in Battlefield 4. Arshee, how was stream?